Man, Ole Miss is hating that. Goodness gracious. Hey, guys, what is up? Another beautiful afternoon here in central, well, I guess I'm in technically lower Alabama, I guess. Live from the auburnsports.com headquarters in Montgomery, well, actually Hampstead, Alabama. I welcome you to another afternoon of terrific football. We've got 7 minutes to kick off. Oklahoma Sooners at the Auburn Tigers inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. Beautiful, scenic Jordan-Hare Stadium, I should say. A place that I have spent many an afternoon, and you have as well. But I've been doing this full-time since 2018, and I love doing it. I love hanging out with you guys. It means a lot more to me. Anyway, welcome again to a great game. This ought to be a great one. A lot of my Auburn friends very concerned about this one. For good reason. Auburn has been very turnover-prone in the games against good competition this year. Cal, 5 turnovers last week against Arkansas, 5 turnovers. It'd be really nice if Auburn didn't do that today. And the bad news from that perspective is that Oklahoma leads the country in takeaways. I know you're looking at this on paper going, JG, I don't know. But I did pick Auburn to win this game, even though I had Arkansas last week. So I don't just bowl over, and just do whatever. I don't just pick Auburn for shits and gigs. I picked the team that I think is going to win. And in this case, I think Auburn's going to get their shit together and win the daggone thing. CDF, my man, I was texting with him just a little bit earlier. Says, Wardam Eagle, basketball regular season rapidly approaching, my man. Super chat. Thank you for that, sir. I know you're a big basketball fan. In addition to being a football fan, you love Auburn Tigers. A guy who's from the heartland of this state. I don't want to say exactly where you're from, but you're from somewhat near me. The general Wiregrass area, and we can't wait for you to come home one of these days, my man. War Eagle 0008, one of our absolute channel legends, along with CDF, says, Wardam Eagle family, we absolutely have to have this one. There's no doubt. You don't get this one, got some real trouble there. Thanks for the show, JGT. Thanks for being here, brother, and for calling in last week, too. One of our outstanding callers. Last week, we had a great run of callers last week, probably our best group that we've ever had. At least since COVID. Pocket Watch, I don't know what to say about this guy. He's more than a channel legend. He's just an absolute human legend. Not that the other guys aren't and gals, but Pocket Watch, incredibly supportive, both on and off the air. Gives us a wiggle, and I'm going to give him an applause for that one because we appreciate everything that Pocket does, supporting the channel through Super Chats or helping me find a place to do the show or whatever. Always a stud. Ravin is in the house as well. Was texting with him the other day. We love having Ravin hanging. Cleveland Brown with a super chat. So stay hydrated, JG. I've got my. Oh yes. How dare you? I stay hydrated, of course. There you go, Cleveland Brown. And as Cleveland would tell you himself, if he could, ballers hydrate, and that's why I would hydrate because I'm a baller myself. Chip. Another absolute stud. Our host down in the Orange Beach area. He's going to have a watch along for the Kentucky game. A game that, looks a lot tougher now than it did. Now that Kentucky has beaten Ole Miss in Oxford. And I don't think at this point Ole Miss's season is completely trashed because I think they can climb back into it. But, boy, that takes a hit right there, doesn't it? My man, Chip says, Papa Chip is a little under the weather in Auburn, but I suggested he not go to the game, chilling at the RV park. It's a great place to hang if you're going to hang. There's a lot of good ones around Auburn. And I hope that Papa Chip Sr., who I have partied with, that guy knows how to party too. Hope he gets to feeling better, G. Fat Crack, I don't even know what else to say about Fat Crack. What a stud. Again, supportive on and off the channel. Says, let's go JGT. Let's get that dub today. Do we have a great sound for that? We get one of these. I don't think I've been using my Chris Smooth splash sound enough lately, so I will work on that today, and Fat Crack gets the first one of the day. Whale Driver, unbelievable. Says, here's the hoping for an upset Saturday in the SEC. Auburn is a 1-point favorite in this one, maybe 2. So I guess you're cheering for Oklahoma. No, I'm just kidding. I know what you're saying. At this point, you're thinking Auburn just winning a game would be an upset based on all the turnovers and there's some other things that I think are weird. I found it very odd this week that Hugh was talking about how it was I can't remember the word he used, perfect or beautiful scheme for the Arkansas game. And his approach was, we left so many yards on the field, we left so many open receivers and opportunities. And I get it, man. He spends his whole life trying to come up with shit. And so when you scheme it well and it doesn't execute well, you're frustrated and you're kind of grasping for straws. And he's trying to keep his team positive too, right? Like, he's saying things that maybe he wouldn't fully believe if you were talking to him privately Wink, wink. And just trying to keep his folks going. Mang is here with us. Solo Tigre. Pipe is in the house. Purdue in a barn burner with Nebraska. That was 0-0 at halftime. Always a great time. AU Taxman Renard's with us again. My man. Mr. Monson's with us, too. We love that. T. Tiger in the house. Dion coming to us from a long way away. I think this super chat's coming a further distance than even CDF. This is War Damn Eagle JG at work, but here for the brain drain. Super chat. Awesome to have you here, Dion. We love our international brain drainers. For sure. Diego's in the house. What up, G? Glad to have you here again. I loved your contributions last week in the chat were amazing. Also, Robert S., not the Cure lead singer, although we can't prove it. Who gave me a thumbs down? How dare you do that? That's un-American. Unless you're not from America, then it's fine. Robert Smith, again, not from the Cure, but we still love him. Thank you for taking away the thumbs down. Maybe it was a mishit. Feel Like a Stranger is here. Let me go ahead and bounce over to our main in-game here. Feel Like a Stranger. Going to bounce him over here. Says, Swoogans and Tates. Look at that. Our chat populated so quickly. Much love, Jainer, Swoogans and Tates. F the haters. I want to talk Auburn point guards. Oh, we're not going to do that right now. I would literally get in trouble. Somebody would swat me for that. Freeze got to earn my attention now. He does have to do that. That is fair. That is actually very fair. I've had some folks that have said, hey, I'm really pissed off about how this is going, and I respect it. I mean, I really do. These people, you care about Auburn. You've been pulling for Auburn for a long time. I got to get this first quarter thing moved. You've been pulling for Auburn for a long time, and you've got expectations, and I don't really think the ones that I have heard anyway are out of bounds or are too inflated. I mean, it's Auburn. Like, Auburn people can deal with a lull because God knows we've been through a bunch of them, but you're looking for a high, right? You're looking for something better, and it hasn't come along just yet. Today could be one of those days. I think a win over Oklahoma would mean a lot, would go a long way toward soothing some frayed nerves. Also, Cassidy P jumping in. Oh, my gosh. Unfortunately, the hurricane took away our opportunity, to hang out Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy P on Thursday night. But here we are again. We'll get it going again. Howdy, Drainers. Let's limit some turnovers and get a dub. Really hope Venables has a rough experience today. That would be nice. Thank you, Cassidy P, and I missed seeing you Thursday night. We will get this thing rectified and straightened out. I hope you guys are good. Hope you didn't get flooded or anything. And CJ, I'm here to leave a super chat and dip out. Dang, I hate to hear that. I'm out till the watch party due to just I guess because he's working. Not going to watch a pick fest ready for. Oh, he's due to Peyton Thorne. Wow. Not going to watch a pick fest ready for basketball season. Hey, CJ, I got you, brother. He's out from Peyton. He's just been Peyton to death. I get it. He's been not as good as we thought he would be. This game is kicked off, by the way, and thank you, CJ. I appreciate you, G. Oh, we also got Brad E., who I was texting with earlier. Not sure I completely agree with his takes, but I'm not going to out you here as what your take was. Congrats to UK alums everywhere. Layton remains overrated. For those of you who are new to the channel, I am myself a Kentucky graduate. You would never know it because I don't talk about it, and I really don't care anymore. It's been so long. I'm class of 98. I've been at Auburn since 98, so I don't really feel much pull for Kentucky, the university anymore. In fact, they don't even ask me for money because I've told them no so many times. I like this formation Auburn's in, a very condensed formation. I thought that was a bad read by Malcolm. He should have cut inside. But CDF, we were talking about that in the chat earlier today about let's get some high percentage throws to get him into a rhythm. And that was a start. By the way, I love Danny Stutzman and Robert Spears-Jennings, two outstanding players. Spears-Jennings is probably the best safety I have seen this year. And then Jarquez, who we like, of course, and then Dre Lambert-Smith. The impact players, I agree with all those choices. Got a 2nd and 10 here. I thought Malcolm had a few more yards on that play, but just kind of cut the wrong way. This is where that's a Peyton Thorne problem, in my opinion. Sam H. says need an ugly win today. I'm going to give you an applause for that because you're absolutely right. So this is on the quarterback, I think. Nobody really missed a block on that. They're going to say 77 did, but I don't think that was his responsibility. I think when they do these AA, here we go with the drops again. It's fucking Cam Coleman again. I'm telling you. God, every week it's just something with him. He drops a ball. And Freeze is hopping mad because you know that that's going to affect Thorne's confidence even though he didn't do anything wrong. Good golly. Another Cassidy P. Super Chat says, damn it, Helene. I call it Helene. There was a girl in my high school named Helene, and we always called it Helene. You've seen it pronounced as Helene. Either way. We're good. Hope Chromia was fun. We didn't actually go, Cassidy P. We just kind of decided it wasn't a good idea. And we sold the tickets through Ticketmaster, and Courtney actually got, I think, 75% of our money back. So that was awesome. But, you know, I would have liked to have actually seen Chromia. It would have been my first show with them. Yeah, awful. I think Uncle Baby Billy was saying that last week that Cam Coleman is the best volleyball player in the country. Just tipping balls up, and here we go again. Could have easily been picked had that safety been a little wider. All right, starting back, Hawkins Jr. is their true freshman quarterback. It's back there. He took over, I don't know, about a quarter of the way through the Tennessee game when their starting quarterback, their usual quarterback, was just not reading things well. And their first play is a smoke screen, quick screen that goes for about 15 yards on some missed tackles. They're out to the 47 already. Little pitch there. Jalen McLeod had outside leverage on that, so no problems with that run defense. They got about 2. TM Taco says, 3 plays in and I'm already cussing. Oh, boy. Yeah, really, I mean, you think Oklahoma's offense would be the worst group on the field of the 4, you know, Auburn defense and offense, Oklahoma offense and defense. They're just not very good, particularly when you got a true freshman quarterback, and he's not really a runner. He can run, but he's not really a runner. And they're down to their absolute bottom guys at wideout, but famous last words. All right, 3rd and 4-ish, 5-ish. Auburn's bringing double A-gap pressure. It worked, but he got through. Man, and Jaron cannot catch him, and that's a touchdown for Oklahoma, man.
I don't like your jerk-off.
I just said he couldn't run very well.
I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior, and I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Hey, great play by him right there. And I was just saying he's not a runner. What I meant was, like, he's not really a run game element. But, man, what a nice scramble. Saw some space. So Auburn had double A-gap pressure on that. But McLeod was an A-gap pressure guy, but he decided to take a route outside. I'm not sure if he has the green light to do that or not. But when he did that, he vacated a space, and there was nobody to fit that run. So my temptation on that would be to blame Jalen McLeod for that one. And that may be frustrating to a lot of people because he's a defensive end, and they've been trying to retool him almost like a middle linebacker. So he's going to come off the right here. Yeah, they're doing a twist. They're doing a twist, and Keldrick didn't keep his eyes up. So doing a little twist there, and Keldrick's got to come across and keep his eyes up, and he's got to maintain gap leverage on that. He had his eyes down, and he just got washed inside. But let's be real, guys. I mean, well, that was just bad defense, right? But Cam Coleman's got the first down, and Auburn probably still has the ball if he just catches the daggone ball. Cassidy P jumping in again. My kingdom for a Ted Roof defensive performance. Hey, man, Ted's done some good work. Chris W. says, I respect how fair you are, Jay. I really try to be. I was talking to Cleve, actually, who's one of our channel legends, the other day about it. And by the way, Cleve, wow, we're going to talk about Cleve a little bit later in the show. But what a badass that guy is. I really do. I think I've been covering Auburn so long. I got on the beat in 98. So me and Jason Caldwell, who's an outstanding stud over at Inside the Auburn Tigers, or Auburn 24/7 now. I got to change it. There's 7 points. We actually started, I think, the same couple weeks in 98. And then Philip Marshall, of course, is ahead of me. But those are the only guys that are. And thank you for the drop counter, Ed. God, I can always rely on you to keep me straight on the football stuff. I so much appreciate you being here and being part of the show. And if I ever slip up on any of that kind of stuff, you know to speak it up. And if I see you putting something in the chat, you're like E.F. Hutton, brother. You say it, and I'm going to watch. Tim Taco says after Kentucky winning today, no way we win an SEC game. Oh, come on now, Tim. It's going to be all right. Let's see. Diego says drop count 1, interception count 0, bad D call count 1. I have to say I didn't love the twist there, but I don't know. I don't know. Travis J, dude, I hate to see that you're leaving, but it's tough when you work all night, so we're going to carry on without you, and we don't want to do it, but we will. I hope you get a good sleep, and we'll probably be here when you wake up, honestly, unless you're going the distance and just going for NFL tomorrow. Taking a gummy and checking out for the day, but we'll probably be here, so come back by. Cassidy P thinks 5 field goals win this thing. Cassidy P is always a big fan of the field goals because he doesn't trust Auburn to score enough touchdowns, and that's actually it's actually a fair. It's fair based on how things have been going in general. Ryan says this chat needs a cover charge and a 2-drink minimum. I need a splash on that one. Got him. Matthew R thinks it's going to be 3-9. If Auburn loses this game, I think that's a very realistic possibility. You still feel like you can beat ULM. Vanderbilt to me is going to be a challenge, but I think they can beat Vanderbilt. But I'm still of the opinion, guys, that Auburn's a decent team. I don't think Auburn's going to be challenging for any titles or anything, but I think Auburn is a middle-class SEC team that is in a mental funk right now and just not playing as well as it should be, I guess. Now, Oklahoma earned their 7 points here, so it's not super fluky or anything. But the trick here for Auburn is going to be to keep Peyton Thorne confident. And Cam Coleman dropping an obvious, easy first down throw. Stu Pump jumping in with the super chat. Super chat. There he is. Stu Pump's been with us from the very first day. It says buyouts are expensive because they are worth it. Wow. He's bringing it. Still thinking about some of that. Okay, I do not like that throw at all. I don't understand why I didn't throw the check down. Shane H. Let's see. Sam doesn't think we're that good. I was saying that I thought Auburn was kind of middle class SEC, maybe bottom of the middle class. Shane jumps in, says, "I've seen enough. Headed fishing. War Damn Eagle fam." Shane, I hope you have some great catches today and enjoy some serenity out there on the water, my man. Because I don't know if you won't be finding it here, will you? T Park, one of our favorites from the Atlanta area. Damn. We ain't here, though, JGT. Yeah, we are. We're going to stick it out. Thanks for the super chat, T-Park. We love T-Park. What a stud. Had a chance to meet him at the Bunker Bourbon event in Atlanta during the spring. And I don't know if you guys are watching a lot of the Weather Channel. I like number 40. He's one of their defensive ends. He really showed out on tape when I watched him, particularly in the UAB. UAB? No, it would have been the game before Tennessee. Oh, Houston. It was a Houston game. Good heads-up play. I like it. That's good football. 3rd and 10. Legit says, we done. Anyway, T-Park, those of you who are watching Weather Channel for Hurricane Helene coverage, Reynolds Wolf was stationed in, oh, my God, he's going to get the first down and more. That was a nice-ass play right there. Reynolds Wolf was doing a lot of the coverage from Atlanta, and he was at our Bunker Bourbon event in the spring, and he's also a supporter of our channel and also our site. He's also friends with Jason Caldwell, and so he's over on 24/7 as well. Listen, it's all a big family. You know, Jay Lee is the same way. We love him. But I'll keep it on the football here. Revin says, finally someone wants to play. That was a nice effort from Jarquez for sure, just to kind of get a little spark going. So 1st and 10. You're going to have to run the ball some. You just have to. But Oklahoma's run defense, in my opinion, watching the Houston game and the Tennessee game were the two that I really focused on. Boy, they're good against the run. And Tennessee didn't run too much. Tennessee beat them with passing concepts. And Tennessee's quarterback is pretty damn good. And he was doing some stuff. They also have some good receivers that actually catch the ball, so that was nice. War Eagle 0008 with the second super chat of the day. Thank goodness Katie George is on screen today. We love Katie George. She's definitely a gal we adore for her talent and her loquaciousness, her verbosity. Is that a word? It's another first down to Sir Robert Lewis, transfer from Georgia State. Had a tough drop last week, but that was a nice play, a nice catch. Thank you for that, sir. Also, Stoop Up jumps in again. The drain is the only reason I watch Auburn football. Hey, man, I appreciate that. Jeez, we try to keep it just, balanced. I'm not a sunshine pumper, but I'm not going to give too much hell either. I've seen too much Auburn football. A lot of you guys have as well, gals too. And I don't know, I just kind of get a little bit numb to it. 1st and 10. They're going to have to run the ball. Oh, I like that fake flea flicker, though. We saw that play. Uh-oh. The umpire just got run over, but he looks all right. They ran that play last week, and somebody mentioned it. I think it was MWD, maybe, who called in and was talking about how much time did they spend on that fake flea flicker. It was probably way too much. It actually did a great job on that one. Also, Cleve C, the previously mentioned Cleve C. I had quite a week with Cleve. It says, hey, Big JGT, my wife and I are enjoying watching this game down here in Destin. That's the positive for us right now during this game. Hopefully it gets better, Wardam Eagle. This guy, unbelievable. Cleve C, he sent me some bourbon this week. He sent me a book. What a catch, dude. Dre Lambert-Smith falling down and still makes the snatch. And that's probably, 25 yards? I'm not sure I love the idea to throw that ball because he didn't have any space, really. But, hey, you catch it and you move on. Auburn to the 16-yard line. Cleve sent me a bottle of bourbon, a book, and a handwritten 2-page letter. Unbelievable, man. Meant a lot to me. You don't just write letters, you have to really, you got to want to do that. You got to have purpose. I'm going to update these stats here in a minute. Cleve, you're a total badass. Appreciate you. Pipe Layer jumping in. Says, a free blitz board today. If you're at the game, section 41, row 36, seat 3. It will only cost you one high noon. Find Austin and tell him to get blitzed. I actually think this is legit. First of all, Pipe Layer really does have a business about the blitz boards, which is kind of a cool tailgate game. I used to have the blitz board behind me, but it fell down and it just was too high. We're too high, damn it. And so I took it down, but I still have it. Peyton Thorne rushing. See, that's a tough lick he just took from number 11, but he's pretty valorous, honestly. I know he's a source of frustration for Auburn fans, and I totally understand why, but he's pretty valorous now, and he's playing. This has been a great try for him. So there you go, guys. Section 41, row 36, seat 3, and Austin, who is his friend from up near Indiana, has one that he would love to give you for free. These things are awesome for tailgates, and also just party with your mom and dad, whatever, or with your wife. That's how I use it anyway. All right, we got some kind of a funky formation here. We're going to go Wildcat with Malcolm Simmons. No, it's not. It's Sam Jackson. My bad. Is that not a horse collar? No? Hey, man, you're out with 1 touchdown. Why are you talking so much junk, dude? Shut up. So there's your Sam Jackson Wildcat we've been thinking was going to happen. I thought it was a horse collar too, Bob. There's Tim Taco saying, I don't like Thorne, but I've never questioned his toughness. Yeah, that's the thing, right? His physical toughness. He will dive into stuff. He just gets a little frayed. Danny Stutzman, number 28, is a hell of a football player. I love him. I bet Hunter Adams loves him too. Misses a few too many tackles. It's a pretty valorous move too. You can see Oklahoma they respond very quickly. They trigger quickly on a run situation. They're really good at it. Cleveland Brown, I was surprised too, brother. He says, no flag. I don't understand. Ryan, not a fan of the Wildcat, says, let's stop with the Wildcat. I feel like it's kind of a passé concept, but and it didn't work there, so there's that. All right, so we got a 3rd and goal from the 3. I would be curious what the approach is here if they don't get it. You know what I mean? Let's say they get a half a yard or 2 yards or whatever. I would think they'd go for it. They're trying to rub concept on the outside, but he elected to hand off. Now, here we go. We're at the 1. You got to go for this, right? There's no balls in a field goal here. Go for it. I hope they have a thoughtful play here, though, because I don't think that just an inside zone is going to get this. I think Oklahoma's too good. Look at all this subbing they're doing. This is ridiculous. Auburn shouldn't have subbed. All right, Oklahoma called timeout. They were in disarray. I feel like had they stayed in the same formation, what? Who's he? He's hollering at Sam Jackson, I guess, because he wanted to snap. Like, just snap the damn ball. Yeah, I think that's what Chaz Music is saying. Just go, 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 go. Let's go. Get it going. Let's go. Let's go. A little frustrating. All right, let me get some stats updated here real quick because I haven't done anything yet. Peyton is currently 4 of 7 for 47. No interceptions. Jarquez is at 4 for 12. And Damari's 1 for 3. I'm going to give Coleman a drop. That's like the Beastie Boys. Drop. Oh, I can't even see my third down stats. Auburn is 1 of 3. They're 1 of 1. Auburn is facing currently a 4th down situation, a 4th and goal from the 1. So that could be good. Oh, we got the ice cream man coming through the neighborhood. I can hear him. Ice cream man, I want chili cheese Fritos. It's my money. Yeah, I know that. It's Big Worm. We'll see Brandon Jace dial it up, Hugh. You have to right here. I completely agree. And Jordan Whitfield says we need a special soundbite for drops, JG. Yeah, we need one. It's this. It'll be the drop. I'll write it down here. All right, there we go. Surely I've got a better pen than that POS. I do. Best pens in the business as somebody who writes a lot. The Tool pens, TUL. I don't know if you guys can see that. Best pens in the biz. I love these. They cost a little more at Office Depot, but these suckers are worth it, I'm telling you. Galatian says, we need 6 here. Completely agree, bro. Completely agree. And Ed D says, it's the ice cream man, Master PPP. Robert S. says a different idea. Just kick, please. We need anything. Please, God, put points on the board. I hear you, man. Hayden jumping in. We love Hayden. Hayden's been with us a long time, even pre-COVID. This is Cam Coleman's Sticky Gloves Fund. Yeah, for sure. He needs that for sure. Auburn fan 23. JG, what's your prediction for this 4th down? I am thinking it's going to be some kind of an RPO concept. They're going to try to rub. This is similar to the play they ran on 3rd down. It's going to be a rub concept, trying to either get Luke Deal or Rivaldo Fairweather open in the flank, and it's going to be a quick, they don't even have him in there, so never mind. It's going to be Sam Jackson doing some kind of thing. They better come up with something smart here. He did not get in, guys. Telling you, Oklahoma's run defense is a freaking brick wall, man. I thought for sure it would be some kind of a play action concept, like an RPO. Because I just don't feel like you can just run, especially when OU is totally selling out for the run. There was a little hole there, actually. He had a lane if he had cut left a little bit harder. But Jordan thought that was a stupid play call. I don't like it either. I don't like that call. I don't like it. I just don't like that call at all. I'm going to write that one down. I'll have to talk about that at halftime. Hey, Auburn's defense got him pinned back pretty good here. I'm trying to look at the bright side, if there is one. I don't like the play call at all, guys. I don't like that one. I would have done some kind of a RPO concept. Because when they're selling out against the run, Oklahoma's run defense is really good. I mean, they're really good against the run anyway, but it's kind of an inside zone that he banged outside. Auburn had coverage on it, no big deal. 2nd and, 7, 6? Wizard D, the 3-man front doesn't bother me too much right now. I mean, their one bust had nothing to do with the 3. They actually had a 4-man front on that one. It's a good play by Mousy. All right, this is a good this was done well. So Mousy actually filled the run gap that he wanted to go through, which forced him to bounce outside, and Auburn was already penetrating well. So that just wasn't going to happen. That was well done. And I think Mousy had a good diagnosis on that one. Mousy's, 16 or 18, something like that? I can't remember. I got it right in front of me. 12. It's a teen. I don't know about Austin Keys as like a de facto nose guard here. I don't understand what he's doing. Oh, he's spying is what he's doing. Hey, that's actually a good hold. Now, it would have been nice to get 3. Whoa, what are we doing here? Would have been nice to get some points on the board, but that's a good defensive hold right there. I think Auburn's going to have a good number of defensive holds today, and I don't mean the penalty. The 3-man fronts don't bother me too much as long as you're getting it done, as long as the number's working, as long as they're not running. And look, guys, that was well handled. He didn't have anywhere to go. Auburn had a spy on him. That play was fucked. He wasn't going anywhere. Got a lot of hang time on that bad boy. That's a hell of a kick. Damn. Keontae scrambles for another 3 yards and talks shit on the sideline. I don't understand it. Alzinga. That's like Daphne Zuniga from Melrose Place. Was that her name? She's cutie. It's a long time ago. A lot of you guys weren't even born yet. Let's see. Thank you, Whale Driver. 1 of 2 on 3rd down for the Oklahoma Sooners. And Auburn Tigers will be back taking over, around the 40-ish? Something like that. Ephesians wants to know, why is Keontae still on punt return? I'm telling you that the only way I can explain it, and we've talked about this as a staff several times, is that they're rewarding him for, what he does. He's a leader. He's a guy who sets a tone at practice. He's just an important part of, you want a team that kind of monitors itself from inside. From players, leading players, basically. He's that guy. He has a passion for returning punts. They're just kind of letting him, you know what I mean? It's kind of like when, in my case, like my daughter, when she's supposed to be home at 11 and she gets home at 11:30, but she's done well in school and I know she's at her friend's house, I'm not going to bust balls over it. She's 22 now, so I don't worry about it at all. But you know what I mean? When we were in high school, you just kind of let some stuff go. Cassidy Pieces, come on, Razor Ramon. We need it here. We'll give him an applause for that one. Of course, Razor Ramon, a reference to Peyton Thorne. Chip says 15 play drive equals 0. Need another 15 for something. Yes, indeed. Eddie gives us an update saying that Arkansas is up a touchdown on Texas A&M there in the first quarter. Snobber and JG, what if you need to poop mid-game? Would Courtney or Maverick take over? Definitely the cat. The cat. I don't know if you guys remember, he was on last week. He loves it. He loves it. I have never had that happen. So that's a good thing. Neil J., our main man, coming to us from Scotland, the great country of Scotland. He is himself Welsh, but he's married to a Scottish girl, and they live in Scotland. And she is a bunker 9.5 at minimum. You guys would love her. Anyway, Neil's a badass too. He fits in with us. This evening, all. What channel is the game on tonight? For us, it's on ABC. I don't know what it would be on where you're at. I don't know what the choices are. But yeah, for sure. Hey, great question, legit. He says, what are you sipping on today, JG? I am drinking this Starlight. This the Starlight. This from the Carl T. Huber version of Starlight. So Carl T. Huber's is I guess a winery. When my daughter, God bless, when my wife was growing up, it was like a farm up in Indiana, a little bit north of Louisville, where they would go and pick like raspberries and shit like that. Now it's more of a winery, and a Starlight's made up there. This is actually finished in sherry casks, and it's a pick that my brother-in-law got me from Total Wine, which is a big deal up there in Louisville and that whole area. They don't have them down here, but we've been in a bunch of Total Wines, and they're great, man. They have a lot of stuff, and their picks are usually top-notch, so that's what I'm drinking today. The Starlight stuff I'm pretty happy with it, man. I've probably got 4 or 5 different versions, and I like all of them. So, cheers. Yeah, what are you guys drinking? Let's see. AU Taxman's drinking a Russell's Reserve Private Barrel, which I had my hands on one the other day, and I chose a all right, we're back to football here. I got to get back to you on that one. Smart by Peyton. I ended up getting an Uncle Nearest pick from my favorite place, the cigar bar downtown, and it's 125. What is with this graphic? That's terrible. It was 125 proof, but it made a great old-fashioned, and so we made old-fashions last night. Oh, my God, it's so good. It's got a really good, deep cherry taste to it, and it really adds for an old-fashioned, brother. Oh, my God. I wish I could make you one. All right, 2nd and 7 after another Peyton scramble. Look at Oklahoma is absolutely loading up. Offsides on Rivaldo. Let's see, Chaz Music is drinking some 2024 Dr. Pepper bottled at the Coca-Cola bottling plant in Birmingham, Alabama. That's good stuff there. David's drinking a Buffalo Trace OTR. That sounds tasty. Let's see what else. Oh, Tim Taco's drinking Captain Morgan and Cherry Coke Lime, Coke Zero, with a lime. That's hey man, it works. It gets you where you need to be to enjoy the Auburn football game, and that's what we need to have, guys. I hate that look from Peyton, man. He just looks dazed. But maybe that's just him. I don't know. What in the world was that? Blake DePay's with us. Much love and many blessings, Auburn fam. He meant to say Auburn fam. Family. There he is, Blake. Blake's super positive. We love having him hang out with us. Feel like a stranger says fair weather. More like foul weather. Got him. All right, 3rd and 12. This is probably not a great situation here. This is not a down a distance that I'm very confident in what Auburn's going to do here. That's the 2nd knockdown from Oklahoma today in, 3 drives? It's a good hold for Oklahoma, man. Chuck Willardry. So I guess that was going to be a bubble, trying to get the ball to Malcolm, and I feel like they're forcing it too much. Boy, I tell you what, man, getting 0 on that last drive. And then you kind of pin them, and then they had such a great punt. It really took away the advantage that they had from being able to hold them on the 5 or whatever. Now, that was a great punt, too. Unfortunately, it's going to go in the end zone, but hell of a punt, though. Ryan says, I really like these calls. They're less predictable. Obviously, the Auburn coaches did their homework. Yeah, they're less predictable. Oklahoma's probably like, well, they're going to be trying to get downfield, and the answer is no, not really. Peyton is now 4 of 9 for 47, so that was a worthless drive. And Jarquez is still 4 of 12, so that was a wasted drive. It's going great. Is that the end of the half? Or end of the quarter, excuse me? No, it's 2 minutes left. Whale Driver says, this sure looks like a blowout to me. Oh, boy. Oh, my. Oh, my. Ephesians says pick 6, and we're back in it. Defense almost has to score in this game, LOL. Man. It wouldn't be bad. Just a takeaway would be good. All right, that's going to be an outside zone run. Auburn was definitely staffed for that one. I mean, they got Morris Williams making a play. Now, he was out last week. He's back in the game. You'll love to see it. Got Philip Bleedy in there. Jason Jones are going to be your two guys up front. I call them the posts. Rushing 3. If you're going to rush 3, you just got to have better triggers to get downhill to fit the run. I understand they're dropping into zone, but I feel like they're respecting Hawkins' passing ability too much right now. It's just my opinion. Neil J. did get a solution to this. Got the channel streaming in the UK. Thanks, Drainers. Hope you all dodged the hurricane out there. I'm not sure we all did. Probably a lot of folks in this chat got hit by that one way or another. Hope you guys are doing all right with that. That was a nice play right there. Was that Asante or Keontae that got beat on that? So I didn't see the safety layout for this. Typically, you want to try to have inside leverage against that inside route. Unless you have a safety helping you. Offensive pass interference. Wow, that's unusual. You don't see that as much. I like that face mask on 87. That's like old school shit right there. Okay, so he's playing outside leverage because he has safety help. Oh, it was a rub concept. I'm sorry. I didn't see it in real time. It was a rub concept that Auburn just didn't anticipate very well. But Oklahoma got a pass interference call, and they're back on 3rd and 21. Cassidy P., he ran a pick. It was just too obvious. He wasn't making a bona fide effort to run a route. All right, that was very well done. Very well done. Who was that out there with the outside leverage on that play? Somebody gets the J.G. Tate big dick play of the game right there. Somebody was absolutely adamant on holding outside leverage there. It was 18. Caleb Harris. That is a big dick play right there, because what he did is he attacked his blocker and kept his outside shoulder free, and the receiver knew he couldn't get out there, and that's how you fuck that play up right there. Outstanding defense. Yeah, Jordan, I'm with you, brother. He says Caleb Harris is going to be a great, great player. The fact that he's as young as he is, and he plays a ton of snaps. I bet he's played 120 snaps this year. He's probably 5th on the team in snaps, and we don't even hear about him very much. I mean, it's probably good. You don't see him getting beat. It's good. Small Victory says, so Deuce is there again, right? He's talking about Deuce Knight, the outstanding quarterback from Loosedale, Mississippi. He is indeed. I believe it's either it's 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5, right? 4 of the 5. Here's kind of what I'm thinking on that one, guys. Let me get to Pablito's super chat here real quick. Still pissed about that early Coleman drop. That changed the texture of this game, certainly the early part of that, Pablito. And I was going to give him a boo, but now I don't really want to do that. I'll just give him a TPIR. That was a tough one, man, because I think it affects – those kinds of mistakes affect Peyton more than your average quarterback, I think. So it's just like, guys, let's just lock in and don't do that. Because then he gets down on himself, and then he starts doing weird stuff. He just kind of syntax error type shit. Anyway, thank you for that, Pablito, and I know you've been here a bunch for us. Back to Deuce. So Deuce, the thing with that is he's here again. Auburn, of course, wants him to commit. If he doesn't, Kayla's been talking about this too. Juju Lewis, is back into the fray here. I don't really want to go too deep into that because I don't know everything about this, but I feel like and when I say Juju, I don't mean him. It's just kind of, the Juju enterprise was getting a little ambitious with how much money they were needing for NIL, the kinds of numbers they were throwing around. And it got to a number where he was just like, hey, man, good luck. If you can get that, God bless you, you know. And ultimately, anecdotal evidence suggests he was not able to get that. So he came back. I think he wants to be here. And I think his dad would be good with him being here, actually. They just want to make sure they get their money right. And I don't really hate on them for that. But you got a little bit of a competition here. And I honestly think that Juju is a more polished player at this point in his career. I'm not saying that he'll always be that way, but I think he is now. And so if they were to get Juju Lewis, I mean, I don't think that's really a step down. I think both of those guys are really good. I think Deuce maybe has, in my opinion, a little more upside, maybe just because of the physicality he brings. Because Juju's a pocket passer. He's like, you know, if he runs, he's kind of like Peyton, who's a good runner, but he's not really an attacker with the run. I think Deuce could do some of that. He's just a really big guy. But I think both of those guys are really good quarterbacks. So I also like the fact that Juju is just like so calm. You know, he's very, very calm. And I like that in my quarterbacks. That's just me, though. I'm not the one coaching him. Robert S. says we can't run on Oklahoma. I absolutely saw that coming. Oklahoma's run defense is really, really good. Particularly if Stutzman is not missing tackles, which he hasn't been doing today. I really like their linebackers fit. First of all, their tackles are like posts. They don't really get displaced. They hold their gaps. And then Stutzman, and if it's number 20 or if it's number 30, 10 or 20, they can kind of zip. They fill really fast. And if your posts stay where they're supposed to be, it's very, I don't want to say easy, but it's straightforward to read the run game. And that's what Oklahoma does really, really well. I mean, it's obvious that Venables understands how to run a run defense. Young Bezos says Juju seems like he could run a pro-type offense like we do based off of tape. That's a great point. I think he's best in a pro offense. I just don't know that that's what he really wants to run. I don't know. It's what they're running, but I feel like would he be better off with a quarterback that could push the run game a little more? I don't know. Little line shift there from Oklahoma. They don't do too much of that usually. All right, that's a really cool idea right there. So I think that was a RPO glance concept, and what he did was he waited for that to develop a little more and just waited on the throw. Which is a very patient thing for him to do. But I really like that slant route there and him waiting to go through the zones and get open on the far side. That was a nice play. Luke Deal in there. Jarquez in there. There's a little speed option. Used to see Nick Marshall run that years ago. Cam Newton could run that one as well. Of course, it's tough when you got Cam Newton running that, and then you got Ontario McCaleb, who averaged 10 yards a carry for an entire fucking season. That was really made it lethal. But, hey, that's a good first down play. Got him to what? 2nd and 6? It's not bad. You're asking a lot there from Caleb Burton to make that block. It's almost kind of a log block for Caleb Burton. I'm not sure. I feel like that's a lot to ask. Russell, great question. Does anyone know what we want to run this season? That was the first question I asked you in the press conference last week. Was, can you describe your offensive identity? And he just said, it's basically what we do. We are what we are. We're running it. And I mean, that's fair. That doesn't really answer my question, but whatever. Oh my God, what an adjustment. Holy shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Dre's a badass. That was a great play from Dre. I like the patience that Peyton showed on that throw. He obviously was reading the safety and didn't think the safety could get there, and so he liked his guy in one-on-one, but the throw sucked. Like, it was just too far behind him. But he was able to make the adjustment and catch the ball. Kind of turned what should have been an easy pitch and catch into a very difficult pitch and catch, but he made it happen. And that's a big-time play from Keandre. I'd like to see the all-22 on that. Because Dre had number 4 beat by 3 steps. And then the throw was way short. But, hey, man. Yeah, absolutely. A great point. Alamo Tiger Grad says, good protection. Damn right. I didn't even bring that up, but he sure had time, didn't he? He had time to make a pump fake and then get it off and not have people right in his face. So that was great. Easterwood, man. What are you doing, G? I'm not even going to say what your stance is on this because it's just so bad. He's talking about another game, though, by the way. Galatians says one-on-one is always a smart play, especially with KLS. Boop, 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 boop. KLS going to rock you. Oh, you guys of a certain age would know that one. What is that name? It was actually KLF, but I think that was popular in like 91, maybe. Let's see. Cassidy P says Peyton Thorne to KLS equals oozing machismo. Do we have a soundbite for that? I think we do. Oozing machismo. What would be oozing machismo? Oh, right here.
You could drop a tarantula into his shorts and he'll still be cool.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Let's get some of these stats updated. Yo. Peyton is now 6 of 11 for 112 and the touch. Put TE. I don't know if that would help at all. War Eagle 0008 making a good observation that I've kind of noticed but haven't thought about it. Thorne has done a good job of not bailing out of the pocket. I'm also a Thorne hater. But he's done well so far. I agree. He's managed the game, and he let that terrible drop not completely wreck him. Should be 7 of 11 for probably 125. Big Gap says, let's see, JG, you got to make Hugh one of those Uncle Nearest old fashions. I don't know if you mean that because it's like get him a little bit looser, because I don't know if he can handle it. Listen, man, if you're not a seasoned bourbon drinker, 125 will tear your ass up. There he is. I feel like Strader says KLS1 IMO. Did we get anybody else that actually knew all that? Oh, Sam H gives the swag. I was just listening to that one earlier today. This has no meaning to anything that what's going on in this game, but I just like hearing it.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
Love it, man. Who is swag? Love it. Let's see. Galatians says, I'd be freaked out with a tarantula in my shorts. I would too. I would be freaked out with a tarantula anywhere near me, honestly, even though they're not going to hurt me. They sure look scary, though. Sometimes I fuck around on Reddit, and they have a couple subreddits. It's like, what is this snake? And, you know, you go through and you get a lot of, like, brown snakes and eastern hognoses, and I'm not worried about them. And then you'll see somebody go, I'm in Myanmar, you know, Burma. What is this? And it's like, oh, that's a death adler, and that fucker will get you from 20 feet away. You're like, no, man, I'm good. They'll say, Jay, why don't you want to travel internationally? I'm like, I know the snakes where I'm at, okay? You end up in wherever, man. They got some death adlers. I'm out, man. That's a wrap. And they'll get one about once a week from somebody in India who's got like a king cobra. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Hell no. I'm not touching that. And then there'll be like an old lady. They'll go grab a cobra from the ass, you know, like from the tail, and just whip his ass around and throw him in the woods or whatever. I'm like, damn, woman. I mean, I like strong women, but that's going too far. All right, here we go. Let's get the third downs. Auburn's 2 of 5. They're still 1 of 3. Oh. Good golly, Miss Molly. Bad missed tackle there. Oh, Rich Anvil says the only Death Adder. Oh, it's Adder. That's right, Adder. I want to see is in Golden Axe down at the Pizza Hut. Dude, I literally played Golden Axe at the Pizza Hut. Was there a Death Adder in that? I don't remember specifically. Death Adler. Yeah, Solo. That shows you how much I know about it, G. I know I'm not going to run into him because I ain't going to be anywhere they're at. The thing about that Death Adler, though, that I saw, like, he just looks like a regular snake to me. But yeah, you don't want to mess with that. Solo Tigre says Death Adder has the fastest strike in the world. Yeah, somebody was taking a picture of it. I was like, don't even get anywhere near there, G. Unless you've got a telephoto lens or something. But yeah, you know it is. Like most of the time, the people in the snake identification thread, it's like a gopher snake or a racer. You know, nothing bad. It's pretty easy to tell the copperheads because they've got that like looks like a Hershey's Kiss type thing, and then their back is arched. Looks like a tent almost. First down run for Oklahoma, by the way. They're across midfield. Jalen McLeod plays a lot of snaps, y'all. Get a lot of mileage out of him. So that's a first down for Oklahoma right there at midfield. Oh, he ran right into the pressure right there, but no tackle. They're going to rule he's outside the tackle box, I would think. It was good pressure, though. Honestly. I wish they would have stayed on Hugh a little bit longer so I could read what he was saying. Damn, it's early in the game for Jay Crawford to be playing. Defensive holding and intentional grounding. So the penalty's offset, replay first down. Okay, I think that's fair. That's fair. I'm sorry, that is defensive holding. Eugene, you gotta wrap up, G. Hey, good ardent pressure though. You like to see it, man. The exertion level, the energy level's there. So that actually, what messed up there, not from an Auburn perspective, they dropped McLeod into an underneath zone, and that had capped a route that Hawkins wanted to hit. And so when he realized the route was capped, he didn't know where else to go. He's not reading a lot of he's not really checking down a lot. It looks like he's kind of reading progression-wise. It's one and then check down is pretty much what he's looking at. And in that case, McLeod wrecked his read. Oh, man, 19 attacked with the wrong shoulder on that. Sylvester Smith got caught up a little bit crossways. He attacked the wrong shoulder. Had he attacked the outside shoulder, I think that would have been a better, more satisfying defensive play. But regardless, it's third down. Auburn's defense has been playing. I would definitely give them big credit for playing aggressively. And there's a lot of emotional investment in this performance today so far. I do not like the way they're handling this bunch set right here. The stack. Oh, but I like the way it ended up. Caleb Harris again. Like we were talking about earlier, that dude can absolutely play, man. Galatian says OU loves those rub routes. They sure do. So, cool idea there, coming out of that stack. I like the concept, but Caleb Harris was wise to it, man. He knew exactly what he was trying to do on that one. He anticipated it really well, and his timing couldn't have been better. So they're going to go on 4th and 7. No, they're not. They're going to punt. My bad. When I see Keontae, I figure, no, he's a punt returner, isn't he? That's his primary job. All right, Auburn's going to take over on the 19. The Auburn fan 123 says Caleb Harris is a grown man. He really is, dude. He is. I mean, he's been the best freshman on the team, like for real. He's been so good. Absolutely love what he's done this year. And again, I think he's 5th on the defensive group in snaps this year. Brandon J says Oklahoma has 50 total yards minus the long TD run. How about that, huh? It's not too bad. And I think they just dropped to 1 and 4 on 3rd down. So, really, so far, I mean, we're still kind of early in the game, I guess, but the big moments have been Cam Coleman dropping the first down throw on the first drive. Auburn getting stuffed on 3rd down and 4th down within the 2 yards of the end zone. Obviously losing contain on the inside contain, actually, on the run for the touchdown for Oklahoma. So those are the 3 big. Oh, and then Dre making an amazing catch on an underthrown pass on a go route. So 4 big plays so far. And those have determined the game for the most part. Oklahoma hadn't been able to run very much. Auburn hadn't been able to run very much. Scott says Auburn behind schedule in turnovers. Yeah, they're usually good for an average of 1 turnover per quarter, right? So, War Tiger just says Auburn sucks. I like to drive in my truck. Auburn sucks. Wizard D wants to know, why would you say that when we just got the ball back? LOL. Hey, man. It's because he's an Auburn fan. He knows how it goes. We know. We've been watching. This is a great point here. A.E. Texman talking about the UNLV quarterback, and there's still some fussing back and forth about what exactly happened there. Now, when he said he wasn't going to play anymore this season, he was going to preserve his red shirt over NIL, he made it seem like they had come to an agreement that UNLV had not fulfilled. However, UNLV was adamant in their belief or their assertion that they had fulfilled every covenant that they had made with him, and that he was. I don't think they went further than that. I think they said it would be a violation for us to do the things that he was asking us to do, meaning augment it. So it's a kind of an ugly situation. The quarterback is definitely good, and what sucks is that UNLV, they look really good. I mean, that's Barry Odom, the former Missouri coach, and then he kind of dropped down to being a defensive coordinator. He's back out at UNLV, and I mean, they look pretty damn good. And if they'd had their quarterback, they'd had a shot at the playoffs. I mean, I know it's still early. We're still in September or whatever. Blake R., my main man from the Eastern Seaboard, one of my favorites of all time, dropping my weekly contribution. Says, let's drink this bourbon and get a damn dub, JGT. I'm drinking the Starlight Carl T. Huber's sherry finish. Enjoy it. A little sweeter than your average bourbon. I like it a lot. It's from Indiana. And Pipe is still in here with us. Pipe. Thank you, sir. Herbster says Sluka is not good. I mean, he's good for UNLV, G. I don't think he's going to, like, Notre Dame to start, but he'll go somewhere. I bet he ends up somewhere like Tulane or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying specifically Tulane, but someone of that ilk. Some team of that ilk. And he'll make his, $600,000 or whatever. Probably making like $250 at UNLV. Let's see. Ryan's been very positive since joining our show a couple weeks back. Says your studio lighting, background, audio, and graphics are spot on. By the way, your wardrobe coordinator deserves a raise for making you look so dapper. Thank you, sir. Administrative assistant is pretty awesome. There they go. They're continuing to try to run against Oklahoma. What you have to do, you can't just sit back there and throw all the time. I like Lewis. Kip Lewis is their outside backer, and he triggers downhill really fast. I feel like he's a better tackler than Stutzman because Stutzman will miss a few. But they both read and react so well. Look at the fill on that. Keeps his head up, keeps his shoulders square. And as soon as Damari makes a move forward, he's ready to engage. That's how you play the position right there. Thank you, Ryan, for your positivity and Hey, man, I like it. All right, 3rd and 9. Auburn going for a gap run right there, and that's going to be a first down. I love it. That's like a one gap power behind Jeremiah Wright. Maybe it was a 2 gap. Wonder what the spot's going to be on that. Love the concept here. 77's going to pull. It's kind of a skip pull where he keeps his shoulder square to the line of scrimmage and then goes forward. I like the concept. That's something they haven't run today, and it's not something you see a lot of. Is this number 30? He had a great game against Tennessee the other day. Hopefully that's just a cramp. Yeah, I thought that kid was, at times, for like a quarter or two, he was the best defensive player they had on the field in that game. Let's see. Robert B says, I wouldn't have Fairweather in on run plays, period. The problem is that if you're going to run like 12 personnel, I mean, who do you like better as a blocker now? I would have said Brandon Frazier, but he's out for the season. You got Rivaldo, who's just like you're kind of mentioning, kind of a so-so blocker. Luke Deal has not been a very good blocker. You think of him as a good blocker, but he's actually not. And then after that, you're looking at Micah Riley, and he's more of a pass-catching tight end. And then you've got Rico. I'd like to see a little more Rico. And I guess they got Muskie in there too, but he's more of a, I think, goal line type guy. Chaz thinks that might have been a phantom injury to try to get Oklahoma's defense some wind. A Texas says, can we get Stutzman to stick with football and stop posting on the bunker? Stutzy Poo, one of our great posters on the bunker. Yeah, I think it's his brother. Hey, they got Micah in on this play, though, G. Robert B., they got Micah in. We'll see if he can do anything. To me, that means he's probably going to be a pass threat. Now he's blocking. Actually, it's a great block. Did a good job. He just kind of drove him back and probably cleared the way for another, 2 or 3 yards. For my favorite guy from Montgomery, Jeremiah Cobb. Warrior Tiger says, can we skip the part where Auburn loses? My man. Turn that down a little bit. Sorry, I didn't mean it to be so loud. I like the consistency. That's back-to-back plays from Micah Riley. This is unusual. I thought he did a nice job there. It wasn't a pretty block, but it was an effective block. Now, the ball went the other way, but Peyton seems calm and in control right now. He's pretty good when he's like this. I was worried that initial drop from Cam was going to really mess him up, but it hasn't. Let's see. Wales's bad cut there should have been a huge gain. You talk about that throw right there to Dre. I was kind of watching the other side of the line, so I didn't see as much. There's Micah Riley in there again. This is very interesting to me. They were just giving Rivaldo a little bit of a break. Oh, Jeremiah Wright, that man has a family, G. Oh, my God. He killed somebody on that play. Holy shit. That guy got planted. He got knocked on his ass and planted. Number 77 is going to whoop somebody's ass on this play. Oh, good night, homie. That's another skip pull from him, which is kind of a new blocking paradigm. I haven't seen him do that this year. That's something that Gus did a few years ago. Oh, God, it's been several years ago now, but Peyton saw something there. Malcolm Simmons!
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Look at that. Wizard D said, that's a pancake right there, LOL. That was the definition of a pancake. Holy shit. Number 2 is not going to come back from that one easily. That's embarrassing. I mean, I know it's a guy that's twice his size, you know what I mean? But you got to see that coming, homie. Man, Peyton is feeling it right now. All right, Towns Magoo. Can do Magoo puts it through the uprights, through the wickets, as the kids say. And that's a 14-7 lead for the Auburn Tigers. Man, watching this replay, that's a splash. I mean, it wasn't a perfect throw, but Malcolm, God bless that kid, was able to make the adjustment. But it was a good enough throw. And it was a good identification of what the situation was. So, yeah, that's good. Daniel says the bug is strong right now. I'm ready to be hurt again. And that's funny right there. CDF jumps in to say, I want to believe ... Hell yeah, he does. This is, here's the thing, though. I'm not trying to be the harbinger of bad news. Not that you guys don't know because you live this life, too, just like I do. But it can turn around quickly. Just a couple screw-ups, and it seems like Peyton will lose his confidence. But, man, if they can keep it going like this, they look good. This is thoughtful. I mean, and considering, they've been able to kind of carve out a little bit of a running game, which I wasn't sure they'd be able to do at all. 16 carries for 57 right now total. Now, 4 carries for 17 for Peyton, running for his life. But Damari's 5 for 25, and Hunter's 5 for 15. And let me update Thorne's stats real quick before I get to the super chat. He is now 9 of 14 for 171. What did I say? 9 of 14, 171. So he's picked it up. And he's got 2 tutties now. He's got 2 tut-hopes. Yeah, and let me get the third down because I think that might be a tasty number there. Auburn's 3 of 6. They're 1 of 4. So, all right. Now fully updated for your pleasure. Cassidy P with a super chat says it's fun having real wideouts like KLS and Malcolm. Hey, man, they're winning some routes tonight. And the cornerbacks for OU, I don't love them. I do like their safeties, but I don't love their corners. And they have found ways to kind of, they're going verts. They're kind of beating people on verts in situations where the safeties don't have the ability to get over there and help. So I like what they're doing there. And I can guarantee you that Peyton is paying very close attention to where the safety placement is and the way they're moving. Cassidy P coming in again. That's got to be like his 5th or 6th super chat today. Hard work pays off. Dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do. That's from Peyton, a.k.a. Razor Ramon, the man. We'll give him this one right here.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Today he's good. Today he's good. I'm just saying, guys, I'm not getting ahead of myself here, but the potential exists. The potential exists to see Auburn beat Oklahoma and to watch Georgia beat Alabama. That would be nice. I don't like pulling for Georgia, but no, you know what, man? I don't know. What are we going to think? What are we doing on the Tuscaloosa game? Because when I said that, it seemed okay in my head, and then when I said Georgia win, I had a feeling a negative feeling that went through me. So I want that stricken from the record. I don't know how I feel about Tuscaloosa now, about this game. Peyton's throwing some dimes around here, man. Just saying he is. He's playing a game. Neil J. coming in from Scotland says this is typical Hugh Freeze coaching, shitting the bed against poor teams, then overachieving against good teams and turning them over. He's actually got a great point. I mean, it just tends to be this way. All right, so that's a zone read there. And Auburn really had it pretty good, laterally covered. Sly Smith getting over there. Let's see. Daniel says he hates Georgia more than Alabama. Now I do too, but I don't want Alabama to win that game and then start. You know what I mean? If you live over here, you hear it a lot. Of course, if you're in Georgia, you don't want to hear that either. So there's really not a lot of great. All right, that was another outside zone concept, outside zone read, and he got a little further. He got a little further wide than I thought. Auburn didn't get quite to him, but it's 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4-ish. Oh, Daniel lives in Athens. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, G. You don't want to be hearing that barking and those guys on all fours. Jay, we know you hate OU worse than Alabama. Let's do this. I don't hate Oklahoma. I mean, I do today, but went to high school in Oklahoma and Tulsa. A lot of my good friends went to OU. Uh-oh. Oh! Wow, that is really nice pursuit on that. And a really nice angle. DeMarcus Riddick, the freshman from Clanton, Alabama, who I think got 2 snaps in the last game. That is really his specialty right there. From a linebacker perspective, he's still learning the game mentally, but he has a specimen, and his chase is unreal. So he dropped into like a middle zone there, and then he just went after the guy. Man, nice. That's a big play for a guy who don't get a lot of snaps yet. Boy, this punter can absolutely boom it, man. Great punt. Keontae gets another 6 or 7 yards out of it. I thought he should have gotten a few more. He did. I didn't think he should. Wow, Chaz says if Alabama was playing the Taliban, he'd pull for the Taliban. There's no wrong answers here. We've all got our biases on this. I think it's incremental. I think we all dislike Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. I think we all do. I'd like to see them all lose. Sometimes when they play each other, you got to pick one. I don't even know what to do tonight. All right, looks like this is what they ran pretty much the whole last drive, was this 11 personnel. And that's just an inside zone run. I almost feel like you're kind of giving away a play when you're running inside zone right now. That hasn't done shit. Their good run plays to this point have been gappers, specifically that skip pull, going left side with Jeremiah Wright pulling. You can't do it too much because they'll anticipate it. There's Dylan Senda on the sideline, number 71, young man that they snagged out of he's going to go to Northwestern but ended up leaving because they fired Pat Fitzgerald. Good developmental player. Robert thinks he saw a bad read on that one. Very possible. I wasn't paying that close attention. Good call on that, though. Probably going to have a hold on this play right here. No, defensive encroachment. You love to see it. You love to see Venables getting a little frustrated and exasperated. This is life on the road, big boy. That's what happens. I'm trying to understand. Oh, he means Black Knight. Like Knight. I think Black Knight football all seen. That's what I'm pulling for. Hell yeah. We'll go for it. Let's see. Poppy Clan, Dark Knight. Yeah, I had a feeling that's what you were saying. Dark Knight. Did you think you were just going to come in here and take all that money? Yeah. The Batman. He has exposed Gotham to your true colors. Ooh, I like this play. He's not open, though. Peyton's telling him to block. That's a first down, guys. So they're hoping to break Cam Coleman out there into the flat, and he wasn't open. That Oklahoma anticipated it very well. And Peyton just said, hell with it, I'm running it. Good play, man. Good play. I like, CDF, I like any reference to the Dark Knight, my man. T-Park jumps in, had to give my Georgia my GA freshie Riddick some love. The outstanding freshman linebacker. They love him. He don't play that much just because Mousie's here. Mousie's played like 1,000 billion snaps in his career, and Eugene, same thing. Both really accomplished and experienced linebackers. But make no mistake, they are really happy with what DeMarcus Riddick has been doing, number 16, and they're stoked for him. True freshman. I think at this point, 10 snaps a game would be good for him. But, man, that was a huge play right there. It ended a drive that's got Auburn. Auburn's now taking that and starting to move down the field a little bit, so that's huge. Sam H. just says time of possession. Let me get the numbers for you. It definitely feels like it's in Auburn's favor. 10:52 for Oklahoma, 15:33 for the Auburn Tigers. So a 5-minute differential right there. And the plays, let's see, they're at 19. Auburn's at 32. So Auburn's plus 13 on plays right now. Robert Smith's making he's gambling, I guess, that Jackson Arnold, who was their starting quarterback last week, will come back into the game in the second half. Certainly possible. I did want to say that Coach Hunter, I don't know so his grandmother passed away yesterday, who's a very important figure in his life. And he ended up coaching yesterday, but I feel kind of weird asking him to be on the show because I think he's hell with it. I'll ask because he's family, and I was texting him earlier about it. I was bummed out, man. I'll check with Hunter and see. Let's see. Colorado's now up on the Fighting Gus's 14-7. AU Tax said, why would he stop now? That's one thing about it. Somebody posted a picture of Robert Smith from The Cure on the bunker earlier and said, this guy, what is going on? And he don't look good. But, he's an emo singer, and he's 65 years old. That's what happens. When you're 65 years old, you're going to be a 65-year-old looking tax man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we can get Hunter on the line. Yes. That's what you love to hear. Chip says, tell Hunter to get on the horn and feel the love. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give it up for Hunter's grandma, who I know she's his grandma. Obviously, that's a very important role for him in his life, but she was she was beloved everywhere, all around the area where she lived and resided up near the lake in Elmore County, specifically in the eclectic areas, and that's going to be a big loss. So she's going to be very, very missed. Madison says biggest stat so far, no turnovers. Yes, I hope you didn't jinx it, but you're right. 0 turnovers for the Auburn Tigers so far. So that's good. And, I thought they were capable of playing like this, and that's what they're doing. I like when the sun shines through. Split zone concept right there. Peyton Thorne with the keeper. Man, he's taking some punishment, though. He's fired up about these runs, man. He's intense. He's locked. 8-yard run on that one. 2nd and 2. CJ said he was out, but he's back. Just when I'm out, I get pulled back in. We're glad to have you back, CJ. Raven says go away. Oh, be nice. Come on, Raven. He's still early in his trajectory of being an Auburn fan. Not because he's new to Auburn, because he's relatively new to earth. He's still a young man. Tuck the ball, please. Thank you. All right. Oklahoma getting some pressure on that, but it was Auburn was able to kind of funnel the pressure out the sides, and he was able to escape the pocket forward. So you like that. Peyton has a tendency to want to escape pressure side to side. He hasn't been doing that today. I really like the execution of that play right there. That's kind of a little hitch. And I like that because they're playing off coverage on him that gives him a little more space or a little bit more of a window, I guess, for when he stopped. Peyton already had that ball out, put it on the outside shoulder so he's able to turn and potentially break a tackle and get more yardage there. I like the execution, like the call. I also like the read because with the cornerback playing off of him, last week he was trying to throw into some of those when he had a cornerback pressing him, and that's just a tough throw to make. All right, so you've got, you got Dre. Okay, they're going to motion Fairweather in. That surprised me a little bit. Oklahoma is going to be dissatisfied with Auburn being able to run the ball as well as they have today. They're going to feel like they probably wanted to give up something in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 yards rushing today, and they're not going to do that. It's going to be more than that. Auburn fan 123 says it's insane how much better Thorne plays when he's confident. You're right, man. When he's confident and he's locked like he's doing right now, he's pretty freaking good. And I think somebody was trying to argue on the bunker just the other day that he's the worst quarterback in the league. Like, come on, man. He plays like ass sometimes. Everybody does. But when he's locked in, man, he's good. He's good. EPW says corners playing soft. They sure were on that throw to Dre. They play a mixture, though. Oklahoma will press you. You see it less in the slot, particularly because their slot is out. Their slot corner is he got hurt. Actually, he dislocated his ankle in the Tennessee game, so he's definitely not in there. I really liked watching him play, though, because he was a dominator. I really liked him. Oh, shit. What a play by Peyton to go get that ball, dude. Good God. So he got hit throwing the ball. Boy, Venables is about to blow. He's doing like a Will Muschamp over there. Was his arm going forward, guys? Well, it doesn't matter now. Now, that's the first time they've really just gotten a ton of pressure on him. Let's see. So we're good with Hunter. I want to make sure Kozan's good here, too. All right. Checking in with AK to see what's up with that. Or Tiger says Thorne still can't read a defense. I don't know, man. He's played some pretty good reads today. I know that's been the criticism of him. And I think when he gets into a mental funk, he's really poor at that. But today he's been pretty good. I'm a little confused about what we're doing here. Why is the game stopped? Stupa wants to know how that wasn't an incomplete pass. My thought was, his arm was going forward. But they already got a playoff after that, so they can't be adjudicating that any longer, right? I don't know. He's indicating second down. So after the sack, it's going to be 2nd and 16. Let's see. Where is Auburn on the field? They are at the 25. All right, AK's good to go too. So we'll just go at halftime. We'll go Hunter and AK. I feel like everything Auburn's been doing run game today has been emphasis on shoulders square to the line of scrimmage. So Hunter has made a few cuts where he's staying square to the line of scrimmage. And then, of course, the skip pulls from Jeremiah Wright have been shoulder square too. As the benefit of you keeping your eyes right where you need to keep them. I wonder if that's it had to have been an area of teaching emphasis because it's not really something I think of with Jarquez as much. Let's see. Cleveland says PT is shedding blood. What a warrior. I didn't see it. I was kind of babbling, I guess. Not paying as close attention as I should. Let me get some of these. I'd like to get some of these stats updated. Peyton is 10 of 15 for 183 now. I'll get that updated. Then we got 3rd and 10. That's what we're dealing with here. Auburn has no timeouts left. So you got to be careful here. You don't want to waste the field goal opportunity. Speaking of that, they still have enough time to get the field goal unit out there, but Towns Magoo better be ready. This is going to be, what, a 31-yarder? Oh, he missed it. Fucking A. Oh, man, huge missed opportunity there. And somebody was talking about clock management earlier. You got to also think about that, too. I don't feel like it should have been so hurried and harried, you know? Illegal substitution on the Sooners, man. And now they're going to have a chance to kick it again. He can take his time this time. Hold on, I don't even count Wizard D. I think they're going to have another opportunity. Boy, Towns fell down on the kick. Just completely lost his footing. I guarantee he's going to hit this one. Yeah, bailed out, Raven. Raven's just bailed out for sure. There's no doubt about that. Towns is cash money when everything's calm like this. Oh, my God, he missed again? I bet he had missed 2 kicks in a row this entire year, like when he's been on the practice field or anywhere. She's embarrassed. She's amazed, too. How can that be? Not a good snap, but I don't think that was the problem. He's just got to kick that ball straighter. Look at Oscar says, hang in there, Big Daddy. So Auburn really missing some opportunities, right? You get down to the 1-yard line and you don't get the ball. You don't get any points out of it. And then you get these 2 field goal kicks that are at the 30. You know, it's a 30-yard kick, very makeable, and you miss them both. Like, fart, man. That's too much. That's too much to leave out there, man. Too much to leave out there. Too much to leave out there. Oh, man. There's almost like a temptation for me anyway to put Alex out there. Alex is not strong enough to hit his long kicks, but I bet he can hit those short ones. And Alex just straight up don't miss. To be fair, Towns has been good. That's a tough one, man. All right, let's see if we can get Coach Hunter on the horn. Hey, Coach Hunter, what up?
Hey, what's up, JG?
Word.
Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I got you now.
Sweet.
So,
Hey, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but sorry about your grandmother, man. Sorry for the
appreciate
loss.
it, man. Appreciate it.
I know she was an institution up there for sure.
Yeah, man, she meant a lot to a lot of people around here. So,
Yeah, there's no doubt. So we're sorry to hear that, brother. We're thinking about you. Everybody here in the chat is too.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
What about this game so far? What have you thought about it?
Oh, shoot, man, outside of one play, I thought the defense played really, really well. Some creative play calls. The max spy concept to where you show 6-man gap pressure and you've got one zone dropper and one guy sitting there as a spy. They did it with Riddick one time. I think they did it with Keys one time. That's a really smart, really aggressive way to play third downs against a mobile quarterback. Like that concept a lot. I thought, man, I think this version of Thorne, for the most part, is what we all hoped for at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
You know, what you've seen in the first half, using his mobility, taking what the defense gives him or taking off, you know, not forcing the ball.
What do you think about that run
Go
game?
ahead, man.
I love these skip pulls, man. I love it.
Yes, especially when they're using when Oklahoma's trying to use a safety to set the edge. I don't know if you saw it, number 2, really good safety for Oklahoma. Like, he comes out and lives in the box. But Jeremiah Wright caught a body on that guy on that last big run.
Yes,
and
he did. He pancaked the shit out of him, didn't
those kind of those kind of blocks, man. Those kind of blocks set a tone and kind of create an energy in the run game that you can feed off of the rest of the game. You know, I want to see them not back off of that. Can't waste red zone possessions, though. Got 2 wasted red zone possessions. You know, they should be up at least 6 points, if not 2 scores. So you hope that doesn't come back to bite Auburn. You got to finish drives and get points.
Yeah, do you fault the 4th and 1 from the 1, or 4th and goal from the 1? Excuse me. Do you fault going for it there, or maybe the play call?
I don't fault going for it. I do think it was one of those where you kind of outsmarted yourself with the play call, where you got a toy that you just have to play with, you know. And I knew that's something they've been doing in practice a lot in the last couple of weeks and even going back to the summer. And I just don't think it was necessary. I think you've got a couple of really good backs. You've got a room full of big tight ends. Man, blunt force trauma, that thing.
Oh, I like that. Blunt force trauma. Defensively, you like the way the linebackers been playing? I feel like they've been fitting better, Mousy and Eugene.
Yeah, they have. They're doing a better job with their eye discipline, you know, and not taking that false step when eye candy kind of pulls them away or there's a motion or a shift. You know, they're being sound. Oklahoma's throwing a lot of different run concepts at them: stretch, read, inside zone, split zone, and they're doing a good job of fitting all of it.
Which they're not usually. I mean, Hunter, in the last few weeks, they haven't necessarily done a great job at that. So it's like have they just worked on that in practice? How do you get linebackers more disciplined like that?
Reps together, you know. And I think it's one of those things where Durkin's he's not being quite as multiple in the number of fronts that they're playing behind today. You know, it's been basically either over or mint. And when you're not moving around as a linebacker to different gaps and different spots, it's a lot of times it's easier to get your eyes in the same place, in the right place, over and over again. And so I think he's just kind of letting them settle a little more with fewer play calls and simplifying what they're seeing.
And again, a mint is when you have a nose, 2 like shade threes, and then you have someone who plays one guy outside.
Well, you don't have to have that guy on the outside. That the beauty of it, you know, is you've got those 2, is you play 2 4 eyes, which is basically a wide 3 technique on the inside shoulder of the offensive tackle, right? And what that does is that guy still generally demands a double team, but he's wide enough that he doesn't let the offensive tackle come off a double team and climb to a linebacker. So you can protect your linebackers and let them run, and at the same time cut down on their ability to pull because they can still play the big gap like a 3 technique and force double teams. Right. Sometimes you walk a 5 tech down, sometimes you don't. You play off-ball fitters from, you know, what you call a loose 50 or a flex 50 or something like that. It gives you a lot of flexibility at the second level.
Yeah, and it also but those linebackers have to be careful for edge protection or to have leverage on the outside runs, right?
Yeah,
Somebody
correct,
does.
man. If I'm the C gap fitter, I'm reading the outside shoulder of that offensive tackle. If I get a down block, I got to run trigger right now. You know, now because if there's a puller, I'm the spill guy. You know, or if he's down blocking for the quarterback to read the backside of the zone, I'm the quarterback fit. And so you still got to have a really fast trigger and a really keen eye, right?
Yeah, that's something where Sylvester Smith had some trouble last week, I think.
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
You're right, it was 2 weeks ago. He just wasn't triggering fast, like you said.
No, and he was doing it. And that's like a young guy, you know, safety kind of playing the linebacker fit from depth. It's a lot to ask, but again, I mean, that's your job, man. You're a D1 athlete, SEC guy.
What are you seeing in the second half, man?
Man, I hope they continue to tackle well, do a good job. I really think that the quarterback's legs are the most dangerous thing Oklahoma has right now. And the one little receiver, 15, is getting some yards after catch, got a tackle right there better. But I think if Auburn can not have any turnovers, can keep the quarterback in the pocket and continue to move the ball and control the clock like they are, they've got a chance to finish this thing out and get a big win.
That'd be nice, man. That'd be a big-ass win. It really would be.
It'd be huge. It'd be a momentum-shifting win, man.
Yeah, and they need something.
definitely.
All right, G, we always appreciate you being on the line with us. And again, thoughts up for your grandma.
Hey, man, thanks, Jay. See
All
you.
right, Hunter, see you, bye. There he is, Hunter, an absolute stud, a great coach, been a defensive coordinator a lot in his career, also been a head coach. He's currently a head coach and knows defense, played linebacker in college at Troy State, which is what it was at the time when he played. And Tuberville liked him here at Auburn, just didn't think he was quite tall enough, long enough. Back in those days, if you remember, they tend to have, longer guys. And Hunter, even though he's extremely strong, extremely fit, and very aggressive, he wasn't a particularly long and tall guy. So there you go, Coach Hunter, 148 on the bunker, and somebody we love very much. And when his coaching career winds down someday, many, many years in the future, he'll be back doing these scouting reports for us. But right now he's very busy with the stuff he's doing, and I'm having to pinch hit for him is the way I look at it. He also made some good points here. When they use a safety to set the edge, which is something that Oklahoma does when they're using their three-man front, that's when Jeremiah Wright with those skip pulls is able to just annihilate this dude. And we saw it there late in the second quarter where he got a skip pull and went right through there and literally knocked number 2 on his ass and then laid down on him. So that's a full pancake right there. He likes the eye discipline for the linebackers. He thinks that's been better, and it's something that you get better at when you repping it a lot in practice. I feel like those guys probably rep a lot every week, but they sure seem better at it today. Thinks that Durkin's been a little less multiple in his fronts today. Over fronts plus that mint that he talked about with the 2-4 eyes and the nose, and you can walk down a 5-hole guy or not. But the thing is, when those down blocks come in, you got to read those quickly if you're the second level outside guy, whether that's that can be a safety, that can be an outside linebacker, and it can even be a nickel. That's somewhere where I think Auburn was slow to react in previous weeks. Today, not as much. So, yeah, there we go. And Blake speaks up for us and says, thanks, Coach Hunter, and thoughts and prayers. I know some of you guys are also doing that, CJ as well. So, feel like a stranger as well. Enjoy that. Thanks for always being thoughtful, guys. And, of course, we love Coach Hunter. Let's see if we can get AK on here. He said he was going to be good. And we will give him a call and see what happens. Mobile alum, thank you for your super chat. I'm going to go into more detail on that when I finish this call with Sir Alex.
JG, what's going on?
Hey, what up, Alex?
Can you hear me okay?
Hell yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Awesome. Hey, man, did you see the play there late in the second quarter when the right guard had a skip pull and just demolished the safety and just literally laid down on him? Wasn't that awesome?
Yeah, that's a highlight block right there. I'd love to see it. That was awesome. Need some more of that.
Yeah, and as someone who used to be a guard, I bet that was a very satisfying moment when you did that, right?
Yeah, it's always fun hitting a guy who's 50 pounds less than you. It tends to work out pretty good.
Did you ever say mean things to people after you did that to them?
I said some things.
Okay. I always think of you as a very intelligent and thoughtful, introspective dude, but I bet on the field you could get kind of fired up, yeah.
I mean, time and place.
Absolutely.
If you whoop someone's ass, you can talk some shit. So, no, it's that was probably as good as you could have hoped for in terms of the first half. I mean,
yeah. Being
up a touchdown, and they left probably 6 to 10 points on the field. So, I mean, if you had told us that coming in, that's as good as you can do. I think,
absolutely.
Yeah, defensively, I'd love for us to get to a better start defensively. It's like every single game I want to kill DJ Durkin because they give up a touchdown the first drive or two.
Yeah.
And then he slowly wins me back. They settle in. I thought the defense, they did a good job with, when you're looking at that Hawkins Jr. guy, he's going to use his legs. They did a good job with the spy linebacker to keep him in check. I think the defense as a whole, I mean, if you take away that first run he had, they're holding to less than 2 yards a carry. You can't play better than that.
Yeah,
so
they're doing great with
good
that.
gap discipline. Oklahoma is usually one of the best offensive lines in the country. This year, they don't have those guys. So, maintaining that gap discipline, and it forces the offense to, disrupt and move people, and they haven't shown that they have the guys to do that. So defensively, I think you keep doing what you're doing. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamic changes. Supposedly they're going to use a little bit of their prior starting quarterback Arnold in the second half. So it will be interesting to see how that changes the game.
Yeah, he had some trouble in the Tennessee game. Jackson Arnold did, and they switched quarterbacks. It'd be interesting if they switch back now. I don't know.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think the defense seemed to have rattled Hawkins Jr. a little bit. He did not seem as confident to me as the half wore on. So defensively, love what they're doing. Then offensively, I mean, you and I were texting after the game last week, and how sloppy, 4 games into the season, everything looked, and here they are. I don't know what they did in practice this week, but that was as sharp as I've seen. I mean, the thing I liked the most. They were attacking the entire field. They were attacking the edges. They were going up the middle. All sorts of different plays in the passing game and the running game, using the running game to set up the passing game, which I love. You get your best player Hunter involved, it tends to work out pretty good. It sounds simple, but we've been making it look like organic chemistry or something. You get him involved, it kind of opens everything up. I'm not. You got Peyton Thorne out there. He's focused. He's having fun. He's throwing for 12 yards per attempt. I mean, that's an elite passing game. I mean, I think you've seen a player who lost his job, looked at the potential that his playing career might be over, and he's responded as well as you possibly could in that situation. I mean, the way he's playing right now, I mean, you'll take this every single day of the week. He's playing really, really good football. So
I don't understand where it changes this fast, because he just looks like a deer in headlights sometimes, and then he has a half like this where he's just completely locked in. He looks like an absolute stud.
Yeah, he's such a confidence player. When he loses his confidence, he seems to get rattled, and he doesn't seem to see the field as well. But when you have a little bit of a running game, takes the pressure off of him, he doesn't have to win the entire game himself. It seems like that's kind of his recipe. He can use his legs a little bit to keep the chains moving. We'll see in the second half. I think the keys in the second, if they can score, I'm going to say 13 points and not turn the ball over, I think it's a win. You'd love to do better than that, but if they can do that, I think they've won the game. So based on the way the defense is playing.
Yeah, they're playing great. All right, man. We'll just see if they can keep it going, brother. That's really all it takes right now. I mean, I think they're playing. They got a good plan. I think it's executing well. If they can just stay on that track, I think they got a really good shot here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, one thing I wanted to ask you before we let you go. Did you like the 4th and goal from the 1? They go Wildcat, didn't get it. Did you like – I think you probably like the idea of being aggressive and going for the touchdown. Did you like the play call?
I like the Wildcat when you've got a war daddy offensive lineman that's going to whoop someone's ass. Auburn was really, really good at it. With my buddy Braden Smith, he would almost always dominate the guy in front of him, and then they're loading the box, so he's got his block taken care of, and then you bring the house to whatever hole you're running through. And to me, that usually is just too overwhelming for a goal line defense. I think the way Auburn was playing and moving the football, I would have liked to have spread things out a little bit and kept the hot hand between Hunter and even Thorne with his legs. That's just me. But I think sometimes when you rep a play, because how it works, Jay, is they'll run that package in practice every single week, and eventually everyone's thinking to themselves, when the hell are we going to use this? So sometimes you just bust it out to see how it goes, because the coaching staff convinced themselves that they've got something. Yeah. So sometimes you just have to whip it out and see what you got. I versus this defense, I don't love it, but at least they were aggressive. I do think going for it on 4th down was the right call. I mean, you've got 4th and 1, making Oklahoma's offense go 99 against you with a freshman quarterback. Rather than a field goal. I think from a risk-adjusted return perspective, I would have gone for it. It didn't work out. I'm not going to sit here and and question. Ideally you probably use Hunter there, but I think it was the right call to go for it.
Yeah. All right, man. Alex, I appreciate you jumping on with
All
us,
right.
G.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
See ya. Bye. Taxman, I know you wanted me to ask if he'd committed yet. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 stars. Thank you, Skype, for asking. We absolutely love when Alex is on there with us. Two really good. I love these two guys. Hunter is just such a straightforward. He knows ball. He just tells it like it is. And then Alex is on the other side of the ball. Played guard at Auburn, offensive lineman from Colorado, and he speaks it true too. So my kind of guys, and really enjoy talking ball with both of them. They both know a lot more than I do, and that's why we like to have them on the air and talking to them about that. So there we go. That's our On the Horn for the halftime show. Mobile Alum had a super chat that came through while I was on the horn and says, just JG Tate. That is me indeed. And thank you for jumping on with us today, Mobile Alum. Again, Snowburn says, did Kozan commit? He did indeed, eventually. There were some difficult minutes there, or days, when we thought he might have been going to Iowa. Getting a question about Hawkins' stats. He is 5 of 6 for 41 yards, throwing the football, and then he's 6 carries for 51 yards. And here's the weird thing about Oklahoma. So they're 5 of 6 passing. He's the only one that's thrown a pass. And they have 13 runs in this game, and Hawkins he had 6 of them. And their tailback is 7 carries for 19. So he's pretty much been the whole thing. And the idea is, like, if they're going to take him out and put Jackson Arnold in there, like, you're literally taking out somebody who is 75% of your offense. It's a big leap of faith. And I'm not sure that would make sense, but, not my problem. They are 1 of 5 on third down. Auburn is 3 of 7, so I probably need to get that updated. And at that point, these stats are all completely updated for the halftime right there. Daniel, I knew somebody was going to love that quote from Kozan. Sometimes you just have to whip it out and see. He was talking about a specific call designed for goal line that they kind of dream it up and think it up, and they feel like it works really well in practice, and that's what Kozan was talking about. But it was pretty funny to hear it. Raven says we got to get Reese Disputes on the drain. We can definitely do that. Reese is 100% a friend of the site, and he's a real good friend of Kozan's too. So maybe we should do that. My thought on that was, you get Reese and Kozan on here. It's almost like too much offensive line. You know what I mean? That was my thought, but yeah, maybe we ought to do that. Maybe we ought to try to get Reese on here. He'd love it, and he knows ball really well. Obviously, a 4-year starter for Auburn and a Remington Award winner, is the best center in the country. So, an All-American, just a total badass from Spanish Fort, Alabama. And the second half has kicked off. Really nice kickoff, too. Right through the end zone. All right, third quarter. Here we go. Let's see if they make a change at quarterback. My guess is that they will not do that. If they do, the other quarterback, Arnold, he's a much different kind of player. I mean, he's not going to run. Man, that play from DeMarcus Riddick was cash money, wasn't it? So good. Nope, they're sticking with their quarterback. All right, Hawkins stays in. Kind of a pistol look here. That was a design handoff, and 21 filled that hole like a boss right there, Caleb Wooden. Runner 24 with a super chat, my man. Coming in from the Eastern Seaboard. Also a terrific caller when he calls in. Listen to the first half in the car, and now time to smash the likes. That's what I like to hear right there. Thank you, sir, for the super chat and for asking for likes. I feel bad doing it. 2nd and 8. It's a 40 formation is what Gus would call that. Little play action. Not much pressure on that. That wideout is open, and that pass is nowhere near him. Kay and Lee got beat on that one, even though he had safety help. But Jaron, as we've kind of learned, his positioning is good. His willingness is good. His range is not so good. So, missed opportunity there for Oklahoma Sooners, and it's 3rd and 8 for the Auburn Tigers. Home fans, there's a Lego in the sky right there for a brief moment. Let's see what kind of pressure package. Looks like they're showing AA pressure. They've got a spy going right here. It's DeMarcus Riddick. He's a little bit out of. Oh, motherfucker! How do you get? Oh my God, that has to hurt. Oh my God, I thought that Riddick wasn't going to get there, and not only did he get there, he absolutely knocked that dude's dick in the dirt. Oh my God. Oh, he paid the price for that one. My God. That was definitely not a foul on DeMarcus Riddick. What do they call? What do they call? Holding? Okay, I was like, let that be targeting now. Defensive holding. That's 2 defensive holdings, right? Or did they call PI on Jay Crawford earlier? I couldn't remember. I think it was defensive holding. Yeah, Jordan Whitfield, he is definitely a linebacker. He put Riddick as a bad man, which is 100% true. He comes in with ill intentions, that is for sure. Wow, he's knocking. Look at Walker White firing him up, too. Anyway, 1st and 10 for the Oklahoma Sooners, who have really been having to grind here. And just a poor throw on that quick screen. Smoke throw. Runner 24 says the quarterback's earpiece. I saw something flying. I didn't know what it was. Thought it might have been his teeth. He got crushed. Jalen McLeod is a stand-up end here with the other guy shifted to the right. Oh! Eugene Asante. Oh, my goodness. Boy, I bet you Hunter is just absolutely loving this right now. This defense is just like some wild dogs right now. Just chomping at the bit to hit a man. It's like everybody's trying to get their own lick in like DeMarcus had. Man, that is like a missile shot right there. 3rd and 11. Auburn now with a 5-man front with Keys kind of like as that de facto nose, if you want to call him that. He's just right over the tackle. He's spying. This play's going nowhere. Guys, Auburn's playing some defense right now. I know Oklahoma's kind of a wounded dog on offense in general, but Auburn has got them absolutely pinned right now. They got nothing. Absolutely nothing. They just got no answer for this. I mean, nobody's open. I mean, I guess that slot receiver would have kind of been open, but it would have been a tough throw, and Auburn had guys ready for it. So they've definitely dialed it up. I know Hunter was talking. I might have been Alex talking about the slow starts defensively. It takes a couple drives for them to kind of get their bearings, but they are locked in right now. That is a very gutsy decision to catch that ball by Keontae. But he gained 10 yards on it. So that's good. Whale Driver reminds us we need to update Oklahoma now. 1 of 7 on 3rd down. No, 2 of 7. They did complete. They got 1, didn't they? They're actually showing 1 of 6 is what I'm. Oh, wait, they're behind. They're behind. I'm sorry. No, they're actually not behind. So they've got it at 1 of 6 and Auburn 3 of 7. I'm going to go back on that. And Fanaje Gote got called for holding on that return, so that's going to put Auburn back a little bit. Wizard D says, stop with the penalties. Yeah. There's number 78, DeAndre Carter, their freshman right tackle, who signed with them out of the state of California, the great state of California. He's on the sideline. Like looking for guys on the sideline to see who's like suited up and who's not, you know. All right, so the penalty on the return is going to put Auburn back on the 6. They got a long way to go here. Well, this could change the game if you were able to get a wow. Nice run by Jarquez to set a tempo on this first play of the drive. Nice. Again, I think he's running a little differently today. I feel like he's running shoulder square a lot more than he used to. And it's helping him see better. I don't know. Is that not targeting? I don't know what targeting is anymore anyway. But number 3 definitely led with his helmet. Whatever. Call Me Biscuit is a fan of Katie George. And why wouldn't he be? So that's like a little power run with the H pulling around and attacking that B gap. Those runs have definitely been the favored runs for Auburn today. Have been gap concepts versus the zone or the inside zone, the Indy. They have not run that as much. They've been gapping a lot more. And I always feel like Hunter is a better gap runner anyway. I feel like they're trying to force a square peg in a round hole with him being a zone runner earlier in the year. So I think this has been a good idea. They're running Luke is the tight end here. There's another first down throw, this time to Cam Coleman on a little comeback route. I don't know what the coverage he was facing. I was looking inside. Small Victory's just feeling confident. He says, run opens up, throw. Shocker, here we go. Also, it's worth noting that Auburn's offensive line, they played the entire game last week with the same 5. And today it's been the same 5 as well. So you're starting to get that. I'm not saying it's a great offensive line, but at least it's getting confident with each other. They ought to try to run this ball right. Right? Got a little bit of it's going to be tough to get outside leverage on that. Dude, he is running his balls off. Whether you don't, man, I know some of you guys don't love Jarquez, but he is running with conviction today. He usually does, but he is really doing it today. He's just Ironhead Hayward out there, man. He's not a big guy, but he's a mean dude. Look at that. Just says, I'll go lower than you are. Let's say CD, and I was just talking about him. CDF says this is the best 27 has put on film since last summer. We'll give him an applause on that. Yeah, I think this is a terrific performance. Now he's going to come out for this play, and they're going to move Damari in there. Substitution infraction on the Auburn Tigers. That's kind of a coaching mistake or a mental error. AU Tiger 98 says this is the running game I expected coming into the season. Yeah, this is what you like to see right here. This is just some punishing ass runs, man. And you're honestly right now you're just challenging Oklahoma's manhood. I mean, that's the truth. With these gap runs, it's like, hey, yo, we're coming right here, and if you want to stop us, you better put a hat in there, or 2 or 3, because, I don't like that play right there. I don't think you gave Damari a real good opportunity. Let's see if that was a zone concept. No, that was a gap concept. That was a skip pull. Just didn't have enough. Looks like they lost a little bit at center there, but they had pressure coming in from second level. Third and 7. The CDF says right over JGT's head. Did I miss it? What'd I miss, G? This is the best 27 has put on film since last summer. Oh, okay. Okay. I get you now. You're right. It did go over my head. All right. So long throw on 3rd and 7. Had 2 receivers that looked open to me, actually. The good news is that Peyton's throw did not put the ball in jeopardy. I honestly think that Robert Lewis was the more open of the 2. I'm still trying to understand this pass concept. What is the route combo here? It was kind of like almost like a smash 7, but Lewis wasn't running a smash route per se. I don't really know what route it was, but it was working. He was open. Yeah, cast a deep piece of that looked odd. Something didn't look right there, but those two guys were open. Let's see. Call Me Biscuit thinks Cam ran the wrong route on that bad boy. I don't understand the flag there. Was it they're saying that he didn't give him the halo penalty. Okay, just didn't get quite from the angle that I was looking at there on the replay. I couldn't tell how much space he gave him, but I thought that was a hell of a play. But got to give him a little room. Thorne, I'm going to update some of these numbers. 12 of 18 for 195. All right. And the tailbacks, let's see. Jarquez is now 11 of 52, and Damari's 6 of 26. 11 of 52. 626. All right. And third down, let's see. Auburn is now 3 of 8. They're 1 of 6. All right. There we go. Oh, Alamo Tigers, his fair catch was called. I did not see that on the replay. My bad. So, yeah, that's a real good reason that you can't be hitting people. Toomer says Simmons is going to be a bad man in 2 years. I was thinking 2 weeks, but, yeah, 2 years for sure. I love him, man. He's the guy that just plays with his hair on fire, like at all times, which is kind of a plus. Kind of a minus. On special teams, it's a plus. On offense, you want to sometimes it pays to be patient. And that's not really something he is. But, man, his speed is really something else. Hey, good eye on seeing the fair catch call. I did not see that. I was doing stats when the actual play happened, and then on the replay I couldn't see it. And Chip says Simmons was actually looking at the ball when he signaled, so that's why he missed it, I guess. But nonetheless, let's see what the penalty situation is. I haven't really checked that stat today. They have 3 for 24. Auburn has 6 for 50. So, yeah, that's about double. I'm not a math major, but I think that's about double. I have to ask Courtney for a, let's see if I can find her on here, for a snot pill. Getting kind of, I went riding on my bike earlier. Yes, I do that. That's a good way to get exercise. And sometimes I get a little nasally. Crockett Poose's penalties killing us this half. Been kind of an issue for sure. James C says, need another score. They're letting Oklahoma hang around. The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. Absolutely. I wish I could play that soundbite, but it'll start the touchdown thing. And I can't play Danger Zone yet. That would be bad. Oh, missed tackle by 47 right there. Malik. Got to have you there, bud. Wow, Peyton definitely thought that was the wrong route. See Jason Jones with the stop there on an inside run from Oklahoma, 2nd and 7-ish, 6-ish. See, Cleveland Brown says YouTube's chat summary might as well be called Captain Obvious. What does it say? Auburn fans seem happy with the effort, but they're concerned about penalties and the ability to stay ahead. Nice play by Caleb Wooden. You'd like to see him get a little bit more of a lick there. Tripped him up, and they made it a little easier for the second-level defenders to gobble up that run. So 3rd and 5-ish. Dorian Mousey was able to clean that up. I think I hear AA coming up with that snotty pill. That'd be awesome. Is that the Mike man right there? 3rd and 5. Let's see what Auburn does. 5-man front. Thank you, young lady. Oh, thank you. I'll take that with some bourbon. Oh. He got through. Thank you. Auburn flushed him out, but he was able to get the first down. They hit him 2 yards before the first down marker. But the forward progress made the difference on that one. There you go. Thank you. Wow. Let's see. Blake R says, Courtney. Courtney knows an A's up in here. A.U. Robinson I think he's trying to reverse jinx Auburn. He says, we lose 24-14. He's trying to reverse jinx. Oklahoma has to call timeout there. A little confusion about what they wanted to do, and Auburn, probably their look was confusing the quarterback. So, there you go. Whale D is trying to argue with me over the official stats that I'm looking at right now. Well, they've changed a little bit since the last time, but it's now 207. That's not me, G. I'm not just like, it's not Denton over here keeping the stats. I'm taking them straight off Stat Broadcast, which is coming straight out of the flying Lego in the sky. Although it's not David Story anymore, so I don't know if I trust him as much. Man, I'm telling you, Auburn. So I haven't worked in Auburn games since 18, but from 98 through 18, I was in the press box for every game. And, man, Auburn's stat crew back in those days, David Story, Tommy Elliott, Tex, did such an amazing job. Such a great job. I guess David was technically PA, wasn't he? Francis did an awesome job, too. Had some really good guys working up there. Proud to call them friends. Also guys I worked around, too. War Eagle 0008 says, please, Lord, no more Denton. Yeah, if you guys remember, Denton resigned before the Iron Bowl one year. Said he just couldn't do the game because he's got too much Bama in him. So I don't think we've had him on since then. So may not see him again on the show. I believe he's up at the Alabama game today, in fact. Denton's mom and Denton's dad went up there with Denton. Let's see. I'm confused about CJ. I think it'd be funny, but I don't know what he's talking about. He says, can Robert be a subject of Courtney's Corner here soon? Are you talking about Robert S. in the chat, or? I just didn't get it. My bad. Robert says, at least we get a moral victory before the brutal road losses. That'd be nice. I don't think we'll be able to get a pizza to eat tonight. Everybody's going to be watching the Alabama-Georgia game. Sure looks good, though. Courtney loves some Pizza Hut now. I don't know why. Pizza Hut is so passé. Like, Domino's is where it's at now.
Domino's is butt.
She says Domino's is butt. I don't know. I love Domino's as a company, though. Anybody out there, owners, you guys own any stock at DPZ? It's a great company. It's a great company. I know that their CEO's name is Wiener. That's why I always remember that because they always show him in the TV commercials and say, oh, it's Wiener. I'm like, okay, great. Courtney loves Kyler Murray. She loves watching him play for the Cardinals. Nope. Yeah, you do. Nope. He's a lot of fun. Nope. Why did Dylan Gabriel look like a girl? He looked like Kathy Miles. These, like, unnecessary like cartoon graphics and shit they do. I've got this theory that like the president of ABC, his son, it just like he won't get a job. He just likes to smoke weed in his parents' basement. But the one thing he'll do is like animation, and so they just give him this job randomly to do like random animations, and that's what happens. I just got this feeling that's what's going on here. I don't understand it. They never add anything. Alamo Tiger Grad says, worked at Domino's when I was at Auburn. Oh, look at that. Auburn Tigers rallying to the football. DPZ's a good company, man. AU Skip says, Domino's deep dish is great. Big, I'll give. Don't you give yourself away. David Bees thinks it's a superior product. Although, AU Taxman just says Marcos. Sam H says Papa John's. So, yeah, everybody's got their feelings on pizza. And there's really no wrong answers because pizza's great anyway, right? Oh, my God, he just ran into the quarterback. What are you doing? 15, you're not supposed to hit your own quarterback. I don't think that's part of the drawn-up play, homie. Back in the day, there was an Oklahoma quarterback named Charles Choo Choo Thompson, and I had the distinct pleasure of meeting him when his son was here on a visit. I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I got to meet Charles Thompson. Man, I was starry-eyed meeting him. No relation to B. Thompson, but he played at Oklahoma like B. Thompson back in the 80s. 2nd and 13. You'd like to see Auburn get some pressure here. If there's pressure, it's going to come from a 3-man rush. Okay, that's a nice. We got another flag down. Dorian Mousey missed the tackle, though. Well, Auburn's defense has been tough, man. Whoa. Excuse you. A Taxman says pizza and beer is the GOAT meal. I think it's repeatable. It's somewhere you can get that anywhere. You know what I mean? Like if you're on the road in Des Moines. Yeah, you can get good beer and pizza in Des Moines. You can get good pizza and beer in Evanston, Illinois. You can get good pizza and beer in San Diego. You might even be able to get that in Fresno, Chino, Reno, El Paso, Amarillo, Balbago, wherever you end up. 2nd and 18, the Oklahoma Sooners getting very penalty-ridden. Auburn bringing 5, but they picked up 5. Oh. Yeah, that was a little bit of a hot mess. I have to agree with you on that one, Courtney. Just kind of starting and stopping and throwing Auburn off a little bit there. So, small victories. I think you're right. He says D is feisty. It definitely has been feisty. It just hasn't been quite as assured tackling as you might like to see it. Keontae missed one. Oh, my God. And then Mousey looks like he took out Keontae. I like the orange face masks, but I think I would like the gray ones better. They don't wear those very often. They wore them for the anniversary, I think. Robert Woodyard missed a tackle. Keontae missed a tackle. Dorian Mousey missed a tackle. I wouldn't even say, did Dorian even miss it? Wouldn't you have to attempt it to miss it? What are we looking at here? Oh, Courtney says yes. Russell says he worked at Shakey's Pizza. Man, Shakey's is good stuff, yo. He worked there back in the 70s. They had a Shakey's in Opelika there for a minute. I don't know as I was still open. I saw where Dave Portnoy did his pizza review at Little Italy the other day when she goes, all the locals are telling me it was called Little Shittily, which is exactly what they call it. But he seemed to like it pretty good. He said it was a perfectly good college pizza, which I think is fair. But college pizza is good. I mean, particularly for me, like my best college pizza situation was at Gumby's in Tallahassee, even though I was not in college, but I was out of college. And that one hit the spot, man, as Courtney likes to say. Say his foot was down. Oh, knee. Sorry. Knee was down. I don't know. Knee was down to me, but whatever. I give up on the replays. After that Virginia Tech shit last night, like, what? Dude caught the ball, touchdown, then they said, no. Conclusive evidence that he didn't catch it. I'm like, there's no way he thought that. Just out there protecting Miami. That's all they're doing, guys. He better throw something. He's gonna die. That's a pass. That's pass interference. There's not a lot Kayan can do on that, but it is by the letter of the law. It's pass interference. Let's see. Portnoy gave Toomers 8 out of 8. Auburn fan 123 is cracking me up. It says if there's a big play, you can pretty much guarantee Keontae's involved. It is fair that Keontae's been involved in more than his fair share of problematic defensive plays this year. It is true. That's a tough one for Kayan, man. I if I was his coach, I don't think I'd give him too much hell on that one. Nice. That's swarming to the ball right there. Jaron gets in there. Jalen gets in there. You got a 3 technique who was in there. I'm not sure which one it was. Zeke Walker. All right, 2nd and goal. Wizard D says Lee did look for the ball. Why didn't he make a play on it? Because he was turned around 360 degrees. AU Texan says they've had the ball the entire 3rd quarter. That was some really disciplined defense right there, and they absolutely laid a lick. This kid is going to have a headache at minimum at the end of this game. Caleb Harris has been my defensive player of the game so far. He has balled his nuts off. True freshman playing probably 50 snaps a game right now. What a badass. And you didn't, when he signed it, like you weren't even really paying that much attention to him. I mean, it was a really good signing class, to be fair, but I thought he was kind of middle of the road. I mean, he was 4-star, but golly, they really liked him for what he's done here. Let's see what they can do here. Be really nice to hold them to a field goal attempt. And not going to happen.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Uh-oh. We've got an illegal shift. So we're going to take that 6 points off the board, and we're going to say this right here.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That time maybe shit. Oklahoma fans pissed. Welcome to the 90s, Mr. Banks. This is what happens when you're on the road, G. Hard to get your head out of your ass when you're having trouble. Although they have driven down the field. Yeah. That particular one was a wideout moving forward at the snap, which is something we've seen more of. They've been kind of rounding off those pre-snap routes, haven't they? I don't like 3-man rush. Oh, but I do like it when Keldrick Falk gets his paws on the quarterback. And DeMarcus Riddick in there again, guys. He's played a lot of snaps today. Caleb Harris involved in that play. Number 16, DeMarcus Riddick was as well. And a really good fight from Keldrick there. So they're going to have to settle for a field goal, which to me is kind of a win for the Auburn defense. They got bailed out because of that illegal shift. But nice play by Keldrick, young man from Highland Home, Alabama. It's going to be a short field goal. What is this, 26-ish? Bad snap, but he was able to get it down, and it's going to be a field goal for those goobers. 14-10. Of course, the Auburn Tigers have left some points on the board today. There's no doubt about that. Did I say on the board? They left some points on the field. Thank you, Courtney, for correcting me on my idiom there. I think this might be a period where I go to the bathroom real quick. Hold on.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's because we went out late.
We won't hear you peeing. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nobody be interested in that. Feel better?
So good. Why did you get on the horn? Why did you jump in?
No, look at that straight up in the air.
Did you kick it over?
Nope.
I think you did.
I think the cat did.
I think you did. I thought Courtney would have jumped on here, but I know. Small Victory says, Courtney, get on the mic. Exactly.
It's too late. You were so fast, I couldn't have a chance.
Courtney was, I guess I don't even have a mic in here for you, do I? I wonder where it went. Well, try to get a mic for Courtney next time. Let's see. Pipe says Jay is pooping. Hello, this is the front desk. I have some slightly hurricane damaged clothes for you. If you would be interested, please call the front desk. AU Taxman said nice grunt. I was just messing with Courtney on that. Let's see. Cassidy P still thinks that 5 field goals will win this. Let's get a touchdown to ice it. And Ravin apparently was impressed with how quickly I was in and out. He says Jay was peeing at 10 gallons per minute, Courtney.
So proud of you.
Courtney calls me a geyser sometimes. I don't think it's because of that. Or maybe it is. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Alamo Tiger Grad says, that was quick, JG. Hey, man, I know I got a show to do. I feel a sense of responsibility to hang out with y'all. Although I do it because I love it. I want to see if AU Tech. Oh, the pussy's in here. Let's see. Third quarter only summary right now. Time of possession is 8:33 for Oklahoma and 4:01 for the Auburn Tigers. So, yeah, it's like 2 for 1. I'm not a math major. Also, James says elite prostate. Let's give a big shout out to my prostate. Hey, get that pussy over here.
I can't quite catch. I can't catch it.
Oh, we're doing some tailgating here. Oh, that's not even the Auburn game.
Kitty. It's your daddy.
Hey, it's your daddy.
Oh, it's your daddy. Look how happy he is.
Look, it's the pussy. Oh, Jeremiah Cobb with a nice return. Say hello to pussy. Say hi to everybody. All right.
That's a nice pussy you got, Jay.
Yeah. All right, we're back. Got a flag on the return, as is customary. John D says, per alley, if that's catchable, then the Wizard of Oz is real. Wait, who said it wasn't real? I'm just kidding. We need to get Allie on the horn. We love having Alexander on the horn. Face mask against the Oklahoma Sooners. You guys are cheaters. AU88 says the one time I pull for Gus, he's going to crap the bed against Dion, who is Satan. No, he's not Satan. He is Swack is what he is.
Who is Swack, baby? Who is? Oh, prime, preach.
Yeah, you shouldn't be pulling. Whenever you feel like you got to pull for Gus, you need to let the bunker know. We'll get you straight. Although Gus is very pullable for. He's a good dude. But he don't come through as often as maybe you'd like to see, right? Those of us who have lived through that era, including most of you. All right, the Auburn Tigers 1st and 10. They're throwing the ball to Malcolm. He only gets about 3, not his fault. A lot of guys on him there. You know, I felt really good about this game at halftime, and I feel less good right now. But a good, solid drive right now that leaks maybe 4 or 5 minutes into the fourth quarter would change my view of this. I just don't. I don't know. that last Auburn drive just didn't get me excited, and this one's starting a little slow for me. But all right, Peyton sees something. Cam Coleman's got that ball. I take back everything I said. Every last thing I said, this feels really good for me. I love this drive. I feel like good things are going to happen. I like a 50-yard throw to Cam Coleman. He saw him in single coverage, and he said, I'm going to take my shot. And he threw it kind of, if you want to call it back shoulder, he threw it short so that he knew that other guy was beyond him and made a nice play. Hey, Cam caught the ball, and that's good. Pipe says, shut your mouth, sir. Cleveland Brown says, let's go KLS. I mean, are you pulling for – Too Tall is down. That's not good. See, I jinxed him by talking earlier about how they'd played, at this point, a game and a half. Same exact offensive line. Now Too Tall's down. Over there, I'm not sure what they would do. Now, Ronan Chambers would be the guy, if you're just doing a 1-for-1, that would be the guy you'd slide in there, but his PFF grades have been bad. So you might want to try D. Wade over there and then slide like Braden Joyner in at guard, or maybe Tate Johnson at guard. I'm not sure what the plan would be there. Hey, guys. Neil J. is asking, how do these wideouts this season compare to last year? How do you feel about that, guys? I want you to know that he's asking as a joke. He knows the answer. Cleveland Brown says, I thought it was KLS. My bad. Hey, man, we're pulling for him, too. I'd like to see him be a player. I mean, he's been a player. He's been great today. All right, so they're at the 12 now. That was not a good throw. I don't like it at all. That's a RPO glance concept. Let me see if he read it right anyway. He did read it right. That was not a Peyton Reed problem. I just don't think that receiver was open. The receiver did not concede inside leverage the way that you would have thought he was. Or he would have, excuse me. And so it was actually really good coverage. But they will not give Peyton a demerit for a bad read on that throw. Malcolm Simmons. Oh, they're going to call him out about half a yard short of the first down. So, what do you do here, guys? I know. How about we wildcat Sam Jackson in there? I'm kidding. They're not going to do that. EPW says Joiners in. I didn't even check that. Thank you for updating me on that. Okay, so that means they probably put D. Wade over at right tackle and then moved Braden, number 55, to the guard spot, which probably keeps your best 5 on the field, so that's good. Oh, nice tackle. Well, McKenzie, number 11, made a nice tackle on that play. That the line judge has that as a first down, though. No, he sure does. The line judge has his foot right on that marker. End of the third quarter, guys. We're going to the fourth. I don't think he got there, guys. I think he's like a quarter of a yard short. Let's update some of these stats while we're in a commercial break. Peyton is currently 15 of 22 for 250. Whoa. 250 yards, dude. Wow. I did not think that was going to happen. I don't think the running game numbers have changed much. Hunter's 11 for 52. And Damari is at 6 of 26, so that's the same. Keandre, 5 of 77, the same. For what it's worth, Malcolm is 4 catches for 61 in the touch. Cam is now 3 catches for 82. Yes. So those are some of the relevant numbers. Third down is 3 of 9 for Auburn, 2 of 8 for them. And there you go. We only have one drop today, which was on Cam Cole on the first drive. All right, so yeah, Diego's kind of saying take the field goal and get the points on the board. I'm not averse to that concept. I would not chastise you for the concept, but I think that I would go for it. There's a lot of people in the chat thinking that they should go ahead and take the points. Sam H. makes a good point that he doesn't trust a kicker that missed back-to-back field goals, and they were short ones too. Boy, this is a tough one, guys. This is why they make the big bucks. Mega Tiger says, if this is an under center QB sneak. Thank you, Mega. Oh, man, I don't know. Tuber's Corner says, get under center and fall forward. I think that's what Mega Tiger's thinking, too. And EPW says, as Coach Hunter says, it's time for some blunt force trauma. I love that idea. I'll give an applause for that. Yeah, no Wildcat. I can live with some kind of an A gap if you're going to try that. And of course, Colby says, let's punt it. They'd be able to pin him back really well, huh, Colby? Jordan W says, how much longer till Alex is ready? Yeah, I kind of wonder how that's going to go. So I think Alex is probably actually like 2 weeks away, maybe 3 weeks. At this point, the fact that Towns has played in this game, so he can't redshirt now. And, he's been really good until today, so I don't really – I'm sure it might be a temptation to just hold Alex out. I don't know. Does he need to play this year if Towns is going to be really good? I don't know. Then you create kind of a problem next year, right? Because Alex is a total badass when he's healthy. So I still think it's 2 or 3 weeks more for Alex. Let's see. Scotty P says you compound the other empty trips if you don't kick here. I'm a David B. He says you go for it. You got to want it. I'm on the go for it train here. And, Tubb used to always say, if you can't get a yard when you need a yard, then you don't deserve to win anyway. We still got 3 minutes left before they're going to snap this fucking ball, too. So plenty of time. Yeah, do we have a what's the spot on it here? I can go to the stats here and look. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a taped interview. What is number 10 saying? No. That's a first down. I don't know what he's doing. This guy said they didn't get it. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. He got it by a yard. All right, so now it's 1st and goal on the 1. Scotty P says, have we taken a snap under center this year? That might be the first one, G. I don't remember one. Almost looked like a rugby scrum, didn't it? I don't know if I've seen that from Auburn before. All right, 1st and goal from the 1. Got to stick this one in. Oh, he fucking caught it anyway, despite the pass interference. Holy shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Well, you don't say very often, but Luke Deal with an amazing catch there. God, that is a tough catch. A great throw. Just a 10 out of 10 throw. And a 10 out of 10 catch. Boy, that is amazing, man. That's against a great safety, too. That's amazing play right there, guys. Holy shit. I wish I had a special sound for that one. We'll just give it a splash. Splash. Man, that was amazing. That's some good football right there. Wait, number 0 jumped over the line. Can you do that? You can't do that. There's Suni Lee. Two-time Olympian and multiple-time medalist. I don't know how many gold medals she's won, but she's a badass. Guys, what a kid. That catch is so amazing. I hope there's a photographer out there that got a picture of him catching that ball because that would be an amazing shot. What is that hat that Peyton's dad is wearing? What is that? That's not an Auburn hat. Is it? Account Tiger 05 says, Ward Eagle, great catch, but why do we not give the ball to Hunter on the goal line? Hey, man, it worked. At this point, you know, it's like those things, the superstitions are not weird unless it doesn't work. It's really nice. Karub says, I think that's a 15-yard penalty to jump. I think it is, too. You can't jump over lines like that. Yeah, Ryan, I'm with you, dude. That catch is fantastic and against one of the best safeties in the game, yes. Number 2 is a baller. And he kind of gave that same look when he got beat on that. It's like when Cam trucked Pat Peterson for that touchdown in the LSU game back in 2010. Pat Peterson just rolled on his back and was like, I got trucked. Galatians says, we scored, stop whining. Hey, we'll just get a Donkey Kong sound for that. Hey, it's a happy song. Brad E., who had a terrible take earlier, but we still love him, says, Jay owes me an over-the-air take credit on Vandegrift versus Thorne. Well, I don't want to. So, since Brad's kind of outing himself here, right, he was saying that Brock Vandegrift sucks balls. And this is while he was having a decent he had a decent game at Ole Miss. He ended up having a pretty good game at Ole Miss. Didn't turn the ball over. Threw for like 250 yards, and UK wins at Ole Miss, which is like the biggest win they've had, at least from a rankings perspective, ever under Stoops. And so I don't understand. And I think he said that Vandegrift was worse than Thorne. You know, that's really saying something. I think both those guys are having good games. I don't know. We also have another super chat come through. I appreciate you, East. You're good people. LFG Deal. We'll give him an applause for that one. Never thought I'd see Luke Deal make a great catch, you know what I mean? But that was amazing. Maybe that's like his Brett Edens moment, right? It could be. Feel like a stranger says, Luke Deal, dropping nuts. Get off me. God, I wish I had a sound for that one.
And how big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
I just like a tough guy sound. That's all I was thinking. Courtney, we got a super chat coming in from JBDC Elite. I suspect strongly that JBDC Elite is a Kentucky graduate and may have been watching the UK Ole Miss game. It's just fun day of football, JG. Love the stream. Great effort today by Thorne. Off to a family thing. Good luck the rest of the way. See you in AA soon. My man. Also from the Eastern Seaboard, like Runner 24 and also Blake R. Actually, JBDC Elite's much closer to Blake R than he is Runner 24, but nonetheless, all of our studs on the East. Look at that, Courtney. They're already in the stadium. All these people.
Yeah, they had to be.
They're ready for a big football game. Thank you, JB. And I will be seeing you soon, G. Cleveland Brown says, proof that if we take care of the football, we win. Do we have a sound for that one? I wish we did. I don't know. I'll just give you one of these. I don't know.
What?
Yeah, on Monday, I won't make it on Monday because I got someone calls on Monday.
I don't know what he's saying, but it's funny. We love Beat from the Stern Show. Uh-oh. That was a nice play right there. And Oklahoma's first play of their next drive is a big one. They get about 40 yards on that play. Kind of a little play action, kind of booting him out of the pocket. And, yeah, not a complicated play there. Auburn just playing some kind of a zone concept and let him go, and there was nobody picking him up past that on a little wheel route there. Okay, let's see. That's actually a good point. War Eagle said, War Eagle 0008 says, Jay was told you have to get to Bryant Denny early because of security with Trump being there. Good point, Courtney. I never even thought about that. That DJT was going to be at the game. So, Tommy Tuberville? Is he going to be there too? Well, Katie Britt's there a bunch. Her husband played there, right? Key Crawford having to come off the field. I haven't even noticed Key Crawford today. Oh, the run fits on this. That's a bad run fit situation right there. I'm going to be real. Tumor's Corner, our parlay expert, says if we run the table, are we in the college football playoff? Is what he's asking. Guys, playoffs? 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 We're just trying to win a football game.
And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care. All right?
Give you a little Dabo. Oh, yeah, that's a hold on Keys. That's why, I was saying the run fit sucked. That's why it sucked. He couldn't get there because he's getting held. Yeah, I'm not getting into politics, guys. I got super chatters, friends on both sides of the aisle, so I don't get involved in that too much. Oklahoma shooting itself in the foot. First a hold and now a false start. And 86 knows his girlfriend's going to cut him off for a week over that shit. That's tough, man. It's tough. Ed D. I got one for you, Ed D. Where did it go? Dadgummit. Is that the cat?
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
We've got a lot of sound bites in this game today. All right, 2nd and 16. Boy, he's about to die. He's trying to get that ball out of bounds. Justin Jones thought he had the catch there on the sideline, and he missed it. Cleveland Browns says, push him back, way back. Pipe Layer asking me about...
And how big a boy are you?
Well, just, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
There you go, Pipe. Pipe likes some Roy D. Mercer, and it's also... Roy D. Mercy, I should say, and it's also prescient because that show was out of Tulsa. And, yeah, Oklahoma, I don't know if Phil was a Oklahoma fan or not. Phil and Brent, who did Roy D. Mercer. Back on KMOD, I believe it was. KMOD, the Rainbow Station. It's 2 for Tuesday. It's Rush. Let's see. Feel Like a Stranger says BMAT's shake order was legendary. It sure was. He was like, oh, hold on, man. We had him on the horn during one of our COVID shows, I guess. And he goes, oh, hold on, man. I got to do an order. I didn't even know he's in line. Yeah, I'd like one large banana milkshake. 4th and 10. They're going to have to go for this. Oh, Jalen McLeod's going to kill him. That's a sack, guys, and they're going that way. That's a big-ass play right there. That's a big-ass play right there. Do we have a sound for that? Yeah, we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. Introducing in the red corner, the champion of the world, Mr. Sandman.
There he is, Jalen McLeod, beating his man off the edge and makes a big play. His first quarterback pressure, I think, of the day, but it's a big one. On 4th and 10, and that's big. Chris K just gives it a big hell yeah. Absolutely. Big time play right there. Big time play. There's Neil saying evening pipe. 2 guys I've partied with in Mexico, right, Cordy? Is that we partied with Pipe and Neil? We party with Pipe everywhere we go, but we saw Neil a year and a half ago, whatever, year and a quarter ago. Hopefully we'll get both those guys back with us next summer, wherever we end up. Probably end up in the Dominican, Courtney. She doesn't know. Okay. Man, that's a big-time play right there. 4th and 10, you felt like they were going to have a shot. Of course, you'd have said that a week ago and we all would have laughed. But this week, things have been a little bit different on 3rd down. By the way, let me update those. 3 of 9 for Auburn, 2 of 9 for the Oklahoma Sooners. And DJ Durkin will take 2 of 9 all day long. The question is, first of all, I agree with what Galatians said. Let me see if I can highlight this comment. Actually, this is the weirdest thing. Usually we have problems with our chat, knock on wood. Today the chat has been absolutely streamless, seamless, loveless. And sometimes it comes up quicker on the chat box than it does in my own little pane over here. But anyway, Galatian, I can't find his comment in my chat thing, but talking about this is DeMarcus's coming out party. Where does he play? Because I think that Mousie's been playing great. Eugene's been playing great today. He's been playing great. It's good stuff. Mobile Alum jumps in with a super chat. Says, JG, how you liking this stout D? I'm liking it. I'm loving it is what I'm loving it. Do I have a sound for that? Yeah, I do. This is what it's been like with the Oklahoma trying to run against the Auburn D.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Yeah, it's been rough out there for them. And Auburn's been bringing the pain. Let's see. Neil asks, JG, so far tonight, who would you rate higher, the O or the D? Great question. No turnovers for the offense. So that's an A. But for me, I'd say the defense probably A+ today. No turnovers, or no takeaways, I should say, is probably the only negative I can think of. But they've been stopping the run. They've been pressuring the quarterback. They haven't given up many pass plays. I mean, they had one on that first play of that last drive, but that's not enough. So, I don't know. Pretty damn good. I would say defense just a slight edge. Galatians says, remind me of some Sega Genesis. Exactly. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? It is from that era. Ravin made a reference to a golden stream earlier, Courtney. JG, would you call it a golden stream, he says, Courtney. Or Operation Golden Flow. Auburn takes over on the 45, the minus 45, I should say. Oh, shit, Hunter. Oh, God. He did get his legs back going. Big-time explosive run, I'm telling you. Oklahoma, in the 2 games that I watched, they had one explosive run against them. And even that one was like 12 or 13 yards. Auburn's had several today. And I think that player that went low on Jarquez got hurt, too, 23. Small Victories thinks the Oklahoma D is cooked. Mobile Alum jumps in again. Rebuilding, recruiting, momentum, banger, banger, banger. I would agree. This has got to be a kind of a fun weekend for Deuce and Juju to see. And anyone else they've got in there. Uncommitted prospects that I know Caleb's been keeping you guys up to date with on the bunker. I know he had a thread also about things going on recruiting-wise, so he's keeping you up to date. It's so weird to see a defense in a 4-3 alignment these days, huh? You don't see it very often. Okay, I don't like that read. So that's another glance RPO concept where the inside receiver is running a slant and he's reading that second-level defender, which in this case is a safety. Usually if that safety crashes down, in this case it's a third level because it's a too-high look. If that safety comes down, and he can't throw that ball there. He's got to hand that ball off. So I don't like that read. Yeah, Stu Pup didn't like it either. 2nd and 10 is what I'm looking at here. I don't really know what the hell that was. He's trying to say that Keandre's running the wrong route. He was throwing his play sheet on the ground. It's hard for me to know what went wrong there. Boy, Keandre looked like he's the guilty party there, but I don't know. Kind of had his head up like shit. Looks like he was running a hitch and go, and then Peyton thought he was running an out or a curl. 3rd and 10. You'd like to get this. Called a timeout, didn't they? Golly, Hugh is really hot right now. I think he said you've thrown the ball twice. He's probably saying you've thrown the ball twice when it should have been a run. Because the play earlier, the throw to Robert that was behind him that the safety kind of got his hand on, that's 100% a bad read on Peyton and a ball that should have been handed off and run. And maybe he's arguing that throw to Dre was also a run read. Look at Marcus Davis, though. He's patting him on the chest saying, hey, man, let's just get it going now. Pie Player says everything's fine. Everything's fine. Daniel says he's telling him to run the freaking ball, and I think that's exactly the way I read it too, G. It's exactly what I thought. He's got another advantageous box here. I mean, you would think so on 3rd and 10, but I would just try to get this ahead and kick the field goal. Ah, nice play at number 10. I like number 10, Kip Lewis. He's a good player. I really liked seeing him on film, watching him last week. I actually thought he had a better downhill trigger than Danny Stutzman, who's a terrific player in his own right. It's going to be a long kick for Towns here. I mean, he's can-do Magoo. He missed a pair of field goal attempts, only one of them officially. This one right in the middle of the field, and what is this, about a 50-yarder? Oh, fuck, he missed it to the left again. John D says from the Lego, BMAT believes we should be running. Yeah. He's falling apart quickly, Courtney. I would agree with that. Who was the only other true freshman to make their first start in a road game? Jamel Holloway or Charles Choo Choo Thompson? I'm going to say Jamel Holloway. Oh, we don't even get an answer. If you guys see the answer, let me know. Neil J., can we chat basketball sometime soon? Uh-oh. I don't want to die. Some people get mad when we talk about basketball during football season. Actually, it's not that many people because we don't do it a lot or anything. There's that mint front that my guy was talking about at halftime, Coach Hunter. Bobby Jamison Travis playing one of those 4 shades and made a nice play on that run. Troy Aikman. What a great trivia question. Troy Aikman, of course, a former Henrietta Hen who signed with Oklahoma out of high school for no reason because they ran Wishbone. Oh, shit. Kay and Lee just got beat on that one. Just got straight up beat. The end. Good job, Jack. Thank you. I did know that Troy played at Oklahoma. I was there. And I remember when he transferred to UCLA, and people were just like, because Troy Aikman was like a hometown hero in a way. He's from the state of Oklahoma. He played at the Henrietta Hens, and he's the number 1 recruit in the state. So he had to go to Oklahoma at that point. But the offense didn't suit him. Oh, nice tackle by Wooden there. Be nice to hold them to a field goal attempt, although they're not going to allow it now. They're definitely going to be going. Legit says if they score, the pressure is back on us. I completely agree. Completely agree. I like that Oklahoma hat, dude. That's cool as shit. I like it. Oh, too easy.
I don't like your jerk-off name.
Too easy.
I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Not happy with that one. There was absolutely no run fit there, and the gap integrity was shit. Just not well handled at all. To be fair, the damage was done, and Kay and Lee got beat on, a 40 or 50 yarder. Sam H. is confused about why Auburn even attempted a 50-yarder for Towns when he couldn't hit a 30-yarder. Well, he couldn't hit either one of those 30-yarders earlier. Oklahoma going to go for 2 here to try to make it 18-21, get within a field goal. I don't like how far out Eugene Asante is in this alignment. You're not getting away from Jalen, dude. Oh, God, they almost completed that. A whale of an effort from Hawkins, that's for sure. I like this kid, man. He's a competitor, dude. He is putting his heart on the line every single snap. I'd like to see that route that number 13 used to beat Cain right there because, geez Louise, it's an issue. Okay, 21-16, so they're still out of field goal range. So that second down defensive win is definitely a plus. But you got to feel like the momentum is at least neutral now, if it's not trending toward them just a little bit here. Let me update some of these numbers. Hunter is now 13 for 74. And Peyton is 16 of 25 for 251. Which is almost exactly, Easterwood, if you're still listening, almost exactly the same stat line as Brock Vandegrift today, who you said was trash. Got a huge win on the road. He has 3 touchdowns, by the way. I need to give him that third one. My bad. All right. And the third downs, I need to update those as well. 2 of 9 and 3 of 10. All right, there we go. We're now fully updated, yo. Let's see. Neil J says 13 didn't really run a route, just straight up burned Lee for pace. I guess we would call that a go route and just beat him, huh? Jordan says if they don't come out and run the ball here, it's a travesty. I don't know. I feel like the run game, I mean, it's been somewhat good today. I mean, better than I would have expected. 32 carries for 137, so that's 4.3 yards a carry. Not bad. But I wonder if Oklahoma, when they come out here, if they're going to load up on the run with like a 5-2 look or a 4-2, 4-3 look and force them to throw the football, which actually Peyton has been up to the challenge today. So this might be a good opportunity for some RPO glance concepts, provided he makes the right read. Brandon Chase says they will have 10 in the box. Yeah, they might. And their run defense is good, but I've been telling you that all day, and Auburn's run the football decently against them. So I did not see that happening. That was a big concern of mine coming into the game. I did not think Auburn would be able to crack their run defense code, so to speak, but they have. They've been at least decent. Cassidy P jumps in again. This guy's been super chatting his nuts off today, and we love it. Got to bounce, but I have belief that Razor will bring home the W. He's definitely foreseeing a few more field goals. Be where your feet are, peace, and hair grease, strainers, and blenders. So we love this guy or what? Sorry I missed you and the missus, Cassidy P, but we will get that done again, hopefully when there's not a hurricane to throw us off. G. Robert S. says we don't know how to win or finish a game, which is probably factually true, but it can change today. Come out here, get a nice long drive that chews up about 5 minutes, get a touchdown out of it, celebrate, get a commit from Deuce or Juju, and moving on. Carson Beck, future Las Vegas Raiders quarterback. They'll draft him in the second round and then wonder why he sucks. Unfortunately, I have to deal with a lot of Georgia guys on my team, on the Raiders. We got Brock Bowers from Georgia. We got Zamir White from Georgia. Brandon J says, please, baby Jesus. I'll take a 1-point win. I'm with you, Ryan. He says, no reason to go conservative. I would like to see Auburn continue to do this. Russell, my man. Since I've been an Auburn fan for 55 plus years, how all of us don't die from substance abuse is really astounding. I'm just saying.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Aye, aye, aye. Small Victory says, yep, they predicted run. You have chosen wisely. Aye, aye, aye. All right. I'm tired of, I'm not watching Georgia, Alabama. I'm watching the Auburn Tigers play. 2nd and 11. Going back to the 11 personnel stuff. Okay, we'll see what happens. Luke Deal going out. He's open. He's not looking that way, but he is open. Luke Deal was wide open, I promise you. Let's see. Peyton got about 5 yards maybe on that scramble. So we're looking at 3rd and 6-ish, something like that. And their field position is such that, they can't really go for it here. So they got to convert. FJ, I'm with you. He says, now we're playing vanilla. Yeah. I like that play right there. I mean, Luke Deal was open on the wheel, but he wasn't looking that direction. He was not even looking at that half the field. So look at OU shifting that front. Trying to mess with Braden Joyner here. It's a first down, I think. That's a smart play call, in my opinion. They have not really run that play as much today. I think they ran it once before. Kind of a swing, like what I would call an accelerated swing pass to Jarquez. And they get the first down. So that's pretty big right there. I don't fully understand how that clock's still running, but the clock's still running. I thought he ran right out of bounds, like a yard past the marker, but whatever. There's Stutzman right there. Stutzy Poo from the bunker. That's why he hadn't been posting lately. He's been playing. Oh, shit. Hunter is out and about. Like him staying in bounds, too. It's good stuff. Another explosive run from the Auburn Tigers. Let's count those. Auburn now has 5 explosive run plays, including that 16-yarder right there. 5 explosive run plays is about 5 more than I thought they would have had. And they have 6 explosive pass plays, so 11 big plays. That's huge, man. Oh, shit. Pipe says clock keeps running out of bounds. Oh, my bad. Not exactly an expert maybe on that stuff. Peyton Thorne with a inverted veer. Yeah, that's one you don't see very often. So that's kind of like an opposite of the inside zone read that you usually see where the tailback's going inside and the quarterback will be running outside. That time the quarterback goes inside and the tailback goes outside. Chris Hill says, wow, Percy Lewis is a big blob. He is certainly large. I'll agree with that. I know Cassidy P. I'm sure he's listening to this game somewhere, and he is stoked because his boy Razor Ramon has been playing his balls off this game. That was not a good run. I don't like that run at all. Was that a gap or a zone? Was it ass, whatever it was? Yeah, inside zone. Those haven't worked for shit today. But they haven't really run a lot of them. They've been gapping mostly. With all due respect. My man. Thank you, Pipe. That's amazing. All right, 3rd and 4. Still outside of field goal range. I do not like that throw at all. Holy shit. Boy, some big effort from Cam Coleman there to try to stop that touchdown, but it's too late, guys. Oh, man. Shoot.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, man. I don't understand what was going on there. So he had a 3-by-2. I think, on that look, or it might have been a 3-by-1, and he threw to the backside. And I don't understand what he saw there. I don't understand. I have to go back and see this. An absolutely cataclysmic fuck up there. And that's my guy Kip Lewis that I like so much on tape. And he got hurt in that last game. I didn't know if he would play as much today. They're going to go for 2. Because being up 2 don't help too much, does it? Oh, he's getting spied. Rakes is not going to run him down.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he got in there, too. All right, guys. Shit can turn around fast. Life comes at you fast. Boy, oh boy, I'm not getting a chance to see this throw again. Are they going to ever show it? Lord have mercy. I got to go back and see this throw from Peyton Thorne. I don't understand. Let's see what they're in. All right, they're in a 3-by-2. I don't understand what he was seeing there. He's completely ignoring an underneath zone defender. They're running. They've got a 6-man front, and they're playing bandit. So he knows he's got not a safety on the field. Nobody has any safety. All 3 of his top receivers have got space to release. And Robert Lewis is like wide open. They don't have enough guys to deal with Robert Lewis at the top. And then he just throws into, oh, my God. I give Cam Coleman credit, man. He tried, and he hustled his ass off to try to catch that dude. But that wasn't his fuck up. Terrence, I'm with you, brother. He says you just can't throw that ball. He's got really good situation to his left. And even if he thinks that receiver's going to beat his man, give him a little more time to get so you can throw over that zone. Easy for me to say when I'm sitting here and haven't thrown an SEC pass yet, but he had Robert Lewis wide open at the top, and they had good number situation. And that's just a fuck up. I don't know what else to tell you. CJ jumps in and says, CJ, who's actually came back to us, and now he may be reconsidering that choice. Says, I knew it. The pattern is too much to ignore with him. I love the irony of running speed option against Oklahoma, which is the exact run game concept they used to dominate college football in the late 80s. Wow. Sam H., come on, hang with me, brother. He says, I can't do this. I've said it before, and I'm going to keep saying it. You got to sit in the shit to enjoy the gold throne when you finally get there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think this game's over. 3.5 minutes to go. The offense has been moving the football generally, except when Peyton throws the other team. CDF jumps in with a jabba. Just Auburn being Auburn. Let's see. Ryan says it's not Thorne. That's the read that was called by the coaches. Yeah, I don't. Maybe to that side of the field, you might be right, but you just can't. You can't. You can't do it. You can't do it. That receiver, I don't know who it was, that slot receiver to that side, was going to win his one-on-one, but he had to wait for that receiver to get deeper. Second and 6 goes to 3rd and 5 with 2:39 to go. Well, and the clock's ticking. Yeah, runner 24, I'm with you, G. That was just not a good throw. Third and 4. This is definitely – so they still have a 2-minute warning in this game now, so Towns Magoo is sweating bullets. Still got to get about 15 yards to even get into his range, although you could – well, 2-minute warning. Now you're going to have about a 4th and 14. Wow. This has turned around fast. We've been saying it all day. Like, turnovers. They've been doing a good job of avoiding them. And then their worst turnover of the day was the most costly turnover of the day. Damn. My God, that throw from Thorne, it's just can't make that throw. I'm trying to see how bad Percy Lewis got beat on this sack. 73 got absolutely worked. And he couldn't have held him. I mean, if he had held him half a second longer, it would have been a hold. Shit, man. Hey, you taxman, I'm with you, G. He says, time for another drink. Also, Stupep says, fire freeze now. Please, let's not do that. Firing freeze right now is a terrible idea. Even if this season's in trouble, and I think it will be if they don't win this game. He still needs to hold the class together as best he can and continue moving forward recruiting-wise. I still think he's selling guys on this concept of we need you to be better. We need you here for us to be better. And I don't think that changes if Auburn loses this game, but I'm not here to try to put a soft look on this thing. It's bad, and it's really bad. I thought the time management there at the end of the second quarter was dog shit. I think not getting in on 4th and goal from the 1 was dog shit. Obviously, Towns Magoo missing 2 field goal opportunities is big right now. Boy, and that pass. I can't really blame Freeze for the throw, but good golly, Miss Molly. I'm a small victories. You're not going to be able to change my mind on this. Keep Freeze. We need consistency for a couple years. You can't change my mind on that right now. He's still recruiting great. And you can say, oh, well, he'll have a hard time keeping the class together. We don't know that. He might lose some guys, but he's going to keep the bulk of it. And they play better today. They've been better than they were against Arkansas, for me anyway. But you can't make that throw. Great name for a handle. We drink shit. I love it. Says we need a fucking quarterback bad. Absolutely. Cam Ward would have been nice. I think he was responsible for, 5 touchdowns in Miami's win last night. Kind of a shady win, but whatever. He played great. Lord have mercy. Can't believe it. Ryan S., someone who knows a little something about playing football, I'll tell you guys that. Played at Auburn. Knows the game well. Let me try to get this so it's a little bit, you can read a little bit better. The absolute malfeasance of coaching going on. Man, Gus. The Gus plays in the first quarter in the red zone. The absolute horrible clock management to end the half. For sure, that was a stumbling block. And this quarter of not running the damn ball. Yeah, it's Diego says ticket prices just dropped 85% LMAO. Oh my goodness! All right, 4th and 11, guys. This is the game, really. Auburn might be able to get the ball back, maybe, if they fuck this up, but for all intents and purposes, this is where it's at right here. Galatian says Cam Ward was never coming to Auburn. Oh, Jesus. That's not his fault. There's nothing he can do. He had 2 separate waves of pressure on that one. Now, 4th and 11, you figure OU's going to pin their ears back and bring it, and they did. But the problem is it's 4th and 11. If it's 4th and 4, you can get the ball out quickly, you know. They still only brought 4, guys. They really only brought 3. They only brought 3, guys. Like, I'm serious. They showed like they were bringing 5, but they only brought 3 because they had a spy. So it's 3 and a spy, and 2 guys were killing him. I don't think that's on him. Good golly, Miss Molly. Raven, I'm asking the same thing. He wants to know, where did the line go? Thanks, Ryan, for the super chat, G. I don't know. I mean, they only brought 3. That's 3 on 5. And they got beat that 2 of their guys won. Now, I like their defensive front a lot, but I don't necessarily like them as pass rushers. But they got it done there. That throw against K and Lee is probably what changed the game, right? Well, not this pick, obviously. But Oklahoma's defense, their offense was just completely shut down until that long throw to Kayan. It might have broken out a little bit before when they threw that wheel route to the tight end or the H-back that got him going too. Oh, the ball's out. Offensive lineman got it, though. Oh, there's a penalty before the play started. Wow, guys, this is... Terrence says the missed field goal will change the game. That's a fair take. And something that I probably didn't think about enough. Well, yeah. Towns technically missed 3, right? I mean, there's only 2 officially, but yeah, he hadn't hit a field goal. Got to hit one, bro. I mean, the defense is fighting, but needed more from K and Lee on that. Definitely needed more from Peyton Thorne. I don't care about Georgia and Alabama. If I wanted to watch that, I'd be watching it. BRT, I'm sorry. I'm trying to resize this. I've been screwing these up today. I'm sorry. Says, this is the state of the program for me. Apathy. 4 seasons of losing have taken the excitement of winning when we do. And all these losses don't even hurt or make me angry anymore. Just apathy. I bet he's not alone. And Ben is he's good people, man. He loves Auburn. And he wants to see Auburn play well. He is definitely not a hater. So, and Ryan S., who is himself a former football player at Auburn, says 55 days until we tip off against Vermont. Oh, man. Fat Crack says, got to freaking run the ball. 92 Dedge says, not on Thorne. He is who he is. Freeze calling 5 wide passes insane. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't love the call, but he can't throw into underneath coverage like that. All right, Texas A&M goes ahead and seals the win against Arkansas 21-17. Interesting. I thought Arkansas might have won that one. Speed option from Oklahoma. He's trying to dive in there and get a few extra yards, a.k.a. Trey Mason. It's going to be 4th and 8. They're going to attempt a field goal here. Auburn will get the ball back with about a minute to go, but no timeouts. And I don't think any of us have any faith in Peyton Thorne to try to do that Harry Houdini, Sherry Papini type shit right there. Crawdaddy wants to know what the starting kicker's injury is. He's got myositis, homie. There he is, Justin O., who I was referencing earlier indirectly, talking about the Uncle Nearest that Courtney and I had last night. Love you, JDT and Courtney. Wished it was a better outcome. We love that guy. Justin Owens, what a stud. Had some of that Uncle Nearest in the Old Fashions last night, and true to form, it fucked us up real good. 125 proof. It will do that. All right, Oklahoma's going to attempt about a 40-yard field goal. And you think their kicker's probably not going to have the Towns-Magoo effect. Towns-Magoo can't do Magoo. Try to draw him off sides. We call that ADO. There's no real downside to that, because if you take the first of all, you can take the timeout, nothing happens, or you can take the delay of game and you're still kicking a makeable kick. That was just a bad read on that one. That was just a miscommunication. That's what they'll chalk it up to. You know what, guys? This is my prediction already. We're going to have a therapy session with Hugh on Monday again. It's going to be another therapy session. I've been talking about this on the board with Power Man. It does feel like the press conferences have gotten very therapy-y for him. Not for the reporters, for him. It's like he's kind of talking it out, in real time. And I like it as a reporter. I mean, it's interesting. But it's also, from a fan perspective, I would be like, dude, what? All right, so Oklahoma nails their field goal to give them a 27-21 advantage. And there's about a minute left to go, 54 seconds to go. And you got to put Peyton back out there. I mean, listen, guys, he completely screwed the pooch on that last throw. Or you know what I mean. On that throw, that underneath throw, he screwed the pooch, but he's been mostly good today. He's cataclysmically bad when he's bad. Like super, super bad. Bingo says we've got to get rid of the boosters who keep hiring these loser coaches. Damn, Bingo. That's tough. You can't really get rid of boosters. Those are Auburn people who have money and they give money to try to make Auburn better. And I really don't think that Hugh, to me, like this is based on kind of what I saw at the time, I don't think Hugh was a reach or anything. A lot of people felt like Hugh was kind of already embedded in the Auburn culture, considering he had sent his youngest daughter to Auburn already. Why is there a football out there? I don't understand how that ball got out there. Either way. They're going to squib this to Luke Deal, and he's going to run it back for a tutty. I wouldn't mind to see it, really. That was a boomer. All right. 54 seconds. Peyton Thorne at quarterback and no timeouts. Now, I'm going to say this. In 2005, the Auburn Tigers were in a similar-ish situation at University of Georgia, and I literally turned to my friend Troy Johnson, who was sitting next to me, and I said, there's no fucking way Auburn gets out of this 0.0. And Auburn got out of it. Of course, I've said that many times since then, and it still hasn't happened again. But I've seen Auburn in similar situations and get out of it. Doesn't happen often. Particularly, Brandon Cox at that time, you probably wouldn't have thought much of him beyond what you think of Peyton right now. So, we'll see what happens. That's going to be a first down throw to Rivaldo. And runner 24 says, got him right where we want him. My man. Oh, fucking A. That was a lick right there. He's got to see that coming, dude. If he throws that ball, I mean, at least the clock stops, They're in a situation where you have to throw deep. I mean, it's somewhat deep. So, it's taken a while for these routes to develop. He's got to have better vision than that, I think. Another nice catch by Rivaldo gets him out to the 45. But they're running out of time quickly. You got to down this ball. Oh, no, chains moved. My bad. Uh, 14 seconds. Boy, chances here. What are their chances here? AWS says they've got about a 1% chance of winning this game. Ed D says they bring pressure at the end of the game. What are they reviewing? You guys tell me. Yeah, I think he's short. I think he's like a yard short. I'm not sure it's really going to matter, though. They're getting they're getting a breather right now. They're going to be able to reset. Jordan says he's sick to his stomach. I get it. Let's see what else we got. Neil Jones says 2 field goals and we're going to overtime. 2 field goals in 14 seconds would be impressive. And James C. says review is good for Auburn. I completely agree with that. This is definitely giving them a chance to rethink what they're doing, get calm. Yeah, it's like a free timeout, really. And Brent Venables knows that, too. Yeah, I think he's at the 44, I guess. I mean, this really doesn't matter whether it's reversed or not. I mean, but they got to be out there. You got to be ready when that ball gets spotted because you got to snap it right there. Stu Pope says you got to be ready to run the play right now. You absolutely do. Wait, why is the clock at 9 now? Was it a Hey, honey, they can't stop the ball. That was the most worthless play right there. You can't stop the ball in the middle of the field. I mean, if he catches that, it's a first down, but I don't know. CDF sends a super chat. This is basketball school. Yeah, 5-second runoff? I've never heard of that. I've heard of a 10-second runoff. Auburn caught it, but they're at the 13. It's final. It's a final score right there. That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. There's a lot of guys out there that put their balls on the line, man. They played some great games, but you also had some pretty clutch fuck-ups, honestly. You got KN getting beat. I don't even know who got beat on that long wheel route. You got, obviously, Peyton getting beat mentally on that throw and giving up a pick six. And Brent Venables can fuck himself. I don't like him at all. I'm turning that shit off. I don't care. Reynolds says, I hate everything. You know what we don't hate, Reynolds, is your outstanding work on the Weather Channel. We don't hate that, that's for sure. Did a great job. But, yeah, it's just one of those moments, man. This one stings. God dang it, man. I don't want to hear Brent Venables talk about nothing. My man Sammy, we love Sammy. Absolutely love Sammy Nishi. This is Brother Jay, both our fan bases. Sammy's an Ole Miss fan. Look like Hezbollah HQ tonight. Oh, whoa, easy, buddy. At least the Breeders' Cup is coming to Del Mar. Courtney, how'd you feel about Del Mar? She thought it was trashy. She didn't like it. That was kind of crappy. Yeah, now my man Will, who had nothing to say all fucking week about this game when I was trying to get him talking. Now he wants to talk shit about OU beating Auburn's ass. Although, to be fair, they deserve it. They deserve it. They won that game. They won that game for sure. Fair and square. And they took advantage of Auburn being Auburn, to be honest with you. Cleveland Brown jumping in. I'm out on that bullshit. Take care, JG. Appreciate you, Cleveland, being with us all day long. Let's see. I'm getting some text from AK. Peyton played great until the fourth quarter. Messed up on the drive. Yeah. Yeah, he's also – AK's on the board with us, who was kind of pushing the idea of let's just grind this ball. I'm talking about the last couple drives. Just run it. Grind the ball. Keep the clock running. And then also he has questions about Magoo coming out for a field goal attempt at 50 yards when he really hadn't shown the ability to hit anything more than a PAT. So see, Pablito says, guys, the kicker lost the game. That's an interesting take. He's certainly part of it. I probably would say that Peyton lost the game, but Peyton also helped them get in a position to win the game, so he's kind of a plus-minus deal there. Diego says, Hugh decided to marry Peyton. I get it metaphorically. Now he's getting cheated on every week and can't do anything about it. You say he's getting cucked, huh? It happens sometimes. Wow. Salus was here as well. We love seeing Salus. He says, well, when does basketball season start? Not too far. Ryan S. reminded us earlier it was, I don't know, something like 55 days or something. T-Tiger says, another game, another loss. Nothing new under the sun. Ah, man. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hen says, meanwhile, Cam Ward's 5-0. Ouch. That one hurts, man. That one hurts. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, after all that, I didn't even I got to check with J-Head and see if he can come on the air and we can talk. Although, I don't know if we want J-Head on just first because I got to text him real quick. We probably want some hatred first, right? Because J-Head he's like me. I'm pretty reasonable and rational about these things, I mean, it sucks and all. Don't get me wrong. I still can't believe this happened. I can't believe the way it happened because we were sitting there like, you're flowing down the River Tim and you're like, all right, Peyton is doing it. He's actually valuing the football and nobody's fumbled and everything's going great. And then that happens. T Park, who we absolutely love and adore, and he's from the greater Atlanta area. Love you, JGT. Appreciate it. My bad. Appreciate it as always, my guy. Appreciate you, G. You're an absolute stud. It was great meeting you, and I can't wait to hang out with you again. For sure. Thanks for jumping up with us a couple times today. BRT jumps in with a super chat just saying Justin Wilcox, Sam Pittman last week. Brent Venables, Justin Wilcox, 3 weeks ago? Sam Pittman last week. Brent Venables this week. We are extending the careers of mediocre coaches.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Mostly shit, though, at this point, right? Let's be real about it. Jackson jumps in, my man. 4-8 incoming. Loss of words. Everyone is trolling us. Auburn cannot hide from the haters at this point. I don't even know if they're haters. They're just laughers. It just is what it is. AU Taxman, my man, has been with us all day, wire to wire. Says Hugh needs to give me a reason to trust him. We could write a song about it. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn my back around. That's what Tracy Chapman sang in 1997, and the words are still true today. The Auburn Tigers leaving you hanging. You hug them, and they kick you in the nuts. It's like this over and over again. I say this without ragging on players directly because I still think it's a coach situation. Quan says this loss is on Hugh, $1 to Gus. I wish I had a Gus soundbite. Yeah, that's pretty big right there. Thanks, Quan. I appreciate you. One of my favorite people, of course, from the great city of Montgomery, Alabama. Although I technically am in Hampstead, Alabama, but you know what I mean, Quan. Let's see. Stuart P. jumping in. We lost our season in the preseason. You have to have a quarterback. Wouldn't disagree with that. Robert S. says Oklahoma worse than Arkansas. I think they're about the same. They're a little different in the sense that I think Arkansas's offense is a little better. Oklahoma's defense is a little better. But, we could fuss all day, and I think we will because we got a lot of time left on this show. We're going to dispute about who is chiefly responsible for this loss. You can put it on Hugh. You could put it on Towns. You could put it on Payton. You could put it on Kane Lee for giving up that hellacious 60-yard throw that got Oklahoma really essentially back on the board. The time management at the end of the second quarter was all on Hugh, or the coaching staff was dog shit. You could put it on Hugh again for saying, why not run the football in the fourth quarter? There's a lot of different ways to go with this one. One thing we got to do, though, you got to give Oklahoma credit, man. Hawkins got better in the second half. He played a better second half than he did in the first half. And his receivers beat Auburn more times than I thought they would in the second half. So the way I look at it is Auburn tripped on its dick, and Oklahoma did what it had to do to take advantage of that and get it done. So we don't sit here and make up excuses. Oklahoma won this game fair and square, but holy shit, man, Auburn finding new ways to lose. Because the money line would have been turnovers, right? Going to turn the ball over and over again, and that's how they usually do it. That's how they did it against Cal. That's how they did it against Arkansas. And then today the turnovers are minimized, and now you got a kicker that can't hit a kick. You've got Peyton thrown into underneath coverage and giving up a pick six, and you've got Kane Lee getting toasted. Holy shit. Where's the Tylenol? Let's go over to our post-game look over here. I need to go ahead and update the schedule, which I will do here right now. Since we got to include that Oklahoma L, which I believe was 20. God, we're only like 5 minutes removed from the game, and I forgot the score. I know they won by 6. Was it 27-21? I literally can't remember, guys. That's how focused I get on, like, keeping the show going. It's pathetic. You're pathetic. 27-21, yeah. Yeah, I don't see a bowl game happening. That's for damn sure. I'm going to refresh this because I don't like that blue color. Can't read y'all's names. 27-21. So once I get this up here, then we'll start discussing this schedule. Sorry, it just takes me a minute to update this. I don't really have someone running the show for me, so I have to do all this myself. Anyway, I like that Auburn orange a lot better there. All right, throw that one away. Add in the new schedule. Get it sized, and then we will start talking about where Auburn goes from here. And I don't like the options very much, guys. We can't sit here and pretend like they're going to win a bunch of fucking games. They're just not. Period. Oh my God, new Gus Who Dis? Are you kidding me? This guy, what a legend this guy is. I wish I could tell you who he actually is in real life, but he's a badass is what he is. It's all on Hugh. We're undisciplined and soft AF. I might have fought you on that last week, but I can't do it now. I can't do it now. In the pressure situations in this Oklahoma game, they wilted. They wilted like a flower in the summer heat, and that's just the fucking truth. I hate to tell you that. And I mean, new Gus Who Dis don't want to hear that either, but he knows. And by the way, that guy right there loves Auburn as much as anybody. Fucking lives and breathes that shit. And he's out there hurting just like everybody else. Pablito jumping in with a super chat as well. Towns was the issue here. You can't win when he's playing that bad. And Towns, of course, essentially 0 for 3, right? He had 2 shots at the short field goal earlier in the game, and one of them was taken off the board, but he missed the first one and the second one. The actual official one he missed as well. Then he had kind of a speculative kick there. Not from his perspective, but from Hugh's perspective, and then he missed that one wide left too. So, that's 6 points off the board right there. And obviously that would equalize. But, geez Louise, guys. I don't know, man. This one stings. I mean, this is just me talking. You guys, I'm open to different opinions. The Alabama game didn't even hurt this bad. Jesus Lord, man. That's like 3rd and forever, and they still or 4th and forever, or whatever the fuck it was, and they scored on that touchdown in the back of the corner of the end zone. You lose an Iron Bowl on it. But this one, this game was so important. It was so pivotal. You've got to get off the mat after that Arkansas loss, and you've been at home for 5 games, and you're 2-3. Like, there's no way that you can come back from this because you're going to go to Georgia next week, and we all know what's going to happen there. Like, Auburn can hang with Georgia here, but not there. That ain't happening. And then you got at Missouri. Missouri's obviously having a great year. At Kentucky is, maybe 6 months ago we'd have thought, that's winnable. Like, I don't know, man. Kentucky just won at Ole Miss. And Vanderbilt's been playing better football. And that's still going to be inside Jordan Hare, but that's not till November 2nd. Fucking hey, guys. Today's the 28th of September. Like, that's forever from now. Like, this program can be completely in the shitter by then. You know what I mean? Although the argument could be made, it's there already on the 28th of September. Hey, Mang. Mang just says, Mang sad. I hate to see it, bro. I hate to see you sad, Mang, because I know you're a very positive guy. You love Milli Vanilli. I mean, I couldn't possibly hate on you for loving Milli Vanilli. They were a great group. As fake as they may be, the music was still great. Thanks, Mang, for jumping with us, bro. Also, Josh C. says, I am worried about transfers. I don't know about that as much. I don't know. I think it might be a worthy concern, but I don't think it's going to be a rash. I don't think it's going to be a rash, but I think it's going to be bad. Shit, I forgot to turn on Skype. My bad. If y'all want to call in, those of you who know who to call in, how to call in, when to call in, where to call in, you know what to do. The number is on the bunker, pinned atop the message board, and most of you guys who call in are the people that call in over and over again, so we always love having you. If you want to call in, if you don't, I completely respect your opinion on that. Yeah, this is not a great situation to be in. Stoop Up jumps in with another super chat. Says CHF has sucked the magic out of Jordan Hare. Let me give you a TPR on that one. The thing is, like, so what B Hall was saying. I'm sorry, E Hall. That my eyes are not as good as they used to be. Actually, I'm cross-eyed, to be honest with you. He says Deuce Knight's got to be impressed. Again, the vertical on Deuce has always been, we need you. We need you to be here to make plays and get us launched out of the fucking quagmire we're in. So I don't necessarily think this turns Deuce off, and that's fine. If it does, then he can go to Notre Dame and do that. And Auburn can take Juju Lewis and move on, you know? That's fine. Cam Moore, what's up, brother? He says, how many does Freeze have to win in 2025? He's surely getting a third year, right? I think he's got to have a third year, yeah. He's got to have a third year. Our first call on the drain is going to be from a number I don't know. I've got about 5 million numbers in my phone, but not this one. Hey, welcome to the drain. Who am I talking to?
What's up, JG?
Wired. Who this?
Ben 0003269.
All right, cool. What up, man?
What's up?
Well, I'm just kind of hanging, talking about Auburn shit in the bed again. What are you doing?
Well, I'm walking out of the stadium, and this was probably one of the worst losses that I've ever witnessed at Auburn.
Yeah, I was just thinking earlier, it seems stupid that like a game in September would fuck me up this bad, but this is a stinger, dude. God, this sucks.
It's awful. It's awful. I mean, it goes back to, I mean, I just don't know if this coaching group is the right group for Auburn. I mean, we're sitting there at 10 minutes left in the game, up X amount of points, and we're throwing the damn ball, and we run the ball on 3rd and 10. But I mean, it's just like they don't have a clue what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't like the play calling in the fourth quarter, Ben. I thought it was trash. I don't understand, but. Peyton can't throw into underneath coverage like that. Like, I don't know what he's doing. He had a good game going, Ben, but he sucked. That throw was so bad, dude.
Well, you cannot put your defense in a situation not to lose. I mean, this defense played great all games, and you have to let them win or lose the game. And we didn't do that, and it's a shame. I mean, I think the defense takes some abuse sometimes, but they're on the field all the time. This game they were not on the field all the time, and they look great. And then we lose it because we throw a damn pick six because we should be running the ball.
I know. That pick six was a stinger, dude. God dang it. That's like literally the worst play you could ever do right there, and he fucked it up completely.
I don't know, but
sorry you had to be in the stadium for that one, buddy.
I just don't. Freeze has got to get something under control, and he's got to get the the play calling right. And if he doesn't, I mean, I just don't know that he's the right fit for this for what we're doing at Auburn.
I think he's still got to stay a little bit longer, Ben. His recruiting's been good, and
no. Look. Every coach that's got fired at Auburn, from Tuberville to Harsin to Gus, the recruiting was in the tank. There's no doubt about that. And even but at some point we've got to wake up and realize that Freeze has been known for not winning the games he should win, and this is one. I mean, this is one of them. We had this thing won.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't get it. So
it's a frustrating one, dude, for sure.
So, all right, man. Well, I'll open it up to anybody else, but I appreciate it, JD.
Thanks for calling in, G. Call back next time, all right?
All right, man. See you.
Bye. There he is, Ben. What a badass. We love Ben. First-time caller, I think, for him, because I didn't have him in the bank here. But, yeah, made some good points, dude. He's getting frustrated. He ain't saying it's time to fire Hugh or nothing, but, yeah, it's been tough. I was trying to get my man Will to come on the show, Oklahoma fan. A reasonable one. He's an actual graduate, but he didn't want to come on, so because he didn't want to talk shit. He thinks this is going to be the only SEC game they win. Kenny jumped in with a super chat. Says, law of averages caught up with Thorne. War Damn Eagle. Anyways, my man, I love the attitude there. Just the War Damn Eagle anyway. Because, man, you got to, like I've been saying, I know you guys get tired of hearing me say it, but you got to sit in the poopy diaper if you're going to sit on the golden throne. You want to appreciate the throne once they get there, if you ain't sitting one. Eric says, I'm absolutely speechless. And Eric is not someone who is absolutely speechless very often. One of my favorite bunkers of all time. Absolutely hilarious. I'm not sure anybody on that site makes me laugh more than him. Just speechless, legitimately numb. I mean, I kind of feel that way myself, and I got to run this show. I can't believe that actually happened. Like, just statistically speaking, the likelihood of that happening is like fucking half of 1%. And then it happens, and you're like, don't throw it, don't, fuck, and I hate, I don't know, watching them on tape, watching Oklahoma on tape. I loved Kip, number 10. I love watching him play. He's a player I admire, and he makes a great play, and he gets a pick six, and he changes the game, and I'm happy for the kid. I love it when kids like that get to make a play, and he's a great player. He's going to be a great player for Oklahoma. He's not even old yet. I think it's his second year. And, it'd just be nice if the Auburn quarterback didn't throw the ball right into his hands. J. Ellis Sr. says, woo, boys. And then he says, can't excuse this one. No, there's no way out of that. There's no way to put lipstick on this pig, guys. That was a shitter. I thought it was mismanaged in a lot of different ways from the coaching staff. I thought and I hate to be going back in circles, but it's the same kind of thing. Mismanagement in the second quarter, the kicks, the interception, the pick six. Good God. Now we've got War Eagle 0008 with us tonight. What's up, brother?
Hey, JG, what's up, man?
Word.
Well, that was tough. That was tough to take.
This one sucks, dude. This is a stinger for me.
Not normally just a total loss for words, but I don't know what to think. I hear the criticism of Hugh, and I think it's valid.
Yes.
I'm shocked to see, like, I guess what makes me even more mad, though, is watching Peyton Thorne see an RPO called with 8 minutes left in the game, up 11 points, and your defense is playing lights out. And you decide, well, the read's there to throw it, so I'm going to throw it. It's like, you're 23 years old, and you've played however many high-level football games. And Hugh's losing his mind. Like, what are you throwing the football for? And so, like, there's blame on both sides. You got to be mad at Hugh for even giving him the RPO, but at the same time, like, would you not be like, surely my 23-year-old quarterback's not going to throw this football?
Yeah.
And then he does.
I think that's what he sits there. I think that's why he's just aghast. He's like, how does that happen?
Well, and then it's third down, and you're trying to get a first down, but you're sitting there going, we're up 21-16, and the worst thing that happens here is we punt the football to the 5-yard line, and they got to go 95 yards to score a touchdown, and they hadn't pissed a drop other than one broken play. And Peyton Thorne doesn't see drop coverage again, and he throws football. And I'm all on the Hugh deserves a lot of flack on this, and Peyton had really probably one of his better games.
Yeah, he did, for sure.
But some of the decisions are just like, I mean, Hugh's got to go, I cannot believe he did that. Like, I don't know how you balance that. And because, where's the blame lie? Like, I don't know if it's just 50-50 and you just split it down the middle, but we honestly, if we don't turn the ball over 5 times in our 2 starting Power 5 football games, and Peyton Thorne decides to just get sacked and we punt the football, we're 5-0 going to Athens, which doesn't change what's going to happen in Athens. but it sure changes how we feel about the football season.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the turnovers got him in the first 2 losses, but this one today, I mean, Peyton just threw the ball to a fucking linebacker and he ran it back. Like, and what happened to Towns Magoo? Like, why was he kicking like that?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain kickers ever, especially freshman walk-on kickers. I mean, you can't miss 27-yard field goals, but especially when you get a second shot at it. That's just pathetic. But I don't know, man. I'm not – I guess the reason I'm not so down on Hugh is I look at this and go, I legitimately think, like, statistically, what are the chances Auburn's 5-0 right now? Like, we're not, but, like, they're pretty good. Like, very few teams turn the ball over 5 times 2 games in a row against high-level competition.
Yeah,
and then you probably had a 99% chance to win this game, Blade? Something like that? 98?
Let's give it 95. 90-ish. I don't know.
I mean, not a coin flip. You know what I mean?
Better than that,
like, it's just there's a lot to figure out, but I think a lot of the chatters have been saying the same thing. The season was lost in December, in January, when we decided to stick with Peyton Thorne. And I hate saying that today because I thought he really played pretty well.
Yeah.
Until he just didn't.
Yeah,
But
until he made a fatal
But that's
mistake.
that's how things work. I mean, like you put a player who's just not very good in that situation long enough, he's going to mess it up. Anyway, I just trying to shed a little perspective and there's no defense in it. I just am shocked at how this went down, and I hope we turn it around.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't know, but I don't know how we do. Not with who's taking snaps. There's nobody there to do it.
You got to find a way to get Peyton Thorne to play a fucking full game, like a full good game. He played like 80% of a good game today, or an 85%, but it's got to be a full game.
I agree.
I don't know how to do
All
that.
right, man.
I don't know how to do that, but it's got to happen.
I think Hugh doesn't need. I think Hugh. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I think. Can you imagine calling an RPO in that situation with a 23-year-old quarterback and thinking there's no way he's actually going to throw this football, and then he throws it not once, he throws it twice to stop the clock. It's stunning.
Yeah, I think that's why Hugh's just like freaking out, going, "How can this happen? Like, I've taught you differently than this." But I'm not trying to cover for Hugh. His clock management at the end of the second quarter was dog shit. Was it not? Was it not horrible?
Yeah, no, I think we're on the same sheet of music because I'm not trying to cover for Hugh either. But I mean, he's called a quote unquote RPO, but I mean, surely he's on the headset going, "Don't throw the damn ball, don't throw the football," and he throws the football anyway. And Peyton decides to talk back at him and like, well, that was the right read. It's like if you're talking back at him thinking it's the right read, you're so lost as to your own clock management as a quarterback that it's hard to even see how. I mean, we're so far gone. You know what I mean? Like, there's no. I mean, that's high school. That's high school stuff, man. Like, we cannot throw the football because we're up 11 points with 8 minutes to go in a game we have to win, and our defense is playing lights out. Punts are great. Tommy Tuberville, punt the football.
Live to punt, yes, sir.
Live to punt.
Yeah.
All you had to do was live to punt, and we're having a different conversation tonight.
Yet here we are, sitting in the shit again.
Well, I appreciate you taking the call, and
I appreciate
always appreciate the show, and y'all have a good night, and I'll stay in the chat, but appreciate it, Jay.
All right, man. See you, brother.
All right, buddy. Bye.
There he is, War Eagle 0008, one of our favorite callers and chatters. He's great on the board. He's just we're just glad to have him in the community for sure. And I tried to put his full name in the thing there, and it just went haywire. So, oh man, oh wow. Let's see. JBS been giving it a hard time in here. Says, dude, y'all need to give the defense more credit for those interceptions. Hey, I don't know if this is like an Oklahoma thing, but I mean, yeah, I gave them credit all day long, really. She also said, JBS, the battle to see who's worse. JBS did. Yeah. Grind, good question here. I don't know what our expectations are anymore. Yeah, like what? Like, I don't know. Here's where I'm wrong. Here's where I'm probably just crazy. I still look at Auburn as being a middle-class SEC team, but they just find ways to fuck up in the most clutch situations. We got MWD on the line. What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Another shitty one.
Yeah. I'm going to say if that play call was an RPO, you don't call an RPO and then get mad that the quarterback threw it.
You talking about the pick six? Is that what you're talking about?
If that was it, are the one on the possession before.
Yeah, I'm not
if
sure
you
what
want the quarterback to run the ball,
yeah,
you don't call an RPO.
Then call a fucking run,
that was
right?
The problem. Right. That's just total horseshit. Like that's as close as you can get to a fireable offense from play calling as there is. There's no the quarterback should have known better. That's pathetic.
I can't believe this happened, my man. I just can't believe this actually happened.
Well, I don't. Again, we have no choice but to stay in this and try to recruit the hell out, and hopefully Deuce commits, and it keeps the class going and all that, no matter what the record is. That's where we are. That's what we have to do. But we got a head coach that's just not very smart. He's not showing it in his play calling, and he can talk about execution all he wants. It's not execution when you call plays your guys can't execute. That's coaching.
Damn, son.
Calling in a third and 7 situation, calling a 25-yard NFL option route to a true freshman wide receiver, that's dumb as shit. Like, you can't point the finger at him for not doing it right. Like, that should have never been called. And if he gets up there in front of that mic and starts talking about guys executing again, everything like that, he better be damn good at holding players to him and together, because at some point the finger's just got to point at me. I don't know if he's capable of that. It's not what he does. I know he says it initially, but then everything's got an and, if, and a but. And at the end of the day,
yeah, he better not be in that press conference coming up with some bullshit excuses. I mean, that's the truth.
But he probably will, because that's who he is.
No, I don't know about that, man. This is a different situation here. A lot of this is on him, straight up.
We'll see.
Yeah. That's probably going on right now.
I think there's fundamentally flawed with decision making. He's trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I've said it the all time, just for whatever reason, culturally, whatever, a pass first offense doesn't work with Auburn. I think it could over several years of preparation. I don't know that he's going to get that much patience.
Yeah.
I guess it depends if he's able to get the talent in. But I mean, anybody with a brain knows in that situation, and it wasn't like Oklahoma snuck that coverage up on us. We'd gone to that slant the last 2 times, and it almost got picked the time before. And they, snuck a robber under, I guess. I couldn't tell watching it live.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. The linebacker backed out, and he was in his zone. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it is completely – it's showing as a coach you don't have faith in anybody but your own play calling ability kind of thing. If you had any faith in your defense at all, you call something conservative. Either you run the ball or you take a shot downfield, but you don't do something that's going to result in a score for the other team.
Hey, man, I'm going to be surprised by this.
That's a risk of running that play.
They threw the ball 32 times. They ran the ball 43 times, although some of those runs, I mean, Peyton had 17 runs. I got to believe a good 10 of those maybe were scrambles. So, honestly, it was about even.
I would say after the first quarter, it was a more balanced play calling game that we've had. But it just when the game is on the line, and we as Auburn fans, when coaches have had talent, when Gus had the right talent, he made some great calls. He got lucky. Things do not bounce that way with Hugh Freeze. They bounce the other way. And I don't know what it is about the 5 turnovers the last 2 games, if that's a talent problem or whatever, but somebody posted like his record with Liberty and everything like that. His teams have been turnover prone. Well, I think part of that is because when he needs to play conservative or he needs to do what he's doing, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He sticks to something that he thinks conceptually is going to work, but he doesn't have the talent to do it. He doesn't seem to know his own talent.
Well,
which you would think at this point he would.
Yeah, it's just today was a fucking disaster. I don't know what else to tell you, man. And dude, we haven't even talked about 4th and goal from the 1, and they run Wildcat, don't get it. Like, there's at least 3 points you fucking gave away. Plus the clock management at the end of the second quarter was ass. Like this, there's a lot of coaching questions I got too.
Even at the high school level, when you line up 4th and goal, Wildcat, 90% of the time that play is going to be a QB power. And if you're going to do that, you want it to be somebody like Jarquez that's got the leg strength to just push through. But doing that with the situation with our offensive line, that was just asinine. Like it's the number one thing Oklahoma's going to look is a fin on that play, and we ran right into it. That makes no sense. And he's got a package for Malcolm. He's got a package for Sam Jackson. When they're in the game, the ball goes to them. I'm actually shocked Oklahoma didn't figure out as better than they did. Every time Malcolm's out there, he's getting the ball. But it's just like, I mean, this wouldn't cut it in 6 or 7A in Alabama, coaching high school football.
Jeez.
Unless you got a talent advantage. But I mean,
which he don't
high
have.
school coaches would outcoach you doing this stuff.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So what we got here? I mean,
and I think
go ahead.
I think that's the only way Hugh knows to coach is having a talent advantage.
All right. So what do we think? Okay, they're 2-3. You got to go to Georgia. That's 2-4. At Missouri's 2-5. At Kentucky's probably 2-6, right? I mean,
maybe.
at that point, you're fucked. I mean, it's over.
Well, let's just say best case scenario, they steal one of those.
All right.
How does it look for the rest of the year?
That's 3-5. You got Vanderbilt at home. Let's just be nice and say that's a win. So that's 4-5. ULM's 5-5. Texas A&M. I mean, they're better than Auburn, I think. And then you got to add Alabama.
Okay.
So I got an idea how that's going to go too.
So even if you won all your home games and won on the road, you're a 5-win team.
Yep. That ain't great.
Yeah, they needed to be 4-1 this month, and they went 2-3.
Yeah, and dude, I mean, it's just the turnovers in the Cal game, the turnovers in the Arkansas game, and then this game. There's so many things you can point to. I don't even know which one you point to. The fucking pick six, the missed field goals, the coaching.
I mean, you can look at the individual plays, the turnovers, whatever. You can say it was a receiver's fault, or the quarterback made a wrong read, or you can say it's execution. You can say whatever. But when it sustains itself over a pattern of time, it's not just the lack of talent. I mean, last year we had the talent to compete with Alabama and Georgia, and we looked damn good against Oklahoma today. So why aren't you putting it together? I mean, with 10 minutes left in the game today, I turned to my dad and I said, how the hell does this team lose to Cal and Arkansas playing this well? And it's just like, there's something about not getting guys amped up and ready to play, no matter who the opponent is. There's just something mentally off. Guys aren't, like I said before, committed to the AU kind of thing. I don't know what it is, but it all falls back on the head coach, and he just hasn't gotten it there yet.
Yeah.
I thought today was going to be it. I thought today was going to be kind of a signature win. I knew there were things he didn't do right, but in the last two drives, we just choked.
Completely. Well, we'll live to play another day next week at Georgia, and we'll talk about it again, MWD. I appreciate you. I always appreciate you because you're a rational dude. You're a rational dude. You're like me. We don't get carried away, but it is what it is. We got to be real about it.
Yep. All right, man. I'll see you.
See you, brother. Bye. There he is, MWD, one of my favorite callers. He and I are kind of on the same wavelength when it comes to just kind of being calm and rational, and I don't get carried away with this particular win or this particular loss. But my God, this game today was so mismanaged. It's hard for me to overlook the fact that Hugh played a big role in this. The mismanagement of the clock in the late second quarter. The 4th and goal from the 1 was a fucking wildcat play with Sam Jackson of all people, dude. Peyton is proven things to you. Jarquez has proven things to you. Damari has proven things to you. Fuck, Jeremiah Cobb has proven things to you. And you give the ball to Sam Jackson. And I'm not trying to shit on Sam. I like Sam. But come on, bro. Like, of all the people in your entire team that you're going to put the ball in his hands for such a clutch moment, it's going to be Sam fucking Jackson? Really? I see that this is where y'all differ from me a little bit. This is a lot of this is on Hugh Freeze, and that's just the way it is. JL Senior's in the house. What's up, brother?
What's up? How you doing, JG?
Well, I'm drinking, and that makes the pain go away a little bit more, so that's good.
We'll drink some for the both of us.
Well, I've had quite a bit tonight, my man. What have you been drinking tonight? Have you had any?
No, I'm 5 years sober at this point.
Oh, I had a boy. Good job.
Man, watching Auburn kind of makes me want to go back on it sometimes. So Jesus.
This kind of game would definitely do it, man. What sticks out to you about this? I mean, I feel like there's so many directions you could go. What are you thinking?
I'm actually, I don't know if you've seen anything that deals with his press conference afterwards.
No, I haven't. Tell me about it.
All right. So he said something. I'm going to try to read between the lines a little bit.
Here it comes.
Because I think it's very telling. So one of the things that he talks about, and it's pretty direct. He says the margin of error feels very small in the weight of every play call, or you feel the weight of every play call. And I'm sure the players feel the weight. And reading between the lines of that quote alone kind of tells me that he's potentially losing some confidence in his abilities as a play caller, because you feel the weight of every play call. I mean, this is what he was brought to Auburn to do, was revive the offense. And many people in football, at least in the past, will tell you that Freeze has been one of the better offensive play callers that's out there. And for the most part, I would agree. He's hard-headed at times, just like Gus. But to make that statement as candidly as he did, I think he said everything without actually saying it, which is he's losing confidence in his ability to call games. And
God, that's crazy, dude. I was saying earlier, Jay Allo, before this game ended, I mean, when the game was like early, I said every press conference feels like a fucking therapy session with him, and now what you're telling me is exactly the same.
I mean, look, one of the things that I mean, I've even been guilty of it as well at times when it comes to Hugh. In the past, we wanted somebody that would be candid and tell us more than the Gus coach speak, or the Harsin just being an asshole to reporters and media. We wanted people that would be a little bit more candid. And I think the more I listen to Hugh, I agree that it gets, kind of like a therapy session, but at the same time, I also think that he's just explaining. He's trying to explain himself way too much. And it comes across at times as if he's throwing people under the bus, or he's throwing his coaches under the bus. So, it's a double-edged sword where we want a coach who's going to go in there and answer questions and not give you the coach speak. But when he starts in his own way explaining himself, I mean, there's a way to do it and there's a way to not do it. And he's clearly taken, on many of these occasions, the wrong way of going about it. It comes across as very, me, not we. And I hate it. But that single quote today from his press conference kind of threw me for a loop. I mean,
yeah.
He's a very proud person. He's a very, he believes, or up until now, he has always been very candid about, the way that he runs offense, and he seems to have been very confident about it. But man, that screams to me that, he's losing it. And we saw something similar with Gus at times. Not that I'm comparing the two, because I think today is great evidence that Gus probably would have ran the ball 60 times today, especially with how we were gassing them at times. But you know what? Nobody has talked about, at least maybe I logged on too late and called in too late, so I haven't heard it if they have. But I want to say going into the fourth quarter, Jarquez had only touched the ball 15 times. I think he had 89 yards, I believe. Just like last week. And coming out of Cal in the second half, and you have, 4 rushes for 36 or 39 yards, and then you just inexplicably put him on the shelf. When he's averaging that clip, and you're basically, using him very sparingly, I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. Going back to the RPO calls, you take the decision out of Peyton's hands at that point. You call a freaking run play. You don't call an RPO. You're bleeding clock there. I just feel bad for the kids that are going out there and busting it, because
I know
they are.
A lot of them are playing. They're all playing hard. Some are playing really good football too.
No, and that's the thing. This one is squarely on coaching. This is not. This is nothing that, Towns Magoo missed a couple kicks there, 3 if you count the one that with the penalty. But outside of his us missing McPherson today, everything else goes right at the feet of coaching there.
I would agree,
especially on the offensive side of the ball. And I'll pivot one thing about the defense. What has happened to Keontae Scott?
It seems like they, they moved him to corner, and then he was trash, and they brought him back to safety. I'm sorry, to nickel, where he's usually really good, and he hasn't been good there either. So I don't know. He's a question mark, because I thought he was the best defender coming in, and then now he's one of the worst.
And that's exactly the point that I'm making. He was one of those guys on the defense, which for the most part they played their butts off today. Kay and Lee is. You and I had conversations about him on the board last year, where I thought he was just, he was our next Carlton Davis type or Jamel Dean type.
Yeah.
He's struggling right now, but Keontae, man, in big spots today, gave up some key first downs in the passing game.
He sure did.
I just don't get it, man. I'm with you. I thought he was going to be the person that was going to hold the secondary together as long as they put him back at nickel, because we saw at the Maryland game that he can't be on an island by himself.
Yeah.
But even moving him back to nickel has just looked like a complete disaster.
All right, man.
And but yeah, I'm at a loss, JG.
I know, it sucks, dude. We're just gonna have to kind of get through it together, and I don't even want to. I'm gonna pretend like this Georgia game's not gonna happen next week. Maybe we won't even do a show.
Look, hey, I might start drinking again next week, because it's
don't do it.
Play.
No, sir.
Hey, man. No, in all seriousness, yeah, it's the type of loss today can derail an entire season.
Yeah, it's tough.
Because I think you and Dee were just talking about, potentially looking at 2-6 square in the face. I think calling any SEC game a win at this point is foolish. So it's a loss like today can completely ruin the culture of a team. And man, I'm curious to see how we bounce back.
Appreciate you calling in, JL. You're a badass. We love having you in the community. So thanks for calling in.
I appreciate you, Jay.
See you, man. Bye.
All right. Bye.
There he is, JL Senior. Badass. We love having him on the show. He's just, he's pissed off, just like everybody else. Daniel D says Alabama's about to score. I'm assuming that's pretty early in the game there. So there we go. Mobile alum, you got to call me on the line here, because I don't have a way to answer that one. Russell says, "Are we going 4-8?" That is a distinct possibility at this point. G, you got to feel like ULM is going to be a win, but I don't know. We got AU Taxman on the line. I don't know what else they've got here. AU Taxman, what's up, G?
Hey, man, how are you?
It has been a minute since you've been on our lines, but I'm really glad to have you here, man.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, this football program is just killing me right now.
Yeah, I get it, man. You've been with us wire to wire today, too. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah. And I think I'm a pretty even keel guy.
You sure
I
are.
try not to get too emotional about this stuff, and this game is, and somebody alluded to it earlier, but maybe it was you. But one call or one play or whatever can decide the outcome of a game. I mean, the margin of error is so thin in these games. It really does put a premium on being on your best on every single play. And it's funny, my son and I, did you ever watch the documentary about Derek Jeter on Netflix or Hulu or whoever put it out a few years ago? It's really, really good.
I didn't know.
No, you got to see it. But one thing, and I've heard a lot of people say this kind of thing in different ways, but Jeter put it this way. Somebody asked him if he ever got nervous playing the game, and he said no. He's like, I've never been nervous playing any game ever, because I play every single game, whether it's preseason or the 7th game of the World Series, exactly the same way.
Damn.
Balls out, everything I can do to win the game, no matter what. So I never got nervous about a game. And I just don't know that we've got the ball 4th and 1 on the freaking goal line at the end of the second quarter. Hugh is coaching like that.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, you got one call. You're running a guy who's touched the ball 3 times all year.
I don't
You're
understand
putting the ball in his hands.
All the people you could
to
put
win
the
game.
Yeah. All the people.
Are you coaching to win the game? Like, it just blows my mind. And we all saw the game. So we've talked about the game kind of ad nauseum. So I don't want to talk about that so much, but I want to talk about kind of going forward.
Oh.
I mean, if you're Hugh, what do you tell the fans? Like, how do
He's
you
going to
keep
say,
them
I
engaged
appreciate your
for the rest of
support.
the
He's
season?
going to say, you guys are the best fans in America, and I appreciate your support. And you appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
Because we got to stack
but
2
I mean,
more.
that's not
He's
gonna
going to say
work.
2 more recruiting classes. What are you going to say?
No, it's not going to work.
I'm telling you, that's what he's
maybe
gonna
next
say.
year, though, that'll work, but it's not going to work for the next 6 weeks.
No.
And what do you tell recruits? Like, hang in there. We're going to be good next year.
Yes.
Like,
He
are
says I'm
we
a
mailing?
quarterback away.
What they ought to be telling people is we're going to be beating Georgia next weekend. You just watch. And to Hugh's credit, I will say, I don't think we have nearly the talent problem we had 12 months ago. We have good players on the field.
I would agree with you. Yeah, their
there's no
talent is way
reason
up.
we should be. There's no reason we should be assuming losses, even on the road, to Missouri and Kentucky. Like, we should win those football games if it's just talent. Now, I mean, at this point, I'm almost convinced that Eli is going to outcoach you and win that game based on sheer coaching.
Well, hold on. Missouri's
But,
what, a top 5? Are they top 10? They're certainly top 10.
Yeah. I mean, I don't give much credence to the polls this time of year, though. I mean, the polls are kind of whatever. But like, I mean, can you? There's no way you can sell me on the fact that Missouri has better players than Auburn does right now.
No.
I mean, at best, it's a push.
I would say it's a push.
And we've got our issues. We've got our issues at quarterback or whatever, but we ought to be competitive and win that football game. And Hugh needs to understand that. And it's just maddening to watch these games where it literally it's like the adverse of Gus. Like, if we'd run the ball, 20% more in these last 3 games, we probably would have won them all.
I still have my ticket.
And so,
I still have my ticket encased in plastic, Taxman, from the Auburn, Missouri Classic. for 2022.
Yeah.
Was an absolute fucking showdown. This is section 69, row 5, seat 19. So that's 69,
Dude,
5,
beautiful.
and 19, G.
Dude, I cannot believe they sold those. I almost bought one. I was so proud that you did. Like in the
17 to
lucite
14.
holder and everything.
I love it.
Just unbelievable.
Oh my god.
But like honestly, like I will say this because I try to be mostly positive. Like to the bunker or whatever. Like everybody's irritated about the game. Things are 1,000,000% better than they were a year ago. They're 5,000,000% better than they were 2 years ago.
They don't feel like it.
Like just, it doesn't feel like it right now, but things are going to keep getting better. You just got to hold the line, keep your faith, and it's going to get better. I mean, like, just like, it doesn't feel like it right now, but it's still better than it was 24 months ago.
Oh, I agree.
And
with that. Yeah.
it's not an acceptable level of performance right now, but I do feel like we're, a decent quarterback, which will be a couple of years. I mean, like, even if we sign whoever we want to for next year, like, they're not going to come in as true freshmen and be a world beater. Like,
what
we're
about
not
a
winning
transfer
the
guy?
SEC.
What about
next
a junior transfer?
year. Maybe. It just depends on who it is, and I don't know who all's out there.
Same.
But if they got a reputable junior transfer, maybe we can make something happen. But Deuce Knight and Juju, they're not the panacea to win games, and we got to put money for the transfer. If we want to win 8 or 9 games next year, it's not going to be with a freshman quarterback.
No, I agree with you completely. Dude, his option was to pay $1 million or $1.5 million for Cam Ward, and he didn't want to do it, which I kind of respect it. Like, he said it would fuck up the locker room, and maybe it would have, and maybe it wouldn't have, because the locker room's fucked up now. They're 2-3.
Yeah. Well, I would say this, though, like, I think that is a mentality. I think that's an accurate statement for maybe the last, 3 years. But I would say starting, next year, it probably, everybody kind of gets it now. I think all the players, we've had NIL for, 4 years, 3-4 years now. I think everybody's just going to understand that certain positions get paid more, and that's just how it is. And I don't think it'll screw up the locker room because they're all getting paid something now.
Yeah.
But some positions are more valuable than others, like left tackles and defensive ends and cornerbacks and quarterbacks. Like, they're going to get paid the most.
Yes.
They're the most valuable players. Running backs are a dime a dozen, and the way quarterbacks are protected these days, they're the most valuable players, and you've got to have somebody who can, throw the ball in a dime. And we don't have that person right now.
Listen,
go ahead.
Reynolds in the chat was asking, when's the last time that Auburn had a win of consequence? And I'm trying to work through here and see, the last time Auburn had a win where you were like, "Fuck, that's a big win." I'm having. It's gonna be several. years.
It would have to be the last time Gus beat Alabama.
Good God.
Bo Nix beating Alabama. Right.
How about Harsin winning at LSU, 24-19? Would that count in 2021?
No. Ultimately, on that day it was, but in the grand scheme of things, we all know it wasn't. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was Bo Nix beating Alabama. What was that, his freshman year?
Was that 19?
I can't remember.
Yeah, 48-45, 48-45 in 2019. I think that's probably the last time.
Yeah.
Holy
I think
shit.
so. But
2019, that's 5 fucking years ago.
I know, my phone's that old. I'm thinking about getting a new one. Yeah, dude. That's a long time. And like, I mean, people, I get frustrated and I think like, does Hugh appreciate that we've got to be like win games that matter? I mean, of course he does, but he's got a hard freaking job, and that's not an excuse because he makes a lot of money. But like anybody who has ever managed a team of people, like I've managed a team of people, and they screw up all the time. And there are times like, I mean, hell, like even like yesterday, I'm like trying to get a deal closed, and I'm like, oh my God, like how can this person who knows what they're supposed to do possibly do this? Like they know they're not supposed to. I've trained them not to do it, and they do it anyway.
Yeah, and that's what Hugh's feeling.
The difference between me and Hugh is I can step in and fix it, but Hugh can't go on the field and throw the next pass, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. It's freaking hard. And so, like, I mean, I give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt. It's really hard to be a good football coach because there's a lot more parity than there used to be. I mean, obviously the SEC, every team is good now, especially with NIL. And you better get used to it because whatever, like, I mean, who knows how long the SEC is going to be around.
Yeah.
But, you know, the next 5 or 10 years, every team, for the most part, is going to be good. It's going to be like the NFL. Like, you can win it. Like Doc says, every game's a winnable, losable.
Losable.
Every single game is going to be like that. Yeah.
All right, Tex, man.
And we're just going to... Yeah. Well, I'll turn it over to the next caller, but I appreciate you giving me time to talk, man.
Hell yeah. We love having your rational and reasonable, measured responses. That's what I love. That's why I love you.
Yeah, for sure. For
All
sure.
right,
All right. See you, man.
Bye. There he is, Taxman, one of the most likable characters on the entire bunker community. Also, Powerman said that Auburn hasn't played a meaningful game in years, and I would remind you, Powerman, about this. I have the ticket in plastic, so it can never be sullied. Auburn's win against the hated Missouri Tigers, 14-17, in overtime. A game they completely dominated, won that game easy. Section 69, 5-19. And I bet you weren't even there, Power Man. You probably don't even care enough. I can't believe Power Man even shows up trying to say there hasn't been a meaningful game in years. Yet this game right here, unbelievable. Hey, there was somebody who wanted to talk. Hold on. I wanted to check out Stoltz wanted to come on. And I really want to talk to Stoltz about this fucking post-game press conference bullshit because I want to hear more about this. This stuff's like starting to annoy me, like actually. What's the fucking deal with all this being therapy? Like, what is all this shit? I have a therapist. I don't make y'all listen to it. What up, Stoltz? It's JG.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, are you in the press conference or in the press box? That's what I meant to say.
Underneath the bowels of Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Oh, are you?
Where Auburn blew another freaking opportunity to win. A growing trend under one Hugh Freeze, I should say.
I'm sorry. We're arguing about when the last time Auburn had a significant win was, and I think the answer is 2019 against Alabama. I think that's the last time. 5
maybe
years
Ole Miss
ago.
in 2021.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. Yeah, that's definitely one that some people are saying was pretty significant. But hey, man,
at LSU in 21.
Well, they were shitty though. But yeah, it was nice to snap that streak.
Yeah, of course.
Hughes press conference. JLF Senior apparently was listening to it, and he said it sounded like therapy again. He was talking about every play call feels very heavy. What did you think about that?
I mean, it is right now with the margin of error they have. I mean, they should have, by all means, won that game easily. And because of clock mismanagement by the staff, by Hugh, at the end of the first half, because of missed field goals, because of, for some reason, putting in Sam Jackson on 4th and 1 at the goal line to run the ball instead of handing it to Hunter, the best running back you have, and trusting him to gain 1 freaking yard. And putting the ball in Sam Jackson's hands, who hasn't played a snap in like 2 weeks, is so fucking stupid.
I don't understand what's going on. Like, what? Why?
I don't either. I don't understand. I think he's trying to outsmart himself. And it just does not make sense. You were running the ball. And then Peyton, I went back and You could see Hugh tell Peyton, "Hey, we need to run the ball," and then Peyton throws it twice.
Yeah, I saw him yelling at him, going, "Stop!"
And he's like, "Well, I need to do a better job communicating with Peyton that we need to run the ball." Well, you're 18 games in with him. If it's not going to change, if it's not happening now, it's not going to change.
Yeah, exactly.
And that falls on both of them. That falls on both of them.
Do you think Freeze do you think he's too lovey-dovey? Is he too forgiving? Like, does he give people too much grace?
He needs to go back to being a hard ass.
But can he do that?
That's what needs to happen.
Can he do that?
Exactly. We had a long conversation about that. I shouldn't tell people that, but we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just in the NIL and the transfer portal area, you can't be in a hard ass as much as you could in the past.
Okay.
I mean, it works for Kirby Smart, but he has 5 stars after 5 stars that can fill the void left by a 5-star. Auburn doesn't have that right now.
No.
But he does need to be harder on these kids because they are landing winnable games. I'm not saying it's just the kids; it's the coaching staff as well. If you see my column I just published, it's a growing trend of them blowing fucking games that they should definitely win.
Yeah,
and it blows on everyone.
This one was bad, dude.
It falls.
I mean, I know you think so too. I know you think this one sucked. It sucked. This is a really bad one.
I mean, it's just they dominated Oklahoma the entire game. And then not running the ball, taking 1 minute and 38 seconds off the clock after Oklahoma had basically given up after getting stopped on 4th and 10. Taking 1 minute and 38 seconds off the clock. Sucked. Giving up that pass play. Kanan Lee continues to be so inconsistent that it's like an old person's bowel movements.
Hey.
And I'm just saying. And it's just, and then Peyton, he gets pressured and he's going to, Peyton played a good game, but even before the interception, he should have been intercepted 2 or 3 times.
I didn't like the
And
decisions.
it's just mind-bogglingly what he's seeing. It's just mind-bogglingly what he is seeing when he's back in the pocket. It's insane. I don't know what's going on. The quarterbacks are awful. I mean, Peyton was okay today, but when it came down to crunch time, he couldn't get the job done.
I know.
And that's been the theory, and that's been the theme of Peyton Thorne.
Crunch time, not going to be there for you.
No, he's going to choke. Something bad's going to happen.
Hey, man, I don't like these next few games. At Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky. Like, this is going to be tough, dude.
You're in the fucking face. And they'll probably get beat by Vanderbilt because Diego Pavia is going to run over this defense.
Yummy.
And, hell, at 2-6, they might be checked out already. If they don't pull out one upset, they'll be checked out by the time Vanderbilt comes.
Do you think he'll be the head coach here next year, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anyone here is going to fire him, but sometimes I wonder, like, is he going to see this through? Because he seems to get very beleaguered. We've talked about this. Like, he is who he is. I mean, for all his good things, he has his faults. And I mean, I see him personally and I see him professionally. And I can tell him when I'm, one-on-one with him, I can tell him, like, hey, you're kind of blaming people in the press conference, not taking much of you blame yourself or something like that. I'm not afraid to do that. You need tough love. Yeah.
At the same time. And maybe that's what this coaching does now to you. I mean, maybe this 2-3 start is testing. It's a gut check time for this team and this coaching staff and this tenure.
It really is.
Because if it doesn't get any better, these fans who are awesome today are going to check the fuck out and not show up for the rest of November.
I mean, and I wouldn't blame him, and nor would you.
No, I would not. I don't think anybody on the team or staff would blame him.
Yeah. All over believing in Peyton Thorne. God dang, bro.
Yeah. yeah. So
anyway, you've got your column on the front of auburnsports.com right now, which is about what's it about? I haven't had a chance to read it.
Yeah, it's about how it's a growing theme of them losing winnable games.
Okay, there we go.
So, yep.
Stoltzy, appreciate your candor and your insight on that, brother.
All right, I appreciate it, buddy.
See you, man. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
There he is, Brian Stoltz. Guys, you can give Stoltz all the hell you want, but he's a genuine dude, and he tells you how he feels about stuff, and that's why I love him, and I will stand by him the whole way. And I feel like nobody gives you better insight into some of the stuff that Hugh's thinking and doing. You know, and that he said right there. I've told him you're getting too. You know, you're blaming people too much. You need to take some more credit for the things that are going wrong. Not that he's going to do that, but you know how it goes. I do want to get J-Head on the horn. He said earlier he was going to definitely get. Oh, whoa. Where is J-Head? I'll have to go back and look him up. He said he's good to go, so I want to make sure we get him on the horn. Everybody loves J-Head. I mean, obviously, the guy's a fucking stud. Although, after losses, sometimes people get upset with him because he's very measured and calm like I am. And says things, you know.
Forwarded to an automatic voice.
Uh-oh, he's on the horn right now, so we can't get him at the moment. Justin says, JG, just sad face. I love Stoltzy too, Blake R. He says, I love Stoltzy. I do too. I think Stoltzy's a stud. Oh, we got a call coming in from a unknown number. Let's see who this is. Yo, this is the Brain Drain. It's JG. Who am I talking to?
What's up, JG? It's Dubsman. How's it going, buddy?
What up, bro? Where you at?
I'm just hanging out in H-Town watching this, you know, just reeling from this game.
Yeah?
You know?
Are you watching the Georgia-Alabama game now?
I am watching it, and Alabama's going off.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we're surprised.
I don't think there's anyone who can win in that game that I'm happy about, but whatever.
You know, why am I surprised? Why should we be surprised?
What do you think about this Auburn game, man? I mean, what do you think is going to happen going forward?
Man, you gotta keep pushing, dude. I mean, this one stings. I mean, the other ones you gave up. I mean, too many turnovers, it seems like. But this one, I mean, you feel like you had it in the bag, and you just, you know. I mean, you gave up 14 points, and shoot, man, it feels like less than 2 minutes. And turns the whole thing upside down.
Yeah. And Peyton Thorne. I mean, he had a really good day, and then he fucked it up. You know.
I'm not surprised if Peyton would have. I mean, that Freeze went with Thorne in this game. I feel like it was probably the right call. I mean, I know there's a lot of folks on both sides, you know, that are kind of going back and forth. And
you say good people on both sides, my man.
I mean, most people were like, "Oh yeah, put in Brown," but you're like, "Yeah, man, you got to play Thorne." And I mean, you had it, and you gave it away. I mean, the other ones, I'm like, "Hey, man, you gave up 5 turnovers per game," but then this one, it's like you had it and
won.
You found a way to lose it, but it's a tough go. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, it is. What are you up to? What are you up to there? I mean, are you like in a bar, or what? I hear a lot of sounds in the background.
There is some sound in the background, man. I'm at the bar watching LSU put the shit on South
Alabama Jags. Are they getting shit on? How bad is that score?
It's 14-0 right now with LSU inside the red zone. So, I mean, they're about to go up 21 probably.
What, is this first quarter or second quarter? Where are we at?
We're in the first. We got 7 minutes left in the first.
Holy
LSU's
shit,
up.
man. Dude, the Jags have been good, but they ain't LSU good, I guess.
I mean, hey, but how about them Wildcats, you know?
I know that's a big win, dude. They shut those Ole Miss people up.
I mean, everybody's like, oh, LSU. I mean, Ole Miss is great, but it's like they hadn't played anybody yet. And, yeah, they ran into a buzzsaw.
They sure did.
That was a grinder. That was a
Vandegrift.
grinder, my man.
Brock Vandegrift, bro.
I mean, I wanted to call in and say, hey, man, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate what you do and Stoltz and, Doc and J-Head and everybody else. I mean, I hop in on the bumper every once in a while to get some laughs and get some feedback.
My man.
But it's a good board, and I know everybody's down and out. And it's like I said, it's a shitty pill to swallow. But it's not like we're at the end of an era, I guess, with a coach. With like Tubbs was on the back end, and Kit and Chiswick being on the back end of their work. I mean, we got some work to do. We got some work to do for sure.
For sure. Lots.
But it felt like you really had this one. The other ones really kind of, I feel like we really had this one. And I was watching this one all day, man. Watching it all day and thought we had it.
All right, Dubs, man. I hope we get you next week too, brother. All right.
All right, my man.
See you, man.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Dubs, man, coming to us from the great state of Texas. We love him, and I'm glad to have him here on the show. I think it's his first time actually on the show, although he has called us a few times before, and I wasn't able to get his call for whatever reason. I don't even remember what the situation was, but glad to have Dubs, man, as well. So, J-Head apologized, even though he didn't have to, for us not getting him when I called him earlier. So we'll try it again here. See if we can get J-Head on the horn. I don't think he's on the phone all that much, so he was surprised that I caught him like that. Oh, I just got him again. I just got his voicemail again. We'll take Chip again. Hey, Chip, what's up, G?
Dude, it happened again.
It did.
Oh, it happened again, baby. Oh, man. Well, I don't know what to say. I'm glad I didn't go to that one. Dad's feeling a little bit better. But
that's good to hear.
I missed Stoltz's call heating up some really shitty Domino's pizza I got from work last night.
Hey, I hate to hear that because Domino's is a good company, bro.
Yeah, I know. I heard you talking earlier.
No, Stoltz was. I thought Stoltz was giving Hugh hell. Honestly, he was like saying this is on the coaching staff. He felt like a lot of this is on the coaching staff, and that he needs to sack up, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think from reading Stoltz's quick notes, I thought Hugh was taking a lot of the blame for it. So let me ask you real quick: Do you think Hugh chewing Peyton's ass out on those two bad reads that he made shook him?
Well, I mean, dude, I know me, and I know if I would have been in that situation, I would have screamed at him too. I would have called him a bunch of bad names.
Yeah, but it looked like Thorne was like, oh, shit, he was trying to argue back with Hugh. Hugh, to me, was obviously right on those based on what people have said afterwards, and that those were. And Hugh even said in the post game, those are two run reads. I've got to figure out how to make him recognize that.
I thought they were too. I don't mind a quarterback challenging me a little bit and explaining to me, hey, here's what I was thinking. Like, it don't bother me at all. And I know that Peyton is not a disrespectful shithead, so I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that. But I just didn't know if maybe Hugh coming at him like that after the game he'd played to that point shook him up a little bit and was like, God damn, I played this well, and you're coming at me like this at the end of the game. Jeez, man.
Well, in the chat, AU Tiger 98 thinks that Peyton fell apart after that confrontation, which is something maybe I'm not taking into account. Chip, you might be onto something here.
That's what I saw, because he fell apart after that. He went back in.
Because to me, that ain't a big deal. Like, you're just kind of exchanging ideas and move on. But yeah, that might have fucked him up because he don't like confrontation. You can tell that.
Yeah, but it sure put the offense in a bad spot. Those two plays, they were rolling, and I think Hunter just reeled off that long run, and those two plays happened. He's on the sidelines getting his ass chewed, comes back in, and here we go.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, I would chew ass if I was a football coach. I know me.
Yeah, I think I would.
I'm just saying, I know me. I wouldn't be alive though. If I was a football coach, I'd be dead already. I would have had a heart attack. Because the shit that goes on, like if I'd rep something 15 times in a practice and then he goes out there and fucks it up, like I couldn't do that more than 5 times. I would just fall over dead.
Yeah, we've done it. How many now? 6, 7, 8, 9.
I know,
whatever
a
the
bunch.
loss record says.
A bunch. Yeah, this is getting kind of
Well,
old. But
Well, they played
Chip.
good. They played good enough to win. That stat line says you're winning by 14 points.
Chip, they're fucked, dude. They got to go to Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky now, 3 in a row. Like, oh, God.
Like I said, a week or two ago, I said, find me the SEC win.
I don't like
Looking
the
at
way
Vanderbilt.
I don't like the way
That's
this
the
is
only
going.
thing. That's the only thing I see, and I don't see that at this point.
No, I don't either. I don't like
Now,
where
if
this
their
is going.
quarterback goes down and they fall apart, maybe. But I don't wish that upon that kid. He's a gamer. I like watching him play.
But, man, I'm going to stand by this. I'm going to die on this hill. I don't think Auburn's a shitty team. I think Auburn's a lower middle-class SEC team, and they just keep fucking up.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of tend to agree with that. But you know what they are? They're a bad team.
Because they don't finish,
they're
right,
not,
Chip?
They're a bad team. Bad teams find ways to lose. They figured out how to turn it over. They lose. They figure out how to lose from ahead today.
And they're
they
good
lose.
at that.
They find ways to lose. They're good at that.
They're damn good at
Bad
that.
teams find ways to lose. They didn't play terrible. I thought the defense balled out for all but maybe 4 or 5 plays in the whole game, but it was enough to give them 14 points. And there you go.
Yeah, just a
Ball
little bit
game.
of life, and that's it.
A little bit, just enough life, just enough to hang around, keep them in it. I thought we were shit canned after the first drive from Oklahoma, and then hell, they turned it up, and it was shut down city for the next 3 quarters basically.
Yeah, defense played pretty good.
And then, yeah, got no problems with that. Riddick balled out.
Yeah, he did. Damn, it's
what's
lit.
his name? The little DB. Shoot, what's his name? I can't. Harris.
Yeah, Caleb Harris, safety. He ain't little.
Yeah,
he'd whoop your ass.
Oh,
he'd whoop my ass too.
He was killing people, and I mean, we had a lot of good players on defense showing up, but they can't do it all. They got to score. The defense has to score some points.
Yeah,
there's no way we only scored 21 points with that stat line today. That's just not doable. But like I said, bad teams find ways to lose, man. That's what I see right now. It's a bad team that's not a terrible team on the field. They're just a bad team.
Shit, Chip. Until you mentioned this, Auburn had 482 yards today. They had 291. So Auburn's almost 200 yards more. Holy fuck! First downs is 26 to 11. Holy fuck!
And how many yards came on the dude's one long touchdown run and the one long pass? 100 yards.
The longest touchdown throw was 48, and the longest run was 48 was the touchdown run. And the longest pass was, 60?
60 to the wide receiver to beat K and Lee, right?
Yeah, Hester. Uh-huh. So
there's 100 yards.
There's 100 yards of their 291. That's 2 plays. That's like a third of their whole day.
Yep. So
and Auburn also, this is unfathomable. Hey, Chip, I haven't even seen this yet. Auburn was up 28 plays, plus 28 plays, 75 to 47 total plays. Holy fuck.
Yeah. And we were dominating the time of possession, I think, didn't we?
Time of possession, Auburn's up 11, yeah. Holy hell.
Yeah.
Boy, great point,
You
Chip.
got to win.
Yeah, you got to win that
game. You got to
game.
win by 14,
Yes.
17, putting that kind of shit up.
They were 4th and goal from the 1, and they didn't get it in. They got no points. Like 0.
Yeah. That's on the coaches. That's on the coaches.
I had no idea it was that bad.
You've already talked to everybody about that. That's on the coaches. The time management at the end of the half looked like Les Miles reincarnated out there. And then, Towns just missed a long field goal. They didn't really put him in the greatest position to succeed. But, you need your kicker to maybe hit that one. That can go either way. But you put him in a position to not do well. Let's just say that.
Chip,
oh, well.
I don't know, man.
Here we go.
Some tough games coming up, too.
Yep. Sure do. But we'll be having our watch party, and we'll see what Love the Cats thinks about that if he makes it down there.
I hope he does. All
right,
G.
Me too. All right. Peace out.
Bye.
Glory go, everyone. Bye.
See you, Chip. There he is, Chip. We love Chip, man. What a badass. Love having him on the air. And I'm glad he brought up the stats thing because I haven't pulled up to 10,000 feet, as Gene Chizik would say. Wow, I didn't know Auburn was 200 yards ahead. Holy hell. You've got to win that one 100% of the time. Like, what the hell? I'm absolutely baffled. We're gonna call J-Head again.
Forwarded to voicemail.
It got forwarded to voicemail. I think J-Head is really trying to make this happen, but it ain't working. We got Hornatius on the line. What's up, Hornatius?
Hello?
Hey, where the fuck are you? Like in Saudi Arabia?
Hello, I'm on the way home from Troy. Hello, hey, first off, would you like to find some SEC coach insurance? It's good. Auburn is currently expired.
Did you go to the?
No way they can.
Hey, did you go to the Troy game?
Well, I just left it. I left it for halftime. No, I was down here. I come down here just taking my son. You know, they said, hey, come tour it. You know, so I was doing all that. That's where I've been. So I was like peeking at my phone while they were giving us the tours, and well, I was like at halftime. After halftime to come out, I was like, oh man, we're gonna cruise on this one. And I really didn't pay attention because we're doing so much other stuff. And then I'm sitting in the stadium. I look it up, and there's 54 seconds left, and we're losing with 54 seconds to go, and we're throwing the ball down middle of the field. But
I know.
But a team that can't finish is a sign of a coach that doesn't pay attention to details and non-efficient practices and all kinds of stuff. So there's something bad going on. I mean, I understand getting beat. I mean, you're going to do that in a growing period when you're team building. That's what's going to happen. But, like, we should be undefeated right now.
I know.
And it's all the coaches. It's not lack of athletes. It's all coaching decisions regarding around gameplay, regarding revolving around recruiting. I know you're recruiting great, but you know if you don't recruit the right positions, it don't matter who you have out there.
No,
like
it don't. I know you're pissed. I know you're pissed off about Peyton, right? I mean, Peyton fucked this up. Did you have a chance to see that?
I don't know. I have no clue. Like he was looking good from what I saw. Like we were running the ball down their throat. I believe the beginning of the second half. That's the last I looked at it. And so I didn't look at it for a quarter and a half until the very end. I'm just like, oh, let me see what I'm looking at. I'm getting blown up on text messages. And I pull out my phone, and my buddy says, oh, my God, I can't believe this. And I was like, what's going on? And I look, and I was like, holy shit. Man, like, you know, there's something going on. And I meant to bring this up last week about, all right, so it's supposed to be some offensive guru. We put up 400-something, 500 yards. I mean, hell, that's awesome. But I have I have a thought on offensive gurus, and it goes the same with Gus, Hugh, all of them. You have a window in time of about, I would say, 4 to 8 years where you're seeing everything as a head coach and making decisions and all that as a guru, right? But like, it don't last long much after that. After that, everybody called up. So we got the guru after he's done sold people with bill of wares. You know, I mean, I don't think so. I think he can do it. And I want him to do it. That's not who I wanted to hire as head coach. But when I heard it was him, I was positive about it because I was thinking of Ole Miss U. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was 10 years ago.
Or seeing Liberty beating the shit out of people, but then of course they're beating the shit out of people with, they're playing nobodies.
Coastal guy.
So I was able to jump on board with that. I mean, I was on board with it when I heard he was in the running. I was fine with it, and I still am. But man, he's wearing out. He's wearing out a lot of goodwill, and people say, "Oh, he's guaranteed 4 or 5 years." That's bullshit.
Not 4 or 5 years. He's guaranteed another 4 years.
People were saying people were saying he was guaranteed he'd get like 4 years or some shit like that. Like people that matter, not me. But you keep doing this shit like we've done. I mean, you'll be lucky to make it out in year 3 because I don't see a transfer quarterback coming in here and being a savior. I don't. I mean, why would Joe Montana, the college version of Joe Montana or somebody, why the hell would they come to Auburn and play? They want to, achieve something. I know people want to make money in the NFL, and they're like, oh, because they can get some stats playing the SEC. Bullshit. If it's my son, I'd rather him go out in the damn whenever the Pac-2 or whatever the hell they're called, people with no defenses, and let them throw all over them for 4 fucking years and learn from doing that rather than sitting there running for your fucking life. And so, like, if I was a dad, there's only a handful of SEC teams I would go to. Like, if I had a quarterback that was a son.
Really good,
and I don't mean just Auburn. I mean because, like, they're going to see those defenses and never get a chance to learn and just get their shit pushed in by SEC teams and panic and not really learn shit. Whereas you can go dissect these shitty defenses in the Pac-2. You can go dissect them for 4 fucking years from the first day you step on campus as a true freshman, and by the time you're out, you're fucking NFL ready. Who the fuck is going to come to fucking Auburn?
All right. Hornacious.
I know money matters.
We love having you on, dude. You've had too many cuss words already.
Dude, are you on the fucking FM dial? Don't you have a fucking button?
Sirius XM's gonna get me, bro.
Dude, I got a dumb button that's called my fucking ass, and I'm about to pull over and take a big old shit and call it Hugh.
All right, bro. Hornacious, we love you, man. Thanks for calling in, G.
Hey, that motherfucker shit cuss damn fuck.
See ya. There you go. I love Hornacious. He cracks me up so much, man. I'm gonna cry. I just know him, man, and he's so funny. J-Head said he was going to call in when Hornacious's call ends. And since he's watching the show, there's going to be a little bit of a delay. But we're going to hold out until J-Head calls us, and he knows to call. That was really funny. That's one of the funniest calls I've ever had. That was really funny. Oh, my God, I'm crying. I can't see. Oh, my God. Oh, that was really funny. Lot of selective calling going on there. Here's J-Head right here. Hey, what up, J-Head? How you doing, G?
What's going on, brother?
I don't know what's going on. My phone just didn't want to connect to yours. I don't know.
I don't either, dude. Well, I got a new phone today. Maybe we're still working through the kinks of it. You know how it goes, brother.
Oh, did you really? Did you get this? Did you get the iPhone 16?
Do what?
Did you get a new iPhone?
I did. I got a 15.
Man. I want one so bad.
Dude, listen. Now, I've been rolling with an iPhone 8 for far too long.
An 8?
So
Holy shit. Okay, never mind.
Yes. Yes, dude. It is an absolute relic. Been holding on for dear life. Looking like my parents', old faithful TV
like
back in the day that had the wood grain panels. Yes, that's what my iPhone was looking like. I finally decided to upgrade.
Everybody wants to call you Alan Head now. I thought we were just going to stick with J-Head.
I'm fine with that.
I know it's your brother's handle, but whatever.
Yeah, but that's my brand on your network, so I'm fully fine with it being J-Head when I'm calling into this show for sure.
Well, we've kind of picked this thing to death, J-Head, tonight. I mean, there's so much blame to go around, so many things that kind of got fucked up. Like, wrap it up for us, man. Like, what's the long-term takeout from this?
Whew, Jay, there's a lot to unpack on that.
There sure is.
I think what you want to see moving forward. I mean, we can talk about the game and go back and look at it, but the kids played their guts out, man. They really did. They played. This makes you feel more like you did after the Iron Bowl than it does after either of the 2 losses earlier in this year. And so when you're playing the schedule game at the very beginning, like we do, when you're starting to kind of count up like, hey, this is a W and this is an L, right?
Yeah.
If somebody had told you before the season that Oklahoma was an L, you probably wouldn't bat an eye at that. You wouldn't think that there would be this level of consternation after a game like this because of that kind of a loss. But now what's transpiring is that the emotion of a loss like this, compounded by the fact that you lost 2 games that you weren't supposed to. And so the fan base is a little bit upset, which I completely understand they should be, because you had that game. You needed that game if you're Hugh Freeze to continue to create buy-in from the fan base and realistically from the team that's in that locker room, because that's the other tough part of this, Jay, moving forward is These kids were emotionally up for this game.
They were.
Are they going to be able to be emotionally up next week when you go to Athens? And then if you get in the hole and you're 2-4 against Athens, how do you regroup at the bye week? Because now you're just scrapping, trying to get to 5-7, 6-6.
I know, and that ain't much of a payoff, is it?
No, it's not much of a payoff. But I will tell you this: if this team gets to 5-7 or 6-6, it means the team didn't quit on Hugh, which in and of itself at this point is a victory. And I don't think anybody wants to hear that. But if you've ever been inside of a locker room and you have losses like these, and I think Chip coined it pretty beautifully in the fact that we have some really good individual pieces. We have some players that are very good players, but collectively as a team, we just not have played well together to this point. And that includes coaches and players. You can't put that on one or the other. That is them collectively as a unit. So if I'm Hugh Freeze, what I'm trying to do right now is find out who wants to be here moving forward, who wants to be a part of this program, who wants to continue to play and play for Auburn. And that's what you have to find out right now, because my guess is, specifically in this era of NIL and the transfer portal, guys are going to start having one eye looking elsewhere. And you've got to try to mitigate against that as best you possibly can.
It's tough, dude.
Because at this point, most season goals that you have, I mean, you don't have a lot of them left, right?
No, not hardly any at all. At this point, you're trying to get a winning record, bro.
Right. That's, exactly. You're trying to get to the elusive 7 wins right now, which at the beginning of the season, I think we all thought was pretty attainable. And now it feels anything but. And I'm not trying to in any way be inflammatory or, to be condescending towards his staff. I felt like Hugh called a pretty good game today. I really do. I felt like it was one of his better called games.
I agree. Because for 80% of that game, AJ had maybe 90%. They were kind of cruising.
They were. I mean, and Oklahoma has as good a defense as you're going to find in the SEC this year. Their issue is offense.
Yeah.
And realistically, you held their offense to 20 points. And one of those was a field goal at the very end that realistically, if the game had gone differently, you wouldn't have given up. So probably closer to 17 points in reality. But horseshoes, close only counts. Horseshoes, hand grenades, and slow dancing, my man. So
that's it.
You got to figure out a way to win these games, and that's the ugly truth of it. And Auburn Hugh, unfortunately, has not been able to do that. Peyton, when it gets into crunch time, unfortunately, and look, he played as well as I think he could possibly play today, minus about 3 plays in the second half. I mean, I think that kid probably played up to his max.
Until the interception.
Until the interception. And that is the sickening part for him and for everybody that watched it. You know what I mean? Like, because look, it was a bad decision. He shouldn't have done it. Everybody knows it. But you got to feel for the kid a little bit, man. You know what I mean? Like, he gets his ass just handed to him on social media. I don't want anybody to cry for Peyton. I'm just saying, man, at some point, like, if you're a human being, you think about that kid and like what he's been through to a degree, and think, God, man, he just, you just wanted to see him pull one off, or at least I did anyway. I wanted to see him.
Sure. Everybody here wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I want him to be successful. But there's also something to be said that he's being paid NIL. And unfortunately, he's not performing in situations where he needs to perform to get a victory.
Yeah. They had almost 500 yards today, Jay. Had 500 fucking yards.
I know.
And they have 21 points.
I know. And look, at a minimum, you should have had 2 more field goals, right? Because you missed a 27-yarder.
Yeah.
Yeah. It should have been tie ball game, overtime. Instead, it was a 27-21 point loss. And again, your kicker's a true freshman. I get it. Like, I don't want to be too critical on the kid. But that was Hugh's decision to go for it on 4th and 1. I'm a bad play call, in my honest opinion. Like, Sam Jackson should not have been.
I didn't mind them going. I just didn't like the call, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't take my mobile quarterback out. And look, Peyton's a better athlete than he gets credit for at times. But I'm not taking him out of the game for Sam Jackson on 4 and 1. Like, I'm just not doing that. I felt like it interrupted the flow of the offense, and that was the one time where he tried to get a little too cute down by the goal line. And I think when you haven't necessarily utilized that same play in a different part of the field, well, now you're going to pull it out of your bag in a spot on the field where everything moves so much faster and it's so much more condensed. It was just not well thought out. Like, of all the play calls today, that's probably the one I take the most fault with. And that's including the pick six on the interception by Peyton. Like, I felt like that was the right play call. Peyton just went to his hot and they baited him. You know what I mean? He should have gone down the sideline and at a minimum thrown it away or just taken the sack.
Yeah. I feel like there's been a theory in the chat, J-Head, and I haven't thought about this, that when he got bitched at by Hugh, he kind of went in the tank. When Hugh freaked out about, I think it was a glance RPO concept, and he threw the ball when he should have run it, or should have handed it off, I should say. And Hugh excoriated him on the sideline, and at that point, everything was shit after that.
Yeah. And for those in the chat that don't know what a glance is, it's essentially a skinny post. So that's a great call on you, Jay, for knowing and recognizing on that. But, dude, yeah. No, I mean, look, he definitely was rattled. And here's the thing with Peyton, and what you could tell in the entire game, when he's in rhythm and he's in control, Peyton is a very capable quarterback. But the second that he gets off – the second that they get behind the chains and no longer do you have, like, when the threat of the run is not there and you can tell that Oklahoma is just going to be pinning back and coming at him, and he makes a couple bad decisions right there in a row and he gets out of a rhythm. And maybe that's anybody. You know, again, I don't want to be too hard on the kid, but yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for the fact that when he came to the sideline, that the conversation between him and Hugh got into his head a little bit. And then the play call on that third down was to hand it off. The kicker misses the field goal. And then, you know, the next time he gets it, Jarquez rips off another big one, and then we throw the pick six.
Man, that pick six was as painful a fucking play as I can remember. Outside of the Alabama game and the Iron Bowl, that Iron Bowl throw, what was it, 4th and 31 or whatever? Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was gut wrenching. It feels a little bit different because there's always a little bit more emotion that goes into the Iron Bowl than probably in this game. But judging by just what I could see on TV, because I haven't talked to anybody who was there just yet, but I mean, that was prime time Jordan Hare tonight. Like, that place was rocking. And so I can only imagine, you know what I mean, like how the air was sucked out of that stadium when that happened.
Yeah. I know it wasn't this chat, bro.
No, I can only imagine, dude. And if you're,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good, man. No, you're good, dude. I honestly don't know what to say other than I think Hornatius might be my favorite caller of all time.
Is he not amazing, dude? I love it. He's just rolling.
Yeah, I think he literally got off 20 F-bombs in the span of 15 seconds there. It was fantastic.
You had to cut him off. And he wasn't even drunk either. But you got at Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky coming up, bro. I don't like this, J-Head. I don't like this at all.
No. And out of all those, I would probably say that your best shot at a win is Missouri at this point. Again, I'm not an overall believer in Missouri at this point. I think they're highly overrated. Georgia's obviously taking it on the chin right now to Alabama and Tuscaloosa, but regardless of what happens in the outcome of that game, Kirby will have them up ready to play Auburn. You can bank on that. That's probably a whipped ass.
In Athens? Yeah.
Then you got a bye week. You go to Missouri. Again, I'm not sold on them, but at this point, has Auburn shown you any ability at all to finish when they need to?
No. Zero.
They haven't. So it's hard for you to be able to predict Auburn to win that game. Then you're on the road in Lexington. That was obviously a huge win for them today. Mark Stoops' defense is for real. And Brock Vandergrift gave them enough at the quarterback position today to be able to get it done. So that one looks far more problematic than it did, 2 weeks ago when they lost by 30 points to South Carolina. So the outcome,
listen to this one. GW in the chat says, J-Head losing credibility fast if he thinks we're beating Missouri. How about that, J-Head?
I don't believe I said we're beating Missouri. I said the best chance of the victory.
He said the best
is
chance
beating
was
Missouri.
beating Missouri. That means it may be a 25% chance, but it's better than 0.
Yeah, it's better than 0, which is about where you get with Georgia.
Yeah.
But look, I'll take any bet they want in the chat that Missouri finishes less than 9-3 this year. Bet me that. They're not a playoff team. I can promise you.
He says, bet that, bro.
But man, it's hard playing the schedule game right now. So then probably your most winnable game that you've got left is Vandy. And Diego Pavia is not exactly where you want to be if you're coming on a 3-game losing streak. Have more than that because, God, man. So Arkansas today, if you lose at UGA, Missouri, and Kentucky, that's a 5-game losing streak. And then you got to come home to Vandy and Jerry Kill and Diego Pavia.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I mean, this could get weird, Jay. I mean, it's one of those years where it could get really, really weird at Auburn really quick. And I don't think that Hugh's going to get fired. I like in my heart of hearts, I can't see that because
I'm with you 100%.
It's a $35 million decision for those that don't know what his buyout is right about now.
And he's recruiting great, so let's just, let's chill out.
Yeah. I mean, in addition to that, this is probably the most interesting thing, and this is something I discussed with Jay Lee the other night on the show I do with him, but we're about to find out how good of a recruiting staff this is and how strong Auburn's NIL is. Because we're going to find out in this era if NIL can hold a class together. That's the honest to God truth. Because prior to, NIL being a part of this, anytime a team started to kind of go into the tank like this, the recruiting class absolutely fell apart. But now that players are being paid, and look, everybody else has got money too, so you have to account for that part of the equation. But how good is Auburn's NIL situation? And we're going to find out.
We're going to find out, aren't we? Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're going to find out because, Max, you're probably looking 5-7 right now, given what you have left on the schedule.
Yes, that's fair. That'd be nice.
5-7, to me, that would mean the team didn't quit down the stretch and that Hugh still has buy-in probably from a lot of the young kids on this roster.
J-Head, unbelievable performance again. We love having you calling in. Everybody loves you.
Hey, no, I listen, minus the little tiff I had there, man, and love everybody else in the chat. And realistically, there's no shade being thrown for me on that one. But I truly appreciate you having me on the show, Jay, as always. Sorry it took so long for me to get on the horn. But just really appreciate it. It's obviously a very difficult time for everybody involved, everybody that's listening tonight. This was a very, very tough loss. No two ways about it. But I guess we'll just swallow it as best you can
best you can do.
Move forward. Yeah, it's all you can do, man. Take one on the chin and just move on with it, man. And we'll see what happens next week in Athens. And of course, win, lose, rain, or shine, I'll be on the horn with you after the game's over, my man.
That's what I'm talking about, J-Head. Thank you, bro.
No, thank you, brother.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, J-Head. We fucking absolutely love him. He is he's a great caller. He's a great analyst. He's here. He's with he does a show with Jeffrey Lee as well. But man, the guy he's good enough to have 2 shows. I don't know what to tell you. We love having him on the air. And he's an amazing human being too, in addition to being a great caller. Don Proper Dick and my man from Maastricht, Holland, jumps in with a couple of super chats I wanted to holler out here. By the way, Kenny actually came in first. Said law of averages caught up with Thorne, War Damn Eagle anyways. We give him an applause for that one. We were talking about Peyton had not turned the ball over, and then he turned it over. But that's what Kenny was talking about. Kenny wanted to see Auburn win tonight for sure, but didn't get to see it. Don Properdickin from Maastricht, Holland. We got our ass beat, Fug 'em or Eagle, and he also jumped in with another one that says Call Hornatius back. I love that. We might actually do that. I sent him a message just to see what's up. But B-Matt is, I think B-Matt is primed and ready. He is not oiled per se, but he is primed and ready. So we love having B-Matt on the horn. Let me see if I can find his number on here. B-Matt, of course, one of our favorite callers of all time. And he's up in the Great Lego in the sky, I think. But we'll see how it's going. Lobby Alum says, we want B-Matt locked on my G. What are we going to play again, bro? Says B-Matt. B-Matt.
Hello.
What up, B-Matt?
Hello. How about that?
Where are you located, B-Matt?
Where am I right now? I'm at home. I just got the F out of there.
That's probably a good idea.
I just had to get the F out of there. Yeah. It was a mess.
You just want to try to work. Yeah.
I just thought that game was a complete disaster, and I thought it was one of the poorest coaching performances I've seen and when it comes to game management there. And it wasn't just the fourth quarter. I can go back to the first half and point to times when they absolutely blew it. I think going in this game, to me, this is a game that you have to win playing defense, special teams, field position, clock management, get the crowd into it. I've seen it time and time again at Jordan Hare Stadium when Auburn's an underdog to a ranked team, and they do all these things and they come out with a big win. I've seen it hundreds of times, I feel like, in my career. And they didn't do that, and it started in the first half. I can go back to the decision on fourth and goal, whatever, not taking the points, whatever. But at the end of the first half, they had a timeout, and instead of just running the clock down to 5 seconds, calling the timeout, taking their time to get everything set, they used the timeout early and made Towns rush out there, and the team rushed out. He missed it. They caught a break on the penalty, but then he missed it again, and I think he was flustered by all that.
Yeah, so he had another. He had two chances of that kick, and I understand the first one was rushed, but the second one, what happened there?
But it was the same kick to me. I mean, it's hard to tell sometimes from where I'm sitting, but I don't know what happened. I couldn't tell you what happened, but I can tell you that if you would have done what 99% of the coaches had done and just run the clock down to 5 seconds, call a timeout, and let your team come out there, get set up, and run the play, you probably would have nailed it right down the middle. The first try.
Damn.
And then you go to the fourth quarter, and I'm just flabbergasted by all the poor decisions they made. And then, of course, we talked to them about it afterwards. But, I mean, you get a fourth down stop. There's around 12 minutes left. You have an 11-point lead, a two-score lead. You get a nice run by Jarquez down to the 33, and then you start throwing the ball. And you end up on that drive taking off just a minute and 31 off the clock and missing a 51-yard field goal, I think it was.
But if he can't hit a 31-yarder, B-Matt, he ain't going to hit a 50-yarder, right?
Towns has been terrific so far. I'm not down on Towns.
No, he has been.
He's been great. I mean, I think his head coach iced him a little bit and got his, fucked him up a little bit. So I'm not putting this on Towns.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
that's fair.
I mean, that was terrible. And then, of course, you give the ball back to him on the 33, and then the defense gives up a really bad play. It happens. Sucks that it happened at that time, but that was a killer. And then you come back, and you're running the ball okay, but you decide to continue to give Peyton Thorne this option to run or pass. And you can tell the defense is baiting him into a pass, and then they're dropping linebackers and what have you right into his passing lanes. And this wasn't just happening in the fourth quarter. There were, I would guess, 3 to 4 or more times during that game that a linebacker or a lineman got their hands on a ball, and it was a potential interception. So it's not like he was playing flawless. He was playing pretty good, right? But he wasn't, he was on the cusp of making some big mistakes.
Yeah.
And you could just see it coming with that pick six. You just could see it coming. And you freeze afterwards is like, well, I need to better communicate to him about the decision-making down there. No, you need to run an offense where you can put in a play where it's a running play, and you don't give your quarterback that option.
Yeah, why don't they just run it then? Like, call a fucking run play and then run it.
I don't understand it. They're in a position Oklahoma's defense, I thought, was a little gassed. They could run it at them, and they didn't do it enough there in the fourth quarter. I thought it was just terrible clock management. I think they completely blew that game.
From a coaching perspective,
and then as soon as, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, the players gave up the long pass, and Peyton made the pick six, but the pick six was, that was coming. That was almost inevitable the way they were running the show there in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And what
I
about
thought
the clock
defense,
management at the end of the second quarter, B-Matt? Like, holy hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crap. It was complete crap. I just, it's really disappointing. This staff has put this team in a terrible position now, 2-3, 0-2 in the SEC. Georgia's getting their ass kicked now, so they're going to come home really pissed. And, well, I don't have to tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah, I got a bad
so
feeling
most
about
likely, Auburn is going. Is there a off week after Georgia? I can't remember if it's after Georgia or Missouri.
You got an off week and then at Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, probably going through the off week, 2-4 and 0-3 in the SEC.
Unbelievable.
With two more road games left against
dude.
a top 10-ish team, and I don't know that Kentucky will be ranked, but still a team that's good enough to go to Ole Miss and win.
Yeah, they won today. I mean, Brock Vandegrift's pretty good.
And almost beat Georgia 2 weeks ago.
Do you think has he got to stick with Peyton going forward? Do you think?
Probably, yeah. I don't know. There's no good answer to that question.
Except
and that
Cam
is the
Ward.
coach's fault.
Cam Ward.
Yeah. Or Diego Pavia, who I don't even know if they even, look at him, but I'm just throwing that name out there as a guy who's a gamer who makes plays.
Yeah, he does.
Right?
He'd be great on this team.
Yeah. There were a lot of options out there. And Auburn did not take advantage of either of them.
I know. He was talking to people, but he didn't offer them.
No. And I think he had the money if he wanted it. So.
Damn, son. B-Matt, tell me why it's not just going to be a fucking misery of October. Why? How is October not going to be misery?
I don't know how. I mean, they're obviously going to have to learn how to win this team now. The problem with this team is because of what's happened, things are going to start breaking down. I don't care, what they say in these interviews and stuff, but, veterans that weren't playing are going to start getting pissed, and it's going to cause fractures, It's just going to be much tougher to coach this team, and I don't think it's a well-coached team right now.
Hey,
I don't think Hugh Freeze has his grasp of this team right now.
Mega Tiger says in the chat, not going to lie, B-Matt sounds like his pad is rubbing against his vag. B-Matt, I don't agree with that at all. Like, I feel like you're bringing it, bro.
My pad is rubbing against my dash?
Your maxi pad is rubbing against your vagina.
Oh, I sound like I'm being a bitch. Okay, well, I mean,
I don't think you are. I disagree with this completely. Like, I feel like you're bringing it.
I guess I'm a little deflated. Like a lot of Auburn people are walking out of there right now, so I'm not like on a 10 out of 10. It's like pissed.
Yeah,
I'm just like, this season is fucked.
It is. No, they're 2-3. Like, they played 5 home games and they're 2-3. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go 2-4, barring a very, very, very big surprise.
I know, and it's not like they're playing Ohio State and fucking Alabama. They still, no. It's not a murderer's row of opponents here.
No, and I just, October is going to be tough with what's happened so far with the games I got going, and because they don't have a home game, that means every one of their recruits is visiting other schools.
Oh man.
Right. So this is when shit starts to happen. And we'll see what happens. I don't know how bad it's going to be. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they can hold on to or what they can add or what happens. But, Auburn is headed for a 4th straight losing season. That should be inexcusable. That should be totally unacceptable. You Free should be throwing things and should be I don't know. It's just unbelievable.
Well, he threw his play sheet like twice today that I saw.
Oh well, okay, I missed that. Sorry. You know how the view is up there in the double wide. It's pretty bad.
There ain't much to see. Yeah, you can't see much. But he was pissed. I mean, he was really mad.
But you know what? Tommy Tuberville would have won this game. Gene Chizik would have won this game. Gus Malzahn would have won this fucking game. I wouldn't say that about Brian Harsin because he's a fucking moron. But those guys would have won this game.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, they knew how to win games like this. They understood what was going on. Okay? That doesn't mean Gus didn't do some stupid shit like at LSU and got too conservative.
Yeah,
but they would have taken care of business in the fourth quarter.
17 or 19 runs in a row? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right, G. B-Matt, the people love you. They love having you on. I love having you on.
Well, you know, I'm sorry I wasn't as mad as I want to be, but one other thing I want to mention.
Yes.
One of the dumbest fucking post-game questions I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, my God. This is really saying something here. Okay, here it comes.
I mean, and I don't even know who the fuck it was because I'm sitting there next to Caldwell, and me and him looked at each other, and I swear to God we wanted to – I'm not going to speak for him, but I think we wanted to get up and punch this guy in the fucking face. All right. The question started with him quoting Pat Dye's you got to wrestle with them angels. The whole fucking quote. I mean, who is this motherfucker? And then he's like, is that how it is right now? I'm like, motherfucker, what are you thinking? That's not a question.
That was a
You're
question?
putting your feelings into this thing.
Oh, my God.
That was a question.
It was like, are you wrestling with the Angels? Are you, like, rallying people like Coach Dye used to do?
Well, no, he gave Coach Dye's speech, the famous speech.
In the press conference.
When they lost to Tennessee, I think it was. He was like reading it, I think.
Oh, my God. What the fuck is that
sometimes
performative?
Yeah, very performative. Yes, it was really bad. I mean, that's a beautiful speech. I love it. It was an incredible moment in Auburn history, and that tells you who Coach Dye is and the way that he could emotionally impact a team and a football program and a fan base. Okay, there ain't been a coach at Auburn that could do that like Coach Dye, and there ain't one there now.
Yeah.
You understand that, right?
I do.
Okay, this ain't Coach Dye. This ain't wrestling with the Angels. This is something completely different.
All right, man. Appreciate you, B-Matt. You did good work.
Yeah. Peace out, brother.
See you, bro.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, B-Matt. He's had enough of this wrestling with those Angels shit, man. He's definitely had enough of that. Yeah, I had to turn down a call on during there from DeWar Eagle Klein. I hated doing it, but I mean we got B-Matt on. I mean, guy's royalty. Also had a super chat from Shane, which I posted up here. Yo, JG, what time is Tiger Walk? Give that a laugh. It might be delayed next week. Also, Mega, the super chat. Appreciate you sending that through. I did ask B-Matt exactly what you thought, and he thought it was pretty funny. So. Tom McDaniel, this is bullshit. This is where you're wrong, dude. You say that sounds like a Stultz press conference question. Dude, Stultz doesn't do that. He never would do that. We got DeWar Eagle Kine in the house. What's up, G?
Hey, Jay. I had to turn the game off at the beginning of the fourth quarter. How bad did we beat them?
Oh, about 15 points. It was pretty good.
15? Okay, good. So my bet's all right. I guess good. I bet my house on that one.
Hey, how have you been, bro? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. I'm doing real good. My brother and I, my D Money Inc. He posts in the chat a lot of times. We actually went to this game, Jay. Man, I just tuned into the drain. We found we basically tailgated our way in and tailgated our way out. But it seems like, is it just me or does Peyton Thorne find new and exciting ways to lose games on a regular basis?
Hell yeah.
I'm just, here's my thought is, you don't hear a lot of people say, oh, our quarterback who was pretty bad for a year, he finally figured it out halfway through his second season. And you kind of have your Jason Campbells where it took them 3 years, and then year 4 they were good, but you never hear about somebody figuring out middle of the year. And I'm like, it kind of feels like we're fucked, Jay. I don't know what to say, man. It kind of feels like we're fucked. But I will say, I heard B-Matt's call, and I respect B-Matt. I thought the play calling was all right, to be honest. I mean,
well, they had
outside
almost
of some
500
brutal-
yards. I mean, shit.
Yeah, and I thought, here's the shitty thing is Peyton played really well. Played one of his best games in an Auburn uniform outside of this one throw that he happened to make to the other team. But you just can't make that throw at that time. I mean, a game-winning pick six to a linebacker? Are you kidding me? It was, and it wasn't like, it wasn't like the guy had to reach for it or something. I mean, he was, the receiver, as I recall, it cleared coverage of the guy that was playing his leverage, and so Peyton threw it, but the linebacker, it wasn't like the linebacker was spying or I mean, it was right in his drop zone. It was crazy. It was an absolute crazy decision. And I don't want to belabor what other people said, but run the fucking ball. So
no, right? And like RPO, and he's gonna fucking throw it into double coverage. Like what?
And that drive was so hard because we were getting everything we wanted. I mean, it was, they were just pounding it down their throats.
I know.
So the part of me wonders, like, I don't want to be that guy that's like, is Hugh Freeze going to get it done? I agree with what BMAT said. Auburn didn't have a home game in October, and that means all your recruits are going to other schools. I think in the traditional, paradigm, that would be really terrifying right now. And I can, Billy Napier, I've heard you guys have been talking about him as sort of the template for what could go wrong if things go wrong this year. But I sort of feel like maybe the part of the problem with Billy Napier, and I don't know this to be true, is the Florida NIL guys, the big money, decided they weren't going to line up behind him for whatever reason, and he lost them because I think ultimately money's going to talk more than results. I mean, all those kids out, I would imagine these high school kids know that, they're watching a shit product on the field, but they also probably understand that the talent is not Auburn level. It's not like we don't have a coaching deficit as much as we have a talent deficit that is being exacerbated by that is exacerbating our bad coaching decisions that we make. Does that make sense?
Hell yeah, it does. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I don't. And what sucks is, if I'm being honest, I'm too personally invested in these games, and my self-esteem was feeling great whenever we scored, and then that guy runs that ball back for a touchdown, and I'm about ready to just jump off the top of Jordan-Hare Stadium. But I'm ready to open my heart up for it again next week. I know I am. I know I'm getting hurt, Jay, but
that's what I'm talking about.
Bring it.
Dude. That's the right way to be, man. Oh, you got to keep coming back.
Yeah, I know. Do you feel like is there any chance in your mind that Peyton uses the positives of this week's performance and grows from it?
Yeah.
Is there any chance, is it probable?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Do you think? Okay, here's another question from somebody who's in the know and who has people, who knows people. Has he always been a head case?
No, but I don't.
What
maybe he hadn't been
makes him a head
tested like
case
this
at Auburn? You think that's what it is?
I mean, maybe. I haven't really I haven't really delved too deep into that one, kind. I don't know.
I think in my mind, that's the question that I wonder more than anything is what made Peyton Thorne turn into a head case when he came to Auburn? Is it like I seem to remember at the beginning of last year somebody posted on the bunker, people on the bunker are known to talk some shit, but that there was a breakup or something, like he broke up with his girlfriend, and I'm like, okay, then maybe that's why he's in his own head. But I'm like, what is the reason that this guy has for being a dude who's been a high level to elite level athlete his entire life, and all of a sudden now he just shits himself anytime the pressure's on?
I know.
And I don't. That is a befuddling. That's a befuddling development. And as much as I want to get mad at Hugh for not going after Cam Ward, or I mean, God, Diego. Could you imagine how beautiful and handsome Diego Pavia would be in an orange and blue uniform?
I know. He would look great in orange and blue.
Well, and the shitty thing about it, if we're being honest about it, Jay, is everybody last year when we watched Vanderbilt, everybody's going, "Damn, Hugh should go after," or not Vanderbilt, New Mexico State. Everybody's going, "Damn, Hugh should go after this guy." It wasn't like it was a secret. I mean, the verdict was in. That he's a badass.
But he pissed on the New Mexico logo, dude. You better be careful.
You're right. And there's some here's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my friend Street Ronnie have one of his girls call Hugh on the burner phone and see if he can get some. Hugh was looking for coaches who got the juice.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have Street Ronnie send juice over, if you know what I'm saying.
I got you. Street Ronnie. I love Street Ronnie. When is he gonna fucking call in, huh?
Street Ronnie? I'll have him call in next week.
Hey, Kai, don't be a stranger,
I've got
bro.
so many. What, buddy?
Please don't be a stranger. We love having you on the line, bro.
I won't, man. Thanks, man. I listen to every drain. I do. My problem is I got young kids, so a lot of times I'm not getting to watch the game till later. I'm having to go, this is a testament to my own personal discipline. I'm having to go full bunker blackout on game days so that I don't see what's going on, and then I watch the game on time delay and fast forward through the commercials. Which so normally I'm catching the drain whenever it's already over. But I love the drain, man.
It'll get better because my daughter's 22 and a half now, and me and my wife couldn't have been more happy to get my fucking daughter out of the house, bro. I mean, whatever.
I've heard you say that you're happy whenever that you get a little annoyed whenever Maddie's home.
That is kind of true, but I just like hanging out with my wife though, so that's all good.
I know, dude. I'm the same way. I'm like, if given the choice, somebody's like, "What do you want to do today?" I'm like, "I'll probably just hang out with my wife and have a great day, pretty much every day."
Well, you've been saying some great stuff about her in the group chat, so I hope that she has a chance to hear the show and see what you're saying about her behind her back. Sure. It's great. You've been very positive.
Yeah. She's my wife's I outkick my coach. I mean, look, man. Here's the deal. I don't want to flex, but she didn't even make me ask her before I bought my last car.
Jeez, you're way ahead of Hornatius, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. I know.
All right, Kine. You're a badass, dude. You got to call back, all right?
All right, man. Good to talk to you, Jay.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Dude, I enjoyed the shit out of that call. That was fun, man. That was my second favorite call of the night behind Hornatius. But Hornatius that was an epic call tonight from Hornatius. I would give War Eagle Kine an A+ for that call. I love talking to him. He's hilarious, dude. By the way, nobody's firing Hugh. Like that's just not happening. So we just gotta get over that. I mean, that's just not happening. So, I mean, that's just all there is to it. So I feel like we should call Caleb. This is against better judgment. I love Caleb. It's not like I don't like Caleb, but like I don't know if this is a good idea, but we're gonna do it anyway because I love Caleb. He's just good people. He's a good kid. It's ringing. Maybe he's out talking to a girl.
Hello.
Hey, Caleb, it's JG. Hey, Caleb, are you there?
Hello?
Caleb, it's JG.
Oh, finally, dude. I could not get my AirPods to connect to the phone. They were being about as efficient as Auburn's fourth quarter decision making.
What? That was pretty good, Caleb. I like that.
Thank you.
Are you on your Apple earphones now too?
Yeah, I'm on my Apple AirPods now.
Like in a general sense, like where are you located right now?
My apartment.
Oh, okay, word. I thought you were going to be out with some chicks or whatever.
No. We've got stories to write, JG.
Well, once you write those, you can go out with some girls. I'm completely fine with that.
Well, of course. I've got a strict schedule that I got to follow.
I understand. Everybody wants to know: is this recruiting class going to fall apart now? What do you think?
Man, I couldn't tell you. There's a non-zero chance that it does, JG. I mean, I tell you one thing. I think your chances of maybe flipping Caleb Cunningham are pretty much all but done.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, he's tweeting out elephant emojis, and he's at this Alabama game, and it's really hard for me if I'm a wide receiver, if I'm Caleb Cunningham, it's hard for me to look at Auburn and look at Alabama and think that Auburn is the better choice for him. I think you could be in danger of maybe even losing Derek Smith to the same thing. I mean, he's at the Alabama game right now.
No, we don't talk about losing people. What?
I'm not saying I think it's going to happen or anything. I think that could just be one to watch. I mean,
yeah, I got you.
That's just my honest opinion. It's just, I mean, it's been week after week that you see a lot of just issues right now with Auburn. There were this week, I will say, this week was the best that I have seen Auburn play. For the first three quarters, I thought the offense operated well. I thought they did a nice job of mixing things up. I thought the defense played a great game. And then the fourth quarter rolled around, and I think I don't know what was going through the heads of, or what went into the decision to pass the ball that much in the fourth quarter up 2 scores. I think you can pass the ball in the fourth quarter up 2 scores, but I think if you're going to pass the ball, you have to have a quarterback that you know is going to make the right decisions, that you know is not going to turn the ball over. And Peyton Thorne is not that type of quarterback.
No.
I think Hugh put him in a position to where he could fail, and I think that's something that Hugh mentioned post game is that. And Peyton threw a ball that is not a ball that he should have thrown. It was not a good pass. Oklahoma intercepted it, and they took full advantage of it.
I know. That was a tough one to lose, Caleb. That really sucked, to be honest with you.
That's a tough one to lose if you're Auburn, because, I mean, you feel like you have it. You have the ball up 2 scores in the fourth quarter. That's a game you should win. And I don't think you can. I just don't think you can sit there at a press conference or on Tiger Talk a week after and say, well, we play that game 9 more times, we win that game 9 more times. I mean, you got to get it done.
And they didn't get it done, did they, Caleb?
They did not. At the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, this Auburn team could be 5-0 right now. Could be 5-0 if they had made better decisions. They were coached better.
Oh.
I
heard that.
There's just some things that they have not figured out. It looked like some things have been figured out. That were figured out, ahead of this game. Not everything has been figured out. It looked like they made some progress. Peyton Thorne looked like a decent quarterback for 3 quarters. I thought he played a great game up until making a very critical mistake.
Yeah, but he got yelled at by the head coach, and then he went to shit. I'm just saying, I mean,
it happens, man.
That's the facts. And by the way, Caleb, at the end of this game, I didn't realize this, and you may not have either because you're watching the game, dude. These stats are fucking insane. Dude, they were almost 200 yards ahead in total yards. First downs, plus 15. Plus fucking 15. Time of possession, plus 11. Like, what the fuck happened?
It was a combination of a lot of things. Just a lot of things could have done better, and I think Hugh Freeze and his staff are going to look back at this tape and just, I mean, there's going to be a loss for words as to how mismanaged some of these situations were. I look to the end of the first half as I don't understand what that was about at all. Where you call a timeout and then with one timeout remaining, you called your timeout, all right, and then that gives you have one timeout left. You go out there and you run the ball, and then you have to scramble or whatever it was. I think they called their final timeout and ran the ball. I don't know what that whole sequence was off the top of my head, but they had to rush Towns out there to try and kick a field goal. And granted, you get the snap off, but I mean, you're rushing. You when you're Towns, you're running through your progressions, you're speeding it up, and then you go out there and you miss a 27-yard chip shot, a game-changing field goal, and you catch a huge break where Oklahoma had 12 guys on the field. You think, okay, Auburn's at least going to get a field goal out of this, and Towns goes and misses a 27-yard field goal. You missed it again, and that's just something where Towns just had a rough day, man. He had a rough day, and you'd like to get the 51-yarder, but that's a tough field goal. I don't understand I think Auburn had like 3 straight passing plays on that drive right there.
Yeah.
Where you could have gotten if it's third down, I don't understand why you're not running the ball in that situation, trying to get a little closer to where, okay, even if we do have to settle for a field goal, right? That's what you're saying if you're Auburn is, okay, even if we have to settle for a field goal, we're at least getting our guy closer, right? If you're Auburn and that's what you're saying. But instead, Auburn goes out, they throw incompletion after incompletion, and then you have your true freshman kicker trying to kick a 51-yard field goal in which he hooks left. And there were just a lot of decisions made by Auburn tonight that at the end of the day, it cost them this game. Those just bad decisions. I think they were too risky in their decision making. I think they tried to take too many risks.
Well, they lost the fucking game and it sucks.
They did, yeah. And this one's gonna hurt them for a while. I mean, you've seen a lot of losses like this, where at what point if you're Auburn are you numb to the pain because you had the Georgia game, the Ole Miss game, the Alabama game last year, you had the Cal game, you had this game, the Arkansas game. I mean, at what point do you become numb if you're Auburn right now?
I know. That's kind of the situation
and it's not going to get any easier.
I know. At Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky, G. I mean, this don't look good.
Those are, I mean, 2 of those teams are top 25 teams, and the one that's not, they just beat the number 6 team on the road. So,
hey, you think Deuce Knight's going to commit?
I don't know, man. This is a situation where it's tough. You look at like if you're Deuce Knight, you look at Auburn and you're like, okay, is their coach putting their quarterback in the best position? And right now, I don't think so. But at the same time, you look at it and you say there's a serious opportunity for me to go in and play if I'm Deuce.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
And I think the clock is ticking. I think if something does not get done either this weekend or within the next few days, I think the Deuce Knight ship is going to sail. I do.
What about Juju?
I think if you're Auburn, you got to get Deuce in now. If you don't get him now, you got to go to Juju. That's your next. You got to go back to. You got to go crawling back and not necessarily crawling back. I think there are some things in that first phrase, but I don't know. There are benefits to a lot. Keep in mind, Deuce Knight is not a guy that comes in and starts as a true freshman. It is not a guy that is he's very raw.
Yes.
He's still a couple years away from being an SEC quarterback. I think Juju's a little further along in that journey.
Damn.
So either way, man, either way, man, Auburn's got to get something done here in this 25 class for their quarterback. And they've got to get it done soon, I think.
Soon. And they got to get a portal guy, too, I think.
Yeah, you have got to Auburn's going to be spending their money this offseason. I think that's something that Hugh Freeze regrets, is not going out and getting one of those top-tier quarterbacks. And you're going to see him do it this offseason, I think. But, look, man, you can't I'm a firm believer is you can't give a guy just one season. You can't give a guy, maybe even 2 seasons if there's signs that the roster is going to be turned around, right? You saw Brian Harsin fired halfway through his second season. But, I mean, you looked at what the future of the program, the future projections were looking like under him, and they weren't good, which is why he got fired. Damn. And Hugh Freeze is about at the same spot right now as far as on-field production and win-loss record. But the big difference is those future projections as to how Auburn is going to do. I mean, those future classes that you're bringing in, they are loaded with talent. But if you don't start winning in year 3, it's going to be things could go downhill. Yeah. And B-Matt's kind of talked about it, where you gotta really work hard now to hold this recruiting class together, because the Alabamas, the Georgias, I guess not the Florida States anymore. It's hard to justify Florida State right now, but
yeah, for real.
The Alabama, the Alabama, the Georgia. I don't even know what that score is. The SMU score, but
it's 14-7.
Those guys are going to come calling, man.
Yeah,
I picked SMU, so those guys are going to come calling, man.
No doubt.
And they're going to try and poach. They're going to try and poach away as many recruits as possible, kind of like what Auburn tried to do and did with Florida last year, getting Deontay Waller and Amaris Williams.
All right, Caleb, you're a badass.
So,
we love having you on the air, and I hope that you get your writing done.
Thank you.
Meet some hot chicks.
I hope so too, JG, but we'll see.
All right, Caleb. I'll see you Monday.
All right. Adios.
See you, bro. Bye. There he is, Caleb. We love Caleb. He's our recruiting guy, and he's also just a good dude. I love him a lot. A lot of things. Let's see. Courtney's already given me my second warning. A couple things. So Alex, AK, had sent me a message to say that the last time that Auburn had outgained an opponent by that much, which in this case was almost 200 yards, and lost the game, was 2001. And I'm not able to confirm that. However, I can look at the stats from the October 27th, 2001 game against Arkansas, which Auburn lost 42-17. And they outgained Arkansas 492 to 297, so it's approximately the same as tonight. It's almost 200 yards. And they lost that game 42-17. I was there. I covered it. I have no recollection of it at all. I don't understand what happened in that game. Carnell rushed 19 times for 177. Holy shit. Averaged 9.3 yards per carry. Cassinius Moore averaged 10.5 yards per carry. How in the world did Auburn lose this game? I was there and I don't remember. There must have been a bunch of turnovers. I don't have the it's kind of hard for me to read the stats on this, but anywho, long time ago, guys. Auburn don't lose games like this very much. Go away. Stop. Auburn doesn't lose games like this very much. Courtney says, she's just saying my name now. Look at this. J.G. Tate. I feel like a stranger says, let us grieve. My man. I probably need to wrap it up, honestly, guys. I mean, when Courtney's doing that, I want to give a shout-out to our callers, Ben, 0008, MWD, J. Alice Sr., AU Taxman, Stultz, Dubs Man. I love Dubs Man. Chip, who's a badass. Hornatius, who had an amazing call. Made me cry. He was laughing so hard. J-Head, B-Matt, the War Eagle Kine, and Caleb. We had some really good callers tonight, and we didn't have a great game. Well, it was a good game. It just wasn't satisfying at the end. But, guys, I don't know what to tell you, man. We're at 6 hours and 5 minutes straight. I've only had one pee break. Been drinking the whole time and pounding bourbon. The Auburn Tigers lost a game that they should have won again. Ravin jumps in. Says JG is the man. AU played like poop. Damn. Wow, that is that's two different ideas there. Ravin, appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna give you some applause on that one. And GW says AA is less than Faith. Courtney, well, first of all, Courtney loves Faith, and I do too, and GW does as well. So, wait, Stupup says I had a polyp and I probably have cancer, and today was still worse. Oh my God, Stupup, hang in there, bro. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say. I feel like a stranger says I was about to call Courtney. Wait, what? And he is neither good nor satisfied. I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So, guys, I was looking forward to this game. I had Auburn winning this game. They didn't win this game. The pick six absolutely fucked them. Didn't manage the clock well. A lot of this is on the coaching staff. Let's be real. But it is what it is. We're going to be back here next weekend watching Auburn play Georgia, a team that's getting absolutely booty blasted by Alabama right now. I picked Georgia in that game, so I'm not really happy about that. And Auburn will be a 13. They should be probably like more like an 18.5 point dog over there in Athens. Haven't won in Athens since 2005, I think it was. So 19 years. All right, guys, we're just going to take a deep breath. And then we'll try to get it back together. AuburnSports.com is the place to be. Obviously, I'm there. You guys are there. A lot of you guys. All of our callers are for sure. It's a place you ought to be. We're with the Rivals Network. I'm the publisher. I write some stuff. I'm going to write some stuff tomorrow, like kind of wrapping this stuff up. And basketball season is only like, let's see, September 28th. They've already started practice. They're going to have the first game in October. So it's not too far away, guys. So I will, let's see, Wargle 0-0-0-8 had a great call earlier. Says Auburn will be a 25.5 point dog. I was thinking like less than that, but that's fine. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. 99.9% of the people in this chat rightly think Auburn's going to get killed at Georgia next week, and I'm probably one of them. So let's be real about that. Anyway, guys, it's been a great night in the chat. It has not been a great night on the field, but it is what it is. Until I see you guys again next weekend, because we're going to bring it back. I mean, I told you guys, we're going to sit in this poopy diaper, and we're going to ride it out until we get some fucking wins, and I will be here with you guys all the way. I will be here every single game. Don't care. We'll keep going. As long as it takes, or until I keel over dead. Whichever one comes first. Till then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Make great decisions. Thank you guys for being here with me tonight. Till then, be good. Love you guys. Peace.